welcome to the Severance Live. Sorry that we're late. Family issues going on at home for me and health issues flaring up. But better late than never. So how are you doing, Scarlet?
I took my time to make this beautiful ham.
It is a beautiful ham.
With
It is
pineapple on
lovely.
it.
With the pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. It's great. Now all we need is some expensive red wine and we're all good.
Oh, yes,
Uh
yes. And fields.
and Fields. Yeah.
Whether that's a first or
Yeah.
last name, I have no idea.
I know, right? What kind of name is Fields? Um it's very odd, but well, what about Severance isn't odd? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
really.
Yeah.
We should expect nothing less. Um so so yeah, I had a lot I had a lot to say about this one. A lot of notes I took. I took, as usual, a million screenshots, so we've got a lot to get into. And for me, this episode was back to form. For like, it's not that I didn't like episode 4, but episode 4 for me was my least favorite of the season so far, and
Yeah.
this was just completely on point. Episode 5 I thought was fantastic. Um, I thought they nailed it, and it was just, it felt like, okay, now we're back to our show again. Like this is I liked episode 4. It was fascinating. I mean, it was a
Mm-hmm.
feast for the eyes. You'll hear me gushing about it in my new deep dive that I
Mm-hmm.
finally put out earlier today. I couldn't help myself. I don't normally comment on the aesthetics that much, the visuals of things, but I just kept gushing over, and that was
Mm-hmm.
off script. I was sitting there reading a script, but I I kept going off script to gush about how gorgeous the scenery was,
Mm-hmm.
because it really was breathtaking.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Um,
national park.
oh yeah, yeah,
Mm.
absolutely stunning. Okay, what in the world? Looks like I'm missing a bunch of my screenshots from,
Mm.
okay, it looks like it's only from the first scene, but okay, apparently I thought I was taking screenshots of the whole first scene and I must have been hitting wrong buttons because it's missing. It's great.
As
All right.
mysterious as the dentist without a face.
Yeah. Yeah. The dentist without a face. Okay, so I don't have screenshots for the first scene. I'm gonna have to just go through like the episode itself. The I've done that before. Not
Mm-hmm.
play the clips, but just show
Yeah.
stills. I'll just show stills from the
You
scene.
you want me to whistle the rook of the Edmund Fitzgerald while you're playing it?
Oh my God. You want to hear the funniest part? Even though I'm missing that entire first scene of screenshots, I still have 1,074 screenshots from
Mm.
this episode.
I'm surprised.
1,000. I just look.
Surprised they let you have more than 1,000.
I have 1,074 screenshots. Yeah. I go a little insane with this show. I think it's because it's so aesthetically gorgeous and we're
Hmm.
not able to show clips. So I want
Yeah,
to capture as much of it as I can to show in these lives.
yeah.
Um,
Which is
it,
crazy
it
because
was,
I've seen people recapping Yellow Jackets and Severance. One woman has like on my television's almost full scenes of Yellow Jackets, and she's not getting her videos pulled.
that's crazy.
Sound and
That's crazy.
everything.
Like, how?
I don't
How?
know. I don't know.
That's, yeah. I don't know how some people get lucky and others don't. It's just,
Mhm.
it's like, I see this with other accounts too. Like, some people got lucky and didn't have their Super Bowl halftime show reactions pulled,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
other people got pulled immediately,
Hmm.
immediately. So it's strange. Like, it's not humans that are actually doing this. It's the bots.
Yeah.
Uh, they use bots. So I don't know, maybe the bots are, they screw up. They're not as efficient as we would think. You would think they'd be more efficient than a human, but I guess not so.
Mm.
But
Says a lot.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm mad about this. What the hell? I took so many I mean, I took a lot of shots of that first set of scenes. That's like the first. Okay, so I'm missing the first 6 minutes.
Hmm.
It doesn't sound like much, but for me, that's a lot of stuff. That would be a lot of pictures.
Well, he obviously doesn't want to be identified.
Yeah,
His work is
the
mysterious and
mystery
important, Julie.
the mystery dentist, who's not such an exciting mystery anymore.
Yeah.
Um, we had a
Yeah.
watch party. Um,
I thought that was
so we
fun
had
at
a
the watch party, though.
Oh, it was fun. We went on a wild goose chase for nothing, basically.
Yeah.
Um, I enjoyed it, but I'm very disappointed with the outcome.
Yeah.
As after the episode, we went down a crazy rabbit hole after we watched it. For, for those who don't know, we do watch parties every Thursday night in my Discord when the episode drops at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 10 p.m. I
Hmm.
show it a second time. And after that, we do fun little voice chats, and we went down a wild rabbit hole, like trying to identify this mystery man dentist. And we were just like completely locked in. I was pulling up screenshots of the back of Petey's head from season one.
Hmm.
I, I I found that. I was looking up pictures of Ben Stiller. I couldn't find any pictures of the back of Ben Stiller's head, but I
Hmm.
tried.
Because
And
he
so
was rumored to have a guest spot in one of these episodes, so we thought maybe it was him.
So we thought, yeah, so we thought, okay, maybe we were convinced that it was either Petey or Ben Stiller.
Hmm.
So we're doing this forensic analysis of the back of this dude's head and his
Uh-huh.
ears and the color of his hair. And, uh, I mean, I got so into it, like, okay, are the ears the right size, like to be
Hmm.
Petey, or could it be Ben? No, the ears are too big to be Petey's. Oh no, the hair is too dark to be Petey's hair.
Hmm.
And I mean, because
Ben
it
Stiller
would be
is
amazing.
infamous for having bad posture.
And Ben Stiller is infamous for having bad posture. This dude is slumped over as he's pushing the
Hmm.
cart. So, you know, I mean, I was thinking, okay, this is so exciting. If it's Petey, oh my God, that would be amazing. Because we know that Lumen disappears people. They did it to Gemma. So just because it seemed like Petey died, we thought, well,
Hmm.
maybe he's not dead. And then we realized, wait a minute, we saw his body in the funeral home.
They still could get
We
it. They could
actually,
still take his body and reanimate it.
I guess the only, but the what really killed it for me was that there's just no logical reason then for them to drill the chip out of his head in the coffin.
Yeah.
Like,
If
so
she could just
if they were just,
if she could just comically wheel the whole coffin out, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So if I mean, so yeah, that just doesn't make sense anymore for that to be
Hmm.
Petey because yeah, why would she be taking the chip and leaving?
Hmm.
So he's really dead, unfortunately. That would have been such a cool reveal if Petey just popped up and he's
Hmm.
alive, but he's like Ms. Casey, very robotic. That would have been awesome. So then
Uh-huh.
we concluded, okay, it has to be Ben Stiller,
Uh-huh.
and logically. It makes sense because why are they hiding this guy's face so
Hmm.
meticulously. Like they really didn't want us to see his face.
Uh-huh.
And I just retook some screenshots while I'm babbling here so that
Yeah.
I could actually show that because they went out of their way to avoid showing his face. And why do that unless he's somebody that matters to
Hmm.
us, that we would recognize? Either
Hmm.
it's a fun Ben Stiller cameo or it's somebody we recognize. And it turns out, spoiler alert, it's neither because the guy was revealed, the actor. It's some
Hmm.
guy we've never even heard of.
Well, I've heard of
I
him.
don't.
Robbie Benson. He was in Ice Castles.
Okay.
He's in
I
a
mean,
whole bunch of movies. He
everybody.
was kind of like the Donny Osmond of his time, if you know who Donny Osmond is.
Oh yeah, I know who Donnie
Heartthrob,
Osmond.
teen heartthrob. Yeah, there's actually theories that it might be like Petey's body with Robbie Benson's voice, or Robbie Benson's body with Petey's voice. So I don't know.
Okay.
It's all speculation, I guess. Or maybe people would be like, "Oh my god, that's Robbie Benson."
Yeah.
I loved ice castles. I mean, ice castles, icy, Cold Harbor, I guess. I don't know. Sure.
Cold Harbor. Yeah. I don't know. So I was disappointed about that, but yeah, it is what it is. And now I'm gonna have all my pictures, thankfully. I just
Mm,
finished taking the screenshots from it. It wasn't as bad as I thought, actually. It was just a couple scenes I missed. So, good morning,
mm.
Dieter. Nice to see you. Do luminoholics, Dieteraholics, lineageaholics. Uh,
Oh, Ether Frolicers.
yeah, frolickers. Ether
Yeah,
frolickers. Yep,
yeah. We
ether
all learned about
frolics.
Ether Frolics last time we had a live, so.
Yes. Yes, we did. So yeah. Uh we could call the lives our ether frolics instead of waffle
Yeah.
parties, but no, they'll think we might be doing drugs or something. So
Mm,
uh, because that's what they did at ether frolics in the 1800s. Who knew? Like we think of people from the past as being so straight-laced, and
yeah.
society was it was very yeah, society like norms were a lot more uh how do I put this? Like less free spirited, but there have
Mm-mm.
been wild partying people in every era that there's been humanity. So
Uh-huh.
there were wild parties, and apparently
Mm-hmm.
they would use ether recreationally.
Mm-hmm.
So
Frolic.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, they had
Hey, John
cocaine
Answers.
wine too and morphine, so that was legal.
Yep.
Mix it all up.
Um. Yep. Um. Hey, John Answers. Nice to see you. Hey, Miss J's Reviews. Well, thank you for the well wishes. I have been my pain has been out of control lately. Yesterday was considerably better, but then stressful situations made it worse again, so not so great, but it's nice being here and having this distraction. So, hey Matt Gilbert. Um Nice to see you. Hey, exiting the paradigm. Nice to see you. Welcome. Haven't seen you before. Great to see new names in the chat. Muncher Luncher, hey, how much all y'all want to be the board um, is actually a technological motherboard controlling everything. Mm, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting idea. No, maybe there's got to be some kind of reveal because they've teased this
Mm.
for too long. This the
it's,
board, the board. We
it's
never see
just
the
that
board. Huh?
the board just ends up being Ben Stiller.
The board, yeah, it just ends up being Ben
It's
Stiller.
just
Maybe
him. He was the guy who said
maybe that's where
yes
maybe that's where he makes his cameo. Yeah,
because he controls everything because he's a showrunner.
because he's the
Totally
showrunner, so he's the.
meta.
Oh, that would be great, actually. I would like that. That would be fun. There needs to be a reveal for that. There's got to be something going on here that's going to be surprising because they've teased it for way too long. Never seeing them, the fact that they never allow the people who are meeting with them, quote unquote, meeting with them, to actually see them. Um, so yeah, we've never heard them except for one creepy yes, yes, like a deep
Hmm.
voice saying yes. That was it.
Hmm.
So there's got to be something coming. I don't know what it is. I know the actors on the show were talking about wild fan theories in one video, and they were laughing at the theory that there's a real fan theory apparently that the board is just a bunch of Egan's brains in jars, which is hilarious to think about.
the the
I
Futurama theory.
yeah, it's a little bit too out there for me, but that's a fun one. Um, anyway, yeah. Yeah, the board. It better be something good. Better be something good, because Yeah, if it turns out to be a nothing burger like this dentist, I'm not going to be happy. Because at least the dentist thing, this is just a quick thing. We haven't seen him. There haven't been references to him before. So,
Yeah.
hey V Sky, aloha, aloha to you.
Aloha. I think
Um,
it's about my ham.
oh yes, yep, there you go,
Hawaiian.
the
Yeah.
pineapple. Also, I'm still working on waiting on a Mexican cure with a mustache and sombrero. A
Mm.
Mexican would laugh my effing ass off if that happened. That would be great. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that would be great. Yeah. They could do all kinds of offensive things with cure paintings, like depending on people's ethnicity. Oh God. God, just imagine the horrors. The horrible thing they did with Milchick and his blackface painting. Yeah, God, can you imagine? Like, they probably do what they would do to like an Asian employee or, uh, yeah, unbelievable. Um, and it just I like how they're showing, you know, a real side to Milchick, and we saw that in this episode, which we'll get into in a bit. How he's still having trouble processing this racism with the paintings. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Five felt like a breather after the excitement of four. If it felt like back to business, like four was good and it was exciting and it was a fun ride, but I'm glad we're back to normal. Hey Umbra, nice to see you. Um, hope you're doing well. Justice hashtag justice for Irving, hashtag forget Jim and his throat. Yeah. That's a From reference if anyone here doesn't watch From. I'm going to always take the opportunity in Severance Lives in case we do have people here who are just Severance fans. Please watch MGM Plus's From. It's one of the best shows I've ever seen. I'm not going to go into a whole diatribe about it. Just check it out, look it up. It's called From, and you won't be sorry. Hey, Faith and Repentance, welcome. Hey, Golden Child. Uh, let's
Yeah.
see.
Ham
Sorry,
recipe.
what?
The ham
What's your ham
recipe.
recipe?
Make a ham
I didn't
like
even
this every Christmas.
Oh, really?
I made hams like this before. I made them either they have these in the cherries or they have the pineapple rings and cloves.
Ah,
You never made a ham?
n- no, I don't cook much at all. I've never cooked much, so I have no idea how to make a ham. Uh, I have like two things in my repertoire. I can make um I can make slow cooker enchiladas, which are unbelievably easy, and
Mm.
I can make homemade mac and cheese, which is not as easy, but I've mastered it, so it's
Mm.
easy for me. Um, yeah, but that's about it. Can't really make anything else. And pancakes, but
Hmm.
only with the mix. Um, what's interesting is Kier is listed in the credits, but he isn't in the episode at all. Kier,
Mm.
wait, you mean like Jamie Egan, or
No, there's a guy
because we've
playing
got
Kier. There's a guy playing Kier in the
there's a guy
credits.
playing Kier. There's a guy
Mm-hmm.
playing Kier. Oh, Kier's voice, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
because we have heard his voice on a recording in episode 4. We heard it, so
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Okay, a voice actor. But yeah,
Yeah.
his voice wasn't in the episode. No, wasn't. Um, hey Amy, welcome. Hey Beatdown Gaming. I'm gonna try and blow through this really quick so we can get started on the breakdown because since we're so late. Hey Samuel. Um, I used to think you Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Deets is some kind of
Dieter.
fitness thing.
No, he means it
Okay.
means dieter.
Oh, diet. I
Get
was like,
it?
what the hell?
Dieter.
I'm so used to diet. I'm so used to saying Dieter, like seeing the
Mm-hmm.
DIET and pronouncing it that way that my brain didn't even clock that the word was diet.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
funny.
and now we know
Anyway,
it's we know it's no, it's a shorthand for ether, like it's a type of ether, the ether frolic.
yes. I had to actually
It
look
was the
up
first
how to
like four letters of the first word, and then the last two letters of ether.
it's Dethel. I had to look it up how to pronounce it. I believe it said wait, no, Dethel,
Diesel,
Ether.
diesel ether.
Dethel That's why do I have such a hard time saying it? Dethyl ether.
Yep. Take out the middle,
Yeah, I
push
had to look
together, neither.
I had to look up how to pronounce it. And if you take out the last three letters of Dethyl and you take out the
Hmm.
first three letters of ethyl, you've got Dieter.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Dieter existed. I think Dieter is fake. It's made up. It was just a part of Kier that needed to be eradicated. I put that in
Hmm.
my deep dive that I put out
Hmm.
today. I actually fell asleep in the middle of the premiere because I was so exhausted.
Hmm.
So apologies for not being more active. For those of you who did turn up, I appreciate it. I was there in the beginning and saying, and responding to people, and then I fell asleep right in the middle of it. So thank you, everybody that watched it. My deep dive was not on this episode. Oh, and by the way, welcome, Quan. From Trinidad. I'm on vacation getting ready for Carnival. Oh, nice. Nice. Is it Carnival or Carnival? I don't know. Um,
Carnival.
but nice to see you, Quan, and thank you for being here and have fun on your vacation. So what was I just talking about before I lost track of what I was saying? Oh yeah. So my deep dive that I put out is for episode 4, but it is not a recap. It proceeds in chronological order, scene by scene, only because of the unusual nature of the episode. I don't normally do it that way, but it's not a recap. It's just my ideas, theories, whatever insights I could pull from that episode, deep diving into that. And so I would appreciate it if you could give it a view, even though it's late. It's, yeah, I'm barely able to catch up here, but I'm almost there. By Thursday, I'll be caught up and I'll release my breakdowns on time. So yeah, that's for episode 4. I'm gonna, I don't think I remember to do it, but I'm gonna put the link to that video for my deep dive into episode 4 in the description of this video after the stream, but it's right on my channel. You can find it easily. I'd appreciate a view. You don't even have to watch all of it. 30 seconds counts as a view, FYI. Um, and then it helps people find the video. It helps with the algorithm, so I would very much appreciate it. Um, ready for the next episode, P-Town Gaming. People are so used to this binge model that Netflix has given us that nobody knows how to wait anymore. And it doesn't bother me, honestly. It really doesn't.
Hmm.
If anything, it comes too fast and it's over too
Hmm.
fast for me. I
Yeah,
like,
I didn't like it when Yellow Jackets had 2 episodes right, 1 and 2 together. I
yeah,
wish it would have been separately, because if you only watched episode 1, you might get a different take than it going into
yeah.
episode 2, and you could talk about it and theorize. But instead, we just watch episode 2. you know. And
I
there's only
wouldn't
like
like
10
that.
episodes. I want to stretch it out.
No, see, I would not like that at all. And
Yeah. I mean,
see, the problem is,
it's not the only show that's done it. You know, it seems to
hmm
be quite familiar to do too as the initial launch. Or
yeah,
you
the
just put them
problem.
all out. You just put them all out like Fallout. I wanted to watch Fallout episode by episode so I could observe things and theorize, but they dropped them all. And then I would try to be watching the first couple episodes, like me and my boyfriend want to watch it and talk about it. And there's people with video essays for the whole series, so it's upsetting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, yeah, I really hate when shows do that. I don't like the
Hmm.
binge model. I don't like
Yeah.
when multiple episodes are released at once, and
Hmm.
and it's especially problematic if
Hmm.
it's a series like Yellow Jackets, Severance, or From.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
don't want those are shows that encourage theory crafting.
Hmm.
There's mystery involved.
Yep.
So you need time to digest the episode, fully analyze it and appreciate it and glean
Hmm.
whatever insights you can from it and clues. How can you do that if it were released all at once, or
Hmm.
if you have 2 episodes at a time? That's not the way that a show like that should be consumed, in my opinion. I mean, people can consume things however they want. I know some people enjoy binging, and more
Hmm.
power to you. That's fine. It's just, in my opinion, these are like deep, challenging shows that you should really devote your attention to episode by episode, and you can't do that if you binge it. I mean, I don't know, like I just don't think it's possible to engage with it on as deep of a
Hmm.
level if you binge it. Um,
Hmm.
You just can't.
Yeah.
So, you know, anyway. Um, John Answer says, I don't think Dr. Guy is severed. He's dinging tune to a song that Innies wouldn't, oh, singing tune to a song that Innies wouldn't know, and he has a black card like Milchick. Yeah, I don't think he's severed either. He's got a black card. So,
But those people
yep.
know the song now if he's whistling in the hallway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Um, speculating was fun. It was fun, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just disappointed, you know.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed that it's a nothing burger, but I don't know. Because we'll show the screenshots. I won't ramble
Yeah.
on about it now, but um, I was hoping the dentist was uh a Pete body. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yes, there used to be cocaine in
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola, V
Study
Sky.
it up.
Yep, that's right. That's right. That's
A
right.
little pep in your stuff during the workday.
Oh shit, I forgot to look. I forgot to look, Theater.
What?
S-
Oh.
He said Scott McCord messaged me back on Cameo.
Mm.
What? I'm sorry, I have to check. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. What the hell did he say? No, I'm scared to look. I'm scared to look. Uh oh god, what did he say? Yeah.
Do you want to look
Oh my
while
god. Oh. He says okay. So I messaged Scott McCord, who plays Victor on From, for those who don't know what we're talking about. Um I, I I messaged him and I said I'm so grateful for our conversation on Wednesday, and if you ever want to do an interview or be a guest on my channel, on a live on my channel, we'd be thrilled. I
Mm-hmm.
still do bi-weekly From lives. Thanks again. He said, Julie, thank you, and I'm grateful for the convo as well. Yes, let's connect about an interview later. Schedule will be looking better in the spring. Look forward to it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay then.
Yeah, and that's what we
That,
all told you he would say.
I'm wow. Okay, I'm shocked. All right, all right. Okay, so we're gonna be able to do this. That's amazing news. Wow,
Mm-hmm.
Scott McCord is such a sweetheart. He is so sweet. He is such a beautiful soul. Thank you for alerting me to that, Dieter. I'm sorry. Let's get back on Severance. Um, let's get back on Severance. I think heroin started our legal. Wait, what? Um,
Oh,
it was
heroin
a
started
brand.
out legal.
Oh,
Started out
oh,
legal.
oh, oh. Okay,
Yeah,
started out.
a lot of drugs started legal. Started out legal.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
please like
you
the stream.
know. That's why it was the Rolling 20s. You know, if you
Yes,
get me.
yes. Yes, please like the stream if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. It helps people find it. It's good for the algorithm. Please do that. Welcome with Alice. And let's see, did I miss anybody? John Answers says, I don't think it's brains in jars, but I could see them being frozen. Me too. Yeah. Frolic is scary as fuck. He's on the board. Drummond.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
he
think I'm
is
gonna call him
scary.
Frolic.
Yeah, I
The
like that.
tattoo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the frolic tattoo on his hand. Amy said, I think it's more than something physical, not brains, but someone's brain being uploaded into a server. Yeah, that's possible. That's a good one, Amy. John said Mr. Drummond definitely going to do something scary in the next few episodes. He's deeply sinister. For a guy who has such a goofy hairdo,
Mm-hmm.
uh, he is so creepy. He creeped me out in this episode. Really creeped me out.
Father does not like this.
Yeah.
Father disapproves.
Yeah. Father. He calls him father too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They could all be siblings. Who knows?
Yeah. Uh, let's see. Wait. Wait a minute. I missed something here. Yeah, I don't think Drummond is on the board. Um, the board doesn't appear in person. Yeah, I don't think he's on the board, but we don't know for sure, actually. Um, he yeah, I can't recall like if his actual wording is, if he refers to the board. Even if he does refer to the board, he might be on it actually. Juan as in Juan is in KP land. You might actually
Mm.
see him. Oh, oh man, imagine. Yeah, you got to get together with KP. You can't pass up that opportunity. You got to I mean, you gotta party with KP. I mean, he'd be good for a party. So, yeah. Helena, Drummond, and Natalie aren't on the board. Yeah, I didn't think so. Uh, Severance Wiki says Drummond is from Global Management at Lumen.
Mm.
Global Management. Oh, wow.
The 206
Uh,
countries.
206. Yeah, all 206 countries. What the
Hmm.
Hey, welcome, Kelly. Hey, welcome, Jadine. First time here. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We do these lives every Monday. Normally, it's not this late. I apologize. I had some unusual issues coming up, but it is normally supposed to be 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights. And we break down the new episode. We also have a Discord where we do watch parties every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 10 p.m. Eastern. I stream it twice and then we talk about it. We do a voice chat. It's a lot of fun. So if you are interested in that, then I'll just put the link in the chat so that anybody who is interested, if you're not in the Discord, you can join. And the link will also be in the description of the video later. I don't remember if I put it in. I think I did, actually. I think I put it in. Anyway, so there's that. Um, I'm on board with the idea that the board might not be people, but maybe an AI or something of the sort. It could be Faith. Yeah, it would be cool if there were a Twilight Zone style reveal. There's an episode of the Twilight Zone where they talk about the old man in the cave and the old man in the cave. So it's like this post-apocalyptic society after like some kind of I think it was probably after like a nuclear war or something, and there's just little pockets of societies popped up everywhere, what's left of humanity. And there's this one group of people that lives in this isolated place and they scrounge for resources. And the old man in the cave is something we that you never see until the end. Only one guy goes to talk to him, and the old man in the cave tells them what to do, what's okay and what's not, and what's safe. And finally, they turn into an angry mob and they bust in at the end and they find the old man in the cave is just a gigantic computer the entire time. So it could be something like that. It could be something like that. That would be an interesting reveal. And Twilight Zone was very ahead of its time to even be thinking like that. This was early 1960s, for God's sake. It's crazy. Welcome, Butcher of Blaviken. Nice to see you. Let's see. YouTube recommendations. Very cool. Well, if you like deep dives, you're in the right
Mm.
place. You're in the right place. I don't know how to do anything other than deep dive. And on our live, all we do. So we both are deep divers and we deep dive in the lives. My scripted videos are deep dives. I do one on every episode, not a recap, but just a deep dive analysis,
Hmm.
theories. So if you're interested in that, then you're in the right place. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So, let's see. Okay, so I can see the reactions to what I was freaking out over Scott
Hmm.
McCord. Um, Julie P. Deep Dives Rising Industry Player. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I got lucky. I got lucky here. I don't know how to reach people's agents. I don't get a lot of interviews. I'm new to this, but I got lucky because Dieter was this is none of this would have happened without Dieter. He entered a contest on my behalf multiple times so that I could actually get a chance to talk to Scott McCord just as a fan. And we talked as a fan, as for me as a fan, and it's because of that that now he's even, we connected and he's willing to even do an interview. So Dieter's the one who made that possible. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Um, let's see. Drummond comes off like a company fixer. Indeed, he does.
Mm.
Yes, Matt. Yes, he does. Hey, Captain Cardwell. Almost caught up with the chat here. I don't think the board exists. I think they're going to find out that no one is actually running Lumen. It's just a severed circle of following orders.
Mm.
Uh, oh, that would be cool. Yeah, yeah. The board is a fascinating thing. But we can talk more about that
Mm.
later, though. So we can get into the breakdown here. Welcome, Grow and Thrive.
That reminds me more of The
Uh,
Prisoner. That kind of thinking. The show The Prisoner.
oh, yeah, another thing on my watch list that I need to check out. Let's see. Hey, Nightman, LOL. Just a quick recap for everyone of episode 4. They had, I don't even know how to say it like that, but yeah, they did. They did. It's just too bad that it was
Great
not consensual.
non-consensual sex. Disturbing
Yeah,
non-consensual sex.
yeah, yeah. Scarlett, I think you would be happy with the way that I handled the subject in
Mm-hmm.
my deep dive that I put out today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I I addressed it in a way that I haven't seen other people really talking about it, although
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a lot of time, so I haven't
Mm-hmm.
consumed other Severance content, but just from the way that people talk about it, I handled it very differently, and I
Mm-hmm.
called it what it is, which is an SA.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
I
say
called
the
it what
word
it
on
is, which
YouTube.
is an R on Cyborg Queen Media's live, and we talked about it, and we all called it R and not SA.
Good. Yeah.
I was a little bit more bold on theirs because I was like, call it what it is, really. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean you can refer to it. I think either term is appropriate, SA or
mm-hmm.
R, either
Mm-hmm.
or.
Yeah.
I talked about it in my video that, um, people disregard the fact that it's possible to SA for a female to SA a male.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Mm-hmm.
actually, it's dismissed in society like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible to do that because it's a man. No, that's
Mm-hmm.
not true at all. He didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
Well,
get back.
it's called in a tasteful way an R by deception because she wasn't the person that he thought she was. But then again, I don't
Exactly.
know if Mark how outy any was Mark at the time. I don't know. There's theories about that,
Right.
but still, that's
Yeah,
strange too.
yeah, there's something in this episode that we need to address about that actually, when we get to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Chill, we're never on time. We're outies. Yeah, I'm never on time. But today was worse than usual. Yeah. Um, yeah, Amy, the episode is called just The Old Man in the Cave. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Will the baby also be an innie? It,
We're sure there's going to be a
never.
baby.
There could be a baby. I hope not. I hope they're not going to go that way, but
There's
there
no
could be a
trophy.
baby. It would be such a trope. Yeah, the baby will be both. Yeah, I think the baby would just be a normal baby, because the baby doesn't have a chip, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Angela Rocks, welcome. Um, yeah, so glad Rising Star Man in Yellow Dougie Hughes keeps coming back to hang out with us. Yes, he
Yeah.
does. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back again soon. Yep. And we really appreciate it. So yeah, he plays the Man in Yellow for Severance fans. The Man in Yellow is a character on From. So, um, I mean, it was consensual, but the thing is, he didn't know who he was consenting
It
to.
wasn't consensual. If you are like doing R by deception, it's not consensual because you don't know who you're having sex with.
Right, right,
Therefore, it's not consensual. It's like the same thing as the person's drunk. It's not consensual.
right.
I'm just saying it. I'm gonna be bold and say it
Yeah,
because I don't
yeah,
want to not say
yeah,
it.
yeah. Thank you, Matt. I tried to handle it as sensitively as I could, and just, deal with it and move on. but I
Mm,
had to address it in the deep dive. I thought it was important to bring it up. And yeah,
mm-hmm,
it's up to Mark and Helly to decide how to deal with it, both of them
mm-hmm,
now. And both of them must feel violated, as a matter of fact, because
mm-hmm,
Helly is a victim too. She,
mm-hmm,
her body was invaded. She points that out in this episode. Her like she feels violated just by that alone, and then knowing
mm-hmm,
about this, like, uh, I mean, she doesn't know about this yet. When she finds out, that's
mm-hmm,
gonna feel like a violation too, because she wasn't able to consent to that. So she's
mm-hmm.
also kind of a victim.
Well, and
Yeah,
somebody was portraying her as
right.
well.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Um, okay. Almost there now. So here's the issue of, okay, name of next episode is Attila, which means father. It reminded me
Mhm.
immediately, of course, of Attila the Hun.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, if you guys have seen promos where Mark is walking out of a Chinese restaurant, you see some of the letters, the letter lights are burned. I haven't seen
Mhm.
the promo yet, John. That's interesting.
I've seen the
I just
Chinese
thought,
restaurant before, though. I've seen him walk out of that Chinese restaurant.
oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I remember that from season one, the same Chinese
Hmm.
restaurant. So I'm sure it's that, yeah, I'm sure it's the one from season one.
Be like,
Um,
here's Chinese restaurant.
yes.
Vegan
Oh,
Chinese restaurant. Something
yeah,
wrong with this.
yeah. Leaving only the letters FU, which in Chinese can
Uh,
refer to father. So it looks like Mark is going to be a papa. Oh, geez.
or FU that can mention can be something else.
It could mean something else. Yeah. FU.
Like FU Lehman. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like the song.
Yeah. FU. Yeah. 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 Ben threw their big viewers a monkey wrench on the feels with that event. Yes, indeed. Okay. So I've got my pictures already.
All right.
They're not gonna- Now they're not in proper order because I just had to add the beginning ones at the end, so I'm gonna just go
Okay.
down
And the
here.
end is the beginning is the end.
The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah. So the episode starts with the mystery man dentist. Uh Now this just gets on my nerves. This uh, I'm still annoyed by this, but yeah, like they treated this so with so much mystique. Like you've got the cart rolling down the hall, see the long shot of him in the distance, so you can't see any identifying features, of course. You've got these big ass drawers and cabinets here, and we were talking in the watch party about how they look reminiscent of
Like morgue.
drawers from a morgue
Hmm.
where you roll bodies out. Uh, the two of these women, like it's weird how they kind of walk out and just kind of wait like they're in the military or something. Like they're at ease. They're sitting in like the at ease position, waiting for this guy to come get his dental tools.
Yeah.
It's just all
I really like the actress on the love, so I'm hoping she'll get more time.
right. Yeah.
At
I
least a
remember her from
Felicia
season one.
size thing.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was in season one too.
Hmm.
Um, so look how they go out of their way to
This
hide
is
this guy's
crazy.
face.
When I watch something like this, I'm like, oh come on.
I know, right?
It's so
Oh,
cheesy.
and also I can't help but point out again, look how shiny and reflective all the surfaces in this show are. You can constantly see people's reflections reminding you that they're severed, the duality of their selves. I love it.
Hmm.
But yeah, yeah, come on now.
It looks like a
This
Stephen
needed
King
to,
thing. It kind of seems like a Stephen King like thing, or it had a reveal like this.
yeah. Uh,
I mean, Stephen King
Why,
is cheesy.
why are they screwing with us like this? So, and you go, what are all these things on this? So, like, I can't tell what these things are. Red, blue, and I can't tell what is that like another shade of blue, I guess. these things on the shelves. And then there's like hand sanitizer, soap, I think, or cleaner.
Mm, mm-hmm.
Anyway, anyway, he's got a reflection here too, but I don't think that this guy is severed. Even though there's a reflection, normally
Mm-hmm.
that indicates duality. I, I mean, we also see that in the scenes on the outside in the boardroom. That doesn't mean that everyone who constantly has their reflection popping up is severed.
Yeah.
It's just that theme of duality, I think. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Jen Answers says that it's the bad soap.
it's the bad soap.
Yeah, when they mention the
Nice
bad
one.
soap.
Nice one. So he pulls out his dental tools and the question is, okay, there are a lot of questions, but why dental tools? I guess, well, they're keeping people prisoner down there, like Miss Casey. Maybe it's just time for her regular cleaning, so they're gonna do a cleaning. But something that we talked about is the way that Lumen seems to be orchestrating car accidents and, faking deaths, like the way they faked Gemma's death. Her body was burned, and the way that the cops identify, the coroner identifies dead bodies that are burned uh, is through dental records. So we were thinking about that. Like, could this have a connection to that in some way? But these are not tools that you would use to extract teeth. So I don't really know if it has any relevance at all, but maybe it's just to kind of put that idea in our head, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like the whole dental thing, because that they must have, they faked the dental records clearly to
Mm-hmm.
identify that fake body, that Jane Doe, whoever that was, that poor person who was burned, that wasn't Gemma. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they must have faked the dental records. Um, so yeah, she presents those to him. It seems like, it almost seems like they're intimidated by him, by their body language. They're just very like formal. They barely say anything to him. They just present them to him and then he leaves. And he's sinister as hell whistling.
Mm-hmm.
What's the tune that he's whistling?
The record of Edmund Fitzgerald, which I think is very interesting because I was telling you that that painting of Keir looking down the valley looks suspiciously like Michigan, kind of put down, kind of folded down into a landscape with four of the five Great Lakes around it. And the Edmund
Okay.
Fitzgerald was a ship that sank in Lake Superior, which is
Okay.
interesting. And the song itself has an interesting line that says, Superior, they said, never gives up its dead. And the whole point of the ship that sank and 29 people were never found because Superior is so cold that the bodies never rise up to the surface. So I wonder
Oh,
if that's a parallel with Severance, that like Lumen doesn't give up its dead.
okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
And plus, they
Yeah, I
have
like
the
that
cold
connection.
cold harbor too. Cold harbor. Superior is very cold, so there's a cold harbor, and then the car and the credits in the cold, crashing in the cold water.
Right.
I
Right.
think it has a lot,
Okay.
and plus the ship itself broke into two parts like the Titanic did, so that's severed, like the boat's severed.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Yeah.
It's a great song. I love the song.
Interesting.
It's a Gordon Lightfoot
Yes.
song.
Yes. Yep.
It's a very
Uh,
pretty song.
S-
Tragic, but pretty.
Susie said Susie said that the ship cut straight in half, like
Mm-hmm.
so sliced. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's very fitting then. Yeah, I like that. Um, Susie said I liked whoever said they were being used to carve Irving's melon,
Yeah, I thought that was cool. Yeah, I heard that too.
his melon head.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah.
why they're on that floor. Why are they where they're at instead of just close someplace this guy could get to them that's closer.
Right, right. Yeah. Oh, sorry, excuse me. My throat is a bit
Mm-hmm.
hoarse. My
Yeah.
voice is not at its best today. For reasons I'd rather not even get into, but
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wrecked my voice earlier. So uh Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna have to start muting myself so I can clear my
Do
throat.
do
I'm
you
not
have
doing it.
access? Do you have access to tea and or honey? Then maybe you could make lemon tea or honey tea.
I don't. I need to get some. I really
Mm.
need to get, and I'm all out of cough drops. I gave them all to
Uh,
my mom, and I know I usually have a good stock of cough drops around. I don't have any. So
yeah.
it was really difficult for me to record my deep dive this morning because my voice
Hmm.
was really hoarse and my throat was irritated. So
Hmm.
I need to get some tea with honey. Anyway,
Hmm.
so let's see. John Answers pointed out we do see a smile wall in season one,
Yeah.
and I remember Dylan saying they got rid of his favorite
The
smile,
hot, the
suggesting they
hot one.
rotate the smiles.
The
Yeah, the
hot
hot
one.
one, the hot smile.
The hot.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So that's an interesting comment. Yeah. Um, the smile wall. Yeah, like whose smiles are those? It was so bizarre. Seriously. Um, anyway, so we see the back of this guy's head, and this is where we were really like analyzing it. Like, okay,
Hmm.
how dark
Yeah.
is his hair compared to Petey? Oh, Petey's hair's too light to be this. Oh, but maybe he dyed his hair. They've
Hmm.
changed Jemma's hair from long to this bob
Hmm.
haircut, so maybe they dyed his hair to throw us off. And this is the dialogue we were doing, like this crazy rabbit hole we went down in the watch party and looking at the size of his ears and
Hmm.
yeah, it all amounted
Oh, that
to
looks like an
nothing. But
exclamation point. That was kind of cool. Like a photo back, it looked like an exclamation point.
oh yeah, it does look like an exclamation point. Yeah, yeah. So he wheels the cart down the export hall to as this is the elevator to the testing floor, as we learned in season
Mhm.
one. He gets in now. Now this is where again they went out of their way to avoid showing us his face. I took
Mhm.
screenshots as fast as I could,
You did
trying
not
to
get
get
them.
like just to try even just to get a little of his profile as he turns
Mm-mm.
around, just a little bit. And
Mm-mm.
I got nothing. The absolute split second as he starts to turn around, we cut to this.
Mhm.
So you can't see anything of his face. Nothing. I don't know why they went out of their way to hide it from us. Maybe just to tease us because they know that we analyze everything. Like, are they going to start trolling us the way that From does now? Is this what's
Maybe.
happening here? Like, is From straight up trolls us at this point? So maybe they're trolling us. But anyway, so this scene, Mark is taking a bunch of pills, and I have to assume that these are related to his reintegration process. They're blue. Um, I'm surprised they're not red, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
Or
blue
purple.
represents the 80,
Or
just to
purple.
be on theme. Not that the color. Oh, shoot, I have to get my. Wait a minute. Just have to reach down and grab my charging cable here so this doesn't die.
Because if it
But
was purple, but if it was purple, it'd be red and blue together.
right. Yeah, so I mean, not that it's not that the color matters. I'm just surprised they do so much with keeping on theme with colors. I'm just surprised that they went with blue. But anyway,
Hmm.
it's blue and white pills. And I mean, he's also got severe depression, so who knows? This could be unrelated. But the fact that
Hmm.
they're showing us this now, it's probably related to the reintegration. Then he gets a phone call from Devon and he lies. He doesn't tell her what he's actually doing. He says that he's still trying to burn that message into his retinas, who is alive, which was their original plan, and by staring into that light, and he tells her that he still hasn't been able to get the message to stay in, long enough for his Innie to see it. So I guess Reghabi must have told him not to tell anybody, even his sister, who he confides everything in her. So that surprised me, you know, doesn't tell her. And he opens the fridge and there's this
Yeah.
nasty looking
It's so
milky.
gross looking.
It is
It looks like
so
it
gross.
honestly to me it looks like some kind of discharge, which kind of makes me nauseous every time I look at it.
It really does. Yeah.
So kind of
People
mucus
it looks
or condi-
mucusy. Yeah, it
or
does. There's a
conditioner.
lot
It
of it
looks
in
kind of
there.
like hair conditioner too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's gross, and it seems like he's disgusted by it when he drinks it too.
Hmm.
Apparently, this has to be to do with his reintegration. I'm sure he has to drink this for some reason. And so look at his face. God, it can't taste very good.
Hmm.
He's yeah, he grimaces as he drinks it down. And then he gets off the phone abruptly because Reghabi shows up, and she's saying something about the dryer, like complaining about it. He's like, or you could just not live here. Um, Apparently she just moved right on in and didn't even you know didn't even ask for an invitation. She just you know moved into his house. She's living in his basement while they're doing this. She says that she shouldn't be seen coming and going from there. So
Hmm.
he says that, what, you think we're being watched? And she says, like, well, maybe, basically,
Hmm.
they don't know. And I think that's wise to assume maybe they are being watched. So smart of them. I mean, they live in Lumen housing, and Harmony freaking Cobell lives next door. So let's not forget that.
Does she
Um,
anymore? She kind of just took off.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Where the hell was she in this episode? Where is she? Where
Yeah, where
is
is she?
Cobell? I don't like this.
I don't like it either. I was thinking about this earlier
Why is
today.
this why is this now just hitting me that she was not here, and she's possibly my favorite character in the
Hmm.
entire show. This just goes to show you though how what an amazing ensemble this is, that
Hmm.
they're all so fantastic that I actually didn't notice that she wasn't in the episode. And she's basically like, if I had to pick one, if I had no choice but to pick one, I would say she is my favorite character. And
Hmm.
this is the third episode this season that
Hmm.
she's absent from. We've had
Hmm.
5 episodes, and she's only
Yep.
appeared in 2 out of 5. I don't like
Yep.
this.
Mm-mm.
I don't like this. I really miss her now that I realized that she wasn't there. I miss seeing her, and I don't know what's going on here. Like, maybe Patricia Arquette wasn't available for as much of the season,
I wonder about
or
that.
I I have to. That's the only thing I can conclude, because how could you underuse Patricia frickin'
Hmm.
Arquette
Yeah.
playing this phenomenal role? How could you underuse her
PFA.
unless they had no other choice? Because she's not available, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
she
Uh-huh.
is a big time actress. Maybe she was
Hmm.
busy. So
Hmm.
this sucks. I don't understand that.
Hmm.
It makes no sense if this was a deliberate decision. Because I know, okay, she got fired, but they could find other ways to use her on the outside, and they're not.
Hmm.
So it's bizarre to me. But anyway,
I thought we'd at
um,
least see her in her other, in her new job. I thought we would see her,
right.
even
Yeah,
if her new job
they
does
gave her,
suck. Maybe it'd be this, Harmony in a really kind of suck job for comic effect.
yes. Yeah, I know, right? Like they could show her in her bogus Severance Advisory Council job, but I don't know. I think she refused it though. She said that if you want me back, it has to be on my terms. I need to be
Mm-hmm.
managing the severed floor. And Helena turned her down flat, so I don't think she's taking that other job, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. Um, hey Doc, nice to see you, my friend. I'm ready
Yeah.
for the ether frolics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hell yeah. Ether frolic time, yes. Yeah. Um, anyway, so so yeah, Mark says you think they're watching us, and Reghabi says I don't know, it depends on how dumb you've played it. So he's got to make sure that he doesn't act suspicious in any way, I guess. And I like how badass she is. She is like no nonsense, like don't screw with this lady. She's a really cool character. I'm enjoying her. They're giving her a bigger role this season. I
Mm-hmm.
just miss Cobell though.
Yeah.
Um, so he asks if they're gonna try again, and she says maybe tonight, I'll decide later. And He says, because I haven't remembered anything else. She says, maybe your innie has. So that's interesting. So it's like he hasn't remembered anything else from that first reintegration session, but it's possible that his innie has remembered something and he just isn't aware of it. So she just leaves him to kind of ponder that. Um, and then we've got I love these shots are just aesthetically so gorgeous. Everything about this show is just a feast for the eyes. You've got the parking lot that looks like a lot like a brain, and the water tower there, and then just even shots like this. It's so pleasing to the eye. You've just got the silhouettes of people walking through this gorgeous building. It's absolutely gorgeous. The layout of it. That's Helena walking to her meeting. Okay, now I'm gonna go back up to the top because I'm caught up with where I was at when these are all the pictures that I missed. So
Hmm.
they're at the bottom. Just give me a sec. Um, anyway, so trying to get back up, but it's a little bit slow. Bear with me. I wonder what Cobell is even doing right now. She's spinning out. Like,
Hmm.
there's got to be something they can do with her, regardless
Hmm.
of the fact that she's fired and she won't take this severed job. I mean, this severance advisory job, rather.
Hmm.
There's got to be something else they can do with her. But anyway, so okay, I've got my pictures up now. So I loved this shot. This was so cool. So everything is freaking mirrors in this place. Everything is mirrored. Like they picked the perfect building for this show because the entire outside of Lumen is just mirrored glass. And so on the inside, even this door into this conference room is a mirror. And so in the mirror on here on this side, you can see the reflection from a window, which must be across from it. We can't see like where it's coming from, but like you think you're just looking out a regular window for a second, and then it turns out it's a door. It's just so cool. I thought that was neat how they did that. So Helena opens the door, and so it's like she shows up uh, for the meeting, and this is her first meeting after the disastrous nature Ortbo event, and again there are reflections in everything. So you can see the reflections in the background of Natalie and Drummond. So they use this even with people who are not severed. It's just that constant theme of duality being shoved in
Hmm.
our faces, and the uh, because I obviously these are not severed people, Drummond and Natalie, but
Hmm.
they still utilize their reflections, and it's kind of hard to avoid because everything is mirrored in this entire building. Um, so Drummond says you took the rest of the weekend to recover. And she says, I'm fine. Will I be updating father later? He should hear it from me. And the crazy thing here is Drummond says, we have decided to spare him knowledge of this contretemps, um, which is, like an unfortunate experience, basically.
Hmm. Yes.
So she's not even allowed to tell her own father that she was almost drowned. Like, why? This is insane to me. So this just shows you how little control she actually has. She seems to be in a position of power and she's, in line to be a CEO one day, but she has no agency. She's completely controlled by her father, by the board, by, by Drummond even. Like she has no say in anything. So, she's a victim too. She's a reprehensible person for what she did to Mark and for her complicit, you know, the fact that she's complicit in what the company is doing and she's going along with it. However, she's she's being coerced, and we're seeing an example of this here. I think she was probably coerced into getting severed to begin with and doing that
Hmm.
publicity stunt. I'm sure there was immense pressure on her to do it, and now she's being forced to go back in after she was just for a second time after she was almost murdered in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was forced to go back in after Helly tried to hang her, hang herself in the elevator. I'm sure she was forced to go back in. That was not her choice. She's being forced now to go back in. She says, you know, well, I'll get there in a second, but
Mm-hmm.
Drummond says well, she basically says, well, please let him know that his daughter is alive and well, which is kind
Mm-hmm.
of a bit facetious,
Mm-hmm.
like basically, wow, I can't even tell my own father that I almost died again. Um, just let my father know his daughter's alive and well. He doesn't treat her like a daughter that he actually cares about, clearly. And she's never known love or appreciation in her life, according to the showrunner, the creator of the show. So he says the medical team says your tempers will rebalance quickly, but some residual trauma is to be expected after such an ordeal. Your Perhaps we could arrange another obligement session for this evening. No, I don't know what an obligement session is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Sounds like more of their nonsense and like your tempers will rebalance quickly. So they're treating this like actual science. This is the
Mm-hmm.
medical team that said that. The medical team. How do they know this? How are they measuring her tempers? That's it sounds it's like pseudoscience. It's quackery, it sounds like to me. Um, because there is no such thing as the four tempers, and it's not something you can
Blasphemy!
quantify.
Blasphemy!
Blasphemy. Yeah. So it's a bunch of pseudoscience mumbo jumbo, and yet somehow the medical team is measuring her tempers and saying they'll rebalance.
Mm-hmm.
That opens up a question, like, what are they doing to her exactly? Like, what's this obligement session? What
Mm-hmm.
we know that she has a chip in her head. And are they are they doing something else to her? Like, are they putting her through some kind of treatments that, pseudoscience treatments that are screwing with her? It makes me
Mm-hmm.
wonder about that. What are they doing to quote unquote balance her tempers in her
Mm-hmm.
brain? Um, it's interesting. I hope they reveal more about this going forward.
Well,
You
maybe they
know,
have a file on her that they're balancing, like Cold Harbor. You know.
they might. Yeah, I'm sure they do, as a matter of fact. And Irving basically looked at it in his epiphany dream in episode 4. He was looking at a file and it said well, Montauk. It was called
Mm-hmm.
Montauk. And then the numbers on it turned into what looked like a face. So that was
Mm-hmm.
probably her file. And yeah, they're
Maybe, yeah, yeah.
so the question is then who's working on the chip in her head? Who's
Who knows?
who's refining the data? I wonder. Like, there's got to be somebody who's refining the data in her head
Mm-hmm.
and balancing the tempers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so so she says, I said I'm fine. She just doesn't want to deal with any more of their weird obligement sessions, whatever that may be. Um, so Natalie says, we're close, Helena. What's he at? 78%, meaning Mark, his progress on Cold Harbor. And Drummond says 81% as of Friday. So he's really making progress. He's being productive. He's kind of throwing himself into work and he's close to finishing Cold Harbor. Natalie says it won't be much longer. You can do this. Okay, so many of these lines open up more questions. It won't be much longer. You can do this. What does this mean? So, what happens after he finishes Cold Harbor is a big question, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happens? Are they going to lay them all off? Are they going to, like, they're saying that she doesn't need to be in there much longer, so they're going to take her out, ostensibly, from what they're saying. It won't be much longer. You can do this. Once
Mm-hmm.
he finishes Cold Harbor, is Mark's work done? Do they get rid of him? Um, or do they put him to work on something else and they just take Helly out and replace her with
Mm-hmm.
someone else? That's interesting to me to think about, and
Mm-hmm.
this whole Cold Harbor thing in general. But Helena says, I'm not going back down there. Um, she says, I'm not going back down there. And Natalie says, it won't be you, it'll be your innie. I mean, it's still her body and her, like, if she dies in there, she dies for real, both of them, her innie and her outie. And she almost died just now. They're completely disregarding that.
Mm-hmm.
It's look, it's funny. She's like, It'll be your innie." And she's so Helena is just so not comfortable doing this. So she says, "My innie who tried to kill me, and then the other one tried to kill me. They're effing animals." So again, she sees them as subhuman, and her experience just now, it it reinforced that even more. Her prejudice against these innies as subhuman creatures. They're
Mm-hmm.
animals, she says. Um, again,
But
look at this gorgeous.
she'll certainly have non-consensual sex with them though, like
Right,
royalty,
right.
like the king. The kings. Like the king used to
Oh,
sleep with a woman of a married couple. I don't know what that was called before the
oh yeah,
husband did.
and plantation owners
Mm-hmm.
used
Exactly.
to very regularly, um you know, I don't know how to put this, but they would you know how do I put it delicately, but they would sleep with their slaves.
I was gonna say,
And
do you know the song Brown Sugar? That's what that's about.
yeah, yeah, there are many, many cases, actually, of children that were not recognized by the plantation owners because they had affairs. There'd be
Mm-hmm.
these married plantation owners, and they would have affairs with their slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and obviously, like that, it's horrific to think about, and then they
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't even acknowledge these children of
Mm-hmm.
theirs, that they would be illegitimate, and still slaves, like, it was just a horrific thing. So it's kind of similar to what just happened here,
Mm-hmm.
because the innies are a lot like slaves. They're forced to be
Mm-hmm.
there and work, and they have no agency, and they're viewed as subhuman, just as
Mm-hmm.
slaves were viewed as subhuman, and they were also compared to animals. um they were literally defined as a fraction of a person in the US Constitution, which is a horrible
Mm-hmm.
stain on our legacy, as a country. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so there's similarities here to a- but the thing of it is, when she was in there, she had conflicting feelings, clearly, because she's been trapped her whole life in this existence. She's been trapped being an Egan, not having any control, clearly, over her own life. I mean, being most likely coerced to become severed, and I'm sure, like, she's never known love or appreciation, according to the creator of the show. And I mean, I can't. It's not that I sympathize with her, but I can empathize, because once again, like, the writing on this show is way too um it's way too high quality to create a cartoonish two-dimensional villain.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you look at the origin story of a villain, if it's well written, you're going to see things that you can empathize with, and you can see how they became the villain that they are. There's a reason. There is always a reason why they turn down a dark path, why they have hate or prejudice toward any group of people. There's a reason for it. She's, she's been in this cult her whole life. She's been brainwashed to think that these idiots are subhuman. She's been mistreated and emotionally abused and God knows what else by her father. And yeah, I mean, now she's being forced to go back in a second time after she was almost murdered in there. So even though she's a reprehensible person, and she just violated Mark, which is inexcusable. You can empathize with what made her the way that she is. You can empathize with it even if you can't condone her actions. And that's just the mark of great writing right there. Um, Even comic book villains, you look at their backstory, you can empathize, you can understand how they became what they are. The Joker is a great example, you know. And in Lost, the villain of one of the villains of Lost had a backstory that actually made me empathize with him, at least on some level, and he was evil as hell. So yeah, I like how they're doing this. I like how they're showing this experience that she's having, that she's not just, a mustache twirling evil villain who, has nothing at all to explain her actions. Like she's just evil for the sake of being evil. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I like that. I like how they're doing this. And they're forcing her to go in again. They're forcing her. So she even says, "I'll just fake it again," meaning she'll just go back in and pretend to be Helly again. And Natalie says we can't take that chance. Drummond says we need to clean this up. Milchick's many errors this weekend have forced our hand. And Helena says, and Father approves. Drummond says Father encouraged it. He refers to him as Father too, which is kind of
Hmm.
funny. Um, do they all talk to him as Father, or are they just, is he just calling him Father because he's talking to Helena's daughter? I mean, that's
Hmm.
possible. I mean Helena as his daughter. It's possible, but yeah, it would be kind of funny since they were all very much in a cult if they called James father.
Hmm.
I don't think I don't think he's literally like related to him. That's not his father, but it's yeah, it's just funny. So Natalie says it's a risk. We know this, but there is no other solution. Mark S won't work without her. And then it shows Mark showing up to work. This is how much they're how much importance they're placing on Cold Harbor and Mark finishing it. Mark has to be the one to do it. Why? I think the only reason I could come up with, like I said in my theory video on Gemma and Mark, the way his role, what his role is in this, it's got to be because he was married to her, and as he's refining the numbers, as they refine the numbers, they basically have emotional reactions to them. They are able to categorize them based on how they're feeling. So on some unconscious level, his feelings for her, because she's his wife, are somehow able to
Hmm.
guide his work. And he's able to do this and refine the data on the chip in her head because of that deep emotional connection. Completely subconscious. He has no memory of her. But that's the only reason I can come up with why he needs to be the one to do it. Um, and they're willing to do anything at all. I mean, ignored his insubordination twice, his coup attempt with the MDR people, um, that stunt he pulled with the note in Mark W's pocket,
Yeah,
running to
yeah.
talk to the board. They pulled out all the stops. They brought his team back. They complied with all his demands. They initiated all these severance reforms and all of it just so that Mark could complete the Cold Harbor file. Now, do they even know what this is, though? Because Drummond says, and the work is mysterious and important.
Hmm.
So we must give him her. Well, that's what Mark said in season one. The work is mysterious
Hmm.
and important. I mean, does Drummond even know what the hell they're doing? Does Helena know what they're doing? It's just
Does
so funny to me
Natalie
that they
know what they're
refer to it.
doing?
What?
Does Natalie even know what they're doing?
I wonder now. The work is mysterious and important. I mean, does anybody? It makes me wonder, does anybody know what's going on other than James Egan and the board? Like, in terms of what they're actually doing here and why Cold Harbor is so important. It's just funny because he uses the same language that the innies use. the work is mysterious and important. That's what they're told. And he says this. So, I mean, maybe Drummond knows, but Helena doesn't know the whole reason for it all. I wonder now after he said that. Um, so Natalie says the board appreciates your sacrifice. They don't give her a choice.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even give her an option, like a chance to say, yes, okay, I'll do it. They just assume she's doing it. It's a foregone conclusion. And Natalie says the board appreciates your sacrifice. Yeah. Risking her life again to go in there with no say in it whatsoever. It's crazy. It's crazy. Um, and so it shows her going in with the light hitting her red hair in that beautiful way. Um, just highlighting the fact that, she's got this dual persona, the red and the blue, the red hair and the blue dress. Um, she goes into the elevator and look at her face. She she looks like like someone has a gun to her head. And
Mm-hmm.
it's basically like that's the situation. She's not doing this of her own free will. She looks like someone traumatized as she's doing this, and she is traumatized. I mean, they didn't even give her any break at all other than just taking the weekend to recover from almost being drowned. And it's just the mark of great writing that I can actually sympathize with her despite what she's done. Um, and the way that she's treated her own part of herself, her any, um, calling her not even a person and whatnot. Um, yeah, she looks terrified, but she doesn't have a choice. And then you see her transition, and we've got Helly back. She did a great job executing this, going from Helena, who's, you know, resigned to the task of what she's forced to do, and then this is Helly for the first time yet this season. She's back. And I put this in context. What Helly just experienced is batshit crazy because she went from being tackled on the stage after just, outing what Lumen is doing to the innies and they're torturing them. She's tackled. The next moment she wakes up and she's being drowned. And who knows what happened immediately after that. Um, but she's been through it. You can see that on her face here. She's, she's thrown back into this, and what a crazy traumatic experience to go from being tackled on stage one moment, and for her, it was like literally the next moment she wakes up and she's being drowned, and now she's forced to go back to work after, a weekend of being asleep. She was in outie mode. We didn't see the immediate aftermath of after she was drowned, almost drowned, but um I would think they just immediately sent her home, and you know now she finds herself waking up back in this hell again with a child inexplicably waiting for her, which is completely baffling for her. She's like, who the hell are you? And Ms. Wong looking like her creepy little self as usual, greeting her. She's like, she's uh she says to follow her and Mr. Milchick will explain. I mean, she can look like a sweet little schoolgirl one moment and then totally creepy and sinister the next. And she takes her to see Milchick. So they go, down to the office and reunite with the rest of the team. And so they're all completely bewildered. Um, they haven't had any time to process what just happened, so it's kind of chaos, basically. Mark immediately looks at her and asks, is she And Huang says, yeah, her innie. So, I mean, this is the first time innie Helly has reunited with everyone. So they're all just kind of reeling from what happened and losing Irving like that. So they all go into Milchick's office and um, so they're all freaking out, asking questions. Helly asks why. Yeah, well, Helly wants to know what's going on. Dylan asks, where's Irving? Helly asks why he was trying to drown her. And Dylan says, because you're an effing Egan. And she doesn't even have time to take in that news. No one has told her that before, I'm sure. So it's a lot to kind of absorb. And and Dylan says it kind of in such a nasty way. It's not her fault she's an Egan because you're an effing Egan. But he doesn't seem to hold it against her later on because it's not her fault. And Mark asks if she was spying on them. Dylan says the whole time. Yeah. Um, of course she was. She was there to be a spy. And Milchick explains that it's a Glasgow block. Helly's freaking out, saying, "Are you saying she was down here as me?" And Mark says maybe she still is. So that kind of sets the tone for him for the episode. He doesn't trust anything now. He can't be sure Helly is really Helly even now. Like, how does he know that it's not still Helena? They have no way of knowing. So it's a bizarre thing. And they're all demanding to know where Irving is. So Milchick says Helena Egan, in her executive capacity, was conducting valuable research. She's Helly says by stealing my effing body. So she feels, violated in that way, and she doesn't even know yet what happened with Mark, but she already feels violated because for her, I mean, she's a separate person. So it's like invasion of the body snatchers, like someone was invading her body, the other side of herself. And she feels like she's a person in her own right, and she is. So it's like, yeah, it's like her body was stolen from her. Um, hold on a second. Milchick says Irving had no knowledge of what management's intention was, and in so doing, he nearly drowned you. Our only option was permanent dismissal. And Dylan immediately, says, okay, so he's dead. Um, Milchick says Irving's outing has departed on an elongated cruise voyage, which is a bald-faced lie, of course. Um, and Dylan has his usual hilarious one-liner. I don't give three dry fucks about Irv's outie, which is great. Um, I'm having trouble hearing on my speaker. I might actually, God, I might switch devices. I don't know. I'm having trouble hearing much.
Mm.
Um, okay, I can hear now. Like when I think you laughed just a second ago. I couldn't hear it. Um,
I might have been really quiet. Sorry. I'm halfway
no, it's
sleepy.
okay. It's okay.
Hopefully, I'm not snoring,
Also,
and it's no offense. I'm really tired.
no, it's okay. But like even just hearing you now talking, it's hard to
Mm,
hear. My laptop speaker is something wrong with it.
mm,
Anyway, I'll just stick it out. It'll be easier to stay on this. So Helly says she doesn't have the right to take my identity. So she's really feeling
mm,
like a whole person in her own regard. She's, like she has her own separate identity, and it's true, she does. So it's funny because Helly and Helena both have the same feeling right now that they've both been um violated. Helly invaded Helena's space during that gala, and you know, she felt completely violated by that and traumatized by it because Helly tried to unalive her. So there's that, and now Helly feels the same way about Helena invading her space. And um so yeah, it opens up interesting thoughts, about how, like what really constitutes the self. In the context of the show, it's like two different sets of memories that it makes two different people. So, it's dicey. One of them taking over for the other like this and invading their space without their permission. And then then they lose their own bodily autonomy, like what we saw happen with Helly. I mean, Helly was violated too in that encounter with Mark. Helly didn't get to choose to sleep with Mark. That wasn't her choice. So, you know, they she was violated, Mark was violated.
Mhm.
It was not consensual for either one of them. Hallie didn't even know what she was doing, which is crazy. And if she does wind up pregnant,
Mhm.
I mean, God, talk about a violation. She didn't have
Mhm.
any say in that whatsoever.
Mhm.
So Milchick tells the story of the I am not gonna know how to say this properly, but Grok Chupan or
Oh
something.
yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Have you ever heard the story of the Grok Chupan? He says in ancient times, the king of Sweden himself was known to go incognito amongst his people in the hopes of learning his true grievances. He would don an old grey robe, a grok chipan, to disguise his royal vestments. Here Egan was known to do so himself in his ether factories, and Miss Egan was carrying on this noble tradition. Yeah, okay. Mark spots that for what it is. He's like, it smells like horse shit. Dylan says, yeah, Swedish horse shit. And Irving is still dead. Yeah. It is Swedish horse shit. They've been enlightened now. The blinders are off. They're not buying this bullshit propaganda anymore. So, yeah. Um so yeah, they don't believe that at all. And yeah, it's clearly nonsense propaganda. Um and yeah, so Milchick says Irving again. He repeats that Irving's outing departed on an elongated cruise voyage, and Dylan says, "Yeah, I know, but is he going to come back or not?" Milchick says he is not. So Mark responds, "Oh, some actual honesty," and Dylan says they're effing murderers. So yeah, it's essentially the equivalent of murder when you terminate an innie. It's a death. So yeah, it's like they're murderers. Um, Helly says you can't do this to people. Yeah, so there are all kinds of moral questions that are brought up by Severance like this. Like they basically created this person, and now he's gone. They wiped him out of existence, so it's like they murdered him. Um, I noticed that Mark didn't have much of a reaction to it compared to Helly and Dylan. He didn't have any reaction of outrage or anything like that. He's quiet in this, and we'll get into that more. But Milchick says it will take time to absorb all that has occurred. He says this went well. Yeah, okay. If you think this went well, he says he'll escort them back to MDR and reacclimate them to their work environment, which is now just three cubicles. They are not replacing Irving, which surprised me. I thought there needed to be four, naturally. Like, I thought, you know, there had to be four people in order to complete this team. And I guess that's not the case. When they fired the others before, Mark was given a full four-person team, including himself. But now they're down to three. So we're not sorry, Scarlet. We're not seeing the return of Mark W. or anybody else from the original team. I know you wanted them to come back, or at least one of them could have, but They're not replacing Irving. Surprising to me. Um, and and then we have like the overhead view of the three cubicles, and it's yeah, it's an interesting visual. It's not as much like the one with the four cubicles very much was reminiscent of, let's just say, the German symbol during World War II, um, which was, obviously a reference to like a fascist regime, the way that Lumen operates. Now it's just three. And, another thing I noticed, Dylan and Helly were the only ones who really had a big problem with this setup. Um, Dylan comes in and he's like, "What in the abominable fuck? Hell no, I'm not going near that thing. If you're taking feedback, I hate it." And Helly says, "Same." They don't even, they're so creeped out. Excuse me. They're so creeped out by this because all they've ever known is, a four-person team. Like that's what's natural and normal for them. So this for them, this is disturbing. Like, I'm not touching that. Like, this is just creepy. They don't even want to go near it. Mark honestly doesn't react at all. I noticed he's the first one to just turn his computer on and sit down, and then the others follow suit. It's like he's dealing with trauma in this episode. What happened to him being deceived by Helena, um, and being violated by her. We're seeing the aftermath of the trauma for him in this entire episode. At first, I didn't understand why he acted the way he did, but it's not that he doesn't care about Irving. It's not that at all. It's not that he doesn't care about his team, but I mean, he just spent the whole season so far thinking that he was getting closer to Helena, to Helly, developing a relationship with her, and looking for Miss Casey. He was mounting an enormous effort to find Miss Casey, his Audie's wife. Now, just to find out that he was being deceived the entire time, he's traumatized by that, and he's disillusioned. He just wants to give up at this point. Um, because there's nothing he can do. Like, he can't outsmart them. Um, and anyway, so they get to work, and Dylan picks up his picture from from season one. They all have this picture on their desk of the four of them, and Irving has been edited out. There's a new version of the photo, and just like Milchick said, true to his word, they wiped out all traces of Irving B's existence. He said it will be as if you never even existed. And now we were wondering if they were going to somehow wipe the memories of Irving from their heads, but I didn't really think that was going to happen, and it looks like that's not going to be the case. Um, who knows if it's possible? Maybe it's possible to wipe the memory of an individual off of the chip in their head, but they're not doing that clearly, and so it's not as if Irving never existed because they remember him. He's still so there's a trace of him. They remember him, they miss him, but they did wipe out all traces of him, his desk, his stuff, and even him in the photos, gone. That's cold. That's ice cold. Um, so Milchick says that the Ortpo was a challenge for us all in ways expected and not. Dylan says, "You mean like Jaime Egan's daughter grok chuponing us?" Another great line. And Milchick says, "Careful, Dylan, words have consequences. I'd hate to rescind some of your privileges." So this is how he's keeping him under control. He wants Dylan wants to keep seeing his wife in the visitation center, so Milchick is doing like a little threat there. Wouldn't want to rescind some of your privileges, and Dylan immediately shuts up and stops protesting. But he demands that they have a funeral for Irving. not a retirement party, a funeral. So finally calling it what it is, because it is like a death. It's like his innie ceased to exist. He died. So Dylan wants to honor him, and they became close. They were like bros. They were best bros by the time Irving died. So yeah, he wants a funeral, and Helly agrees. But when Milchick asks Mark, he says, as long as it's quick, so it doesn't take up the whole day, which comes off very cold. But we have to remember Mark is dealing with the aftermath of significant trauma right now, and he was violated by Helena. So um, I think it's not that he doesn't care about Irving, because he does, but he's kind of numb right now. And sometimes when you're dealing with trauma, you do come off as unfeeling. He's kind of just numb and blocking out his emotions right now, which I completely relate to. I mean, I do the same. Um, but yeah, Dylan is pissed at him, and Mark starts coughing and then leaves. I at first I thought that he was faking, because his cough sounded fake. I thought it was an excuse to get out of the room and go to the bathroom and get away from them, because he was acting so cold and he didn't want to deal with their responses, I guess. But now I'm thinking maybe his coughing was real, and I don't know, because near the end of the episode, Audi Mark also coughs. I think it may have something to do with his reintegration. So I actually think it was a real cough. Um, so he leaves, and Milchick radios to Ms. Wong and says, meet him in the back office. We need to ready a bereavement kit for MDR. So they have a protocol for this sort of thing. It's called a bereavement kit. I'll get to that when we get to the scene, but um, so Mark goes to the bathroom, and he's looking in the mirror, and like he looks like completely numb. He looks like he's still in shock about what happened to him. You can see it in his face. This is where, he was just kind of he had a more flat affect with the others and cold looking, but as he's alone here, you can see on his face that he's truly in shock and reeling from the trauma of what he just went through, being deceived like that by Helena, being violated, and all of his efforts being for nothing, looking for his Audi's wife, knowing that Helena was spying the whole time and knows what he was up to. He was like full of purpose, feeling like he actually had a shot at, taking back some power and trying to get this done, and now he just feels powerless, helpless. So, um, so Helly knocks on the door, and she's like, "I'm coming in," because he doesn't respond. So she just barges in anyway, and he puts this wet cloth on his neck. I don't know what that's about exactly, but I think he's having some minor side effects already from the reintegration. Um, now, oh, we've got 40 people here. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Um, we do these lives every Monday night. It's normally 10:15 p.m. Eastern, but we started late today. Um, David, I mean, that's a theory. You can argue that, but I that's your opinion that this isn't Mark feeling violated and that they were both moles. I personally don't agree. Um, I know you have a theory that Mark was actually somehow a mole too, but I don't agree. Um, I know you think that somehow like Mark was actually his Audi, and yeah, that's a theory. I mean, we'll get into that in a bit. I know I know like you thought that Mark was in your opinion Mark was learning for the first time that he had that exchange with Helena at the end of the episode, and he does look surprised when Milchick says it. So it's possible that they were both moles. I just don't see the evidence for I don't see enough evidence for me to be convinced of it right now. But I'll keep an open mind. Um, I still think that he feels violated here, in my opinion. Um, I mean, the way that he's acting in this episode, he's I mean, he's so cold and just blocking out his feelings regarding Irving. I mean, why would he be doing that if he's not feeling traumatized? I mean, what is the motivation for him to be acting like an asshole to his friends in this episode? Um, I think it's an effect of the trauma. Um, yes, John. It's the reintegration sickness. We see PD coughing too. Yes, I forgot about PD coughing. I thought so because he's coughing, and then at the end, Mark's outie is coughing too. This cough seemed like it was fake, to be honest. No shade to Adam Scott, but it was kind of a fake sounding cough. So when I first watched it, I thought, I think he's faking to get away from them. Um, I know Irv deserves better, Muncher Luncher, but I don't think that we know how much Mark cares about his team, but he feels so helpless right now. He's, you know, if you just setting aside the Mark feeling violated, Mark just realized that all of his efforts that he's been going to were for nothing, that he's been tricked this entire time trying to find Miss Casey, his wife on the outside. No matter what he does, it's like a chess game, and they're always a few steps ahead, the the people in control. So I understand why he's acting this way. He's not an asshole, and it's not that he doesn't care. Um, now, so if you could please hit the like button, by the way, I would appreciate it. Um, let's see. I mean, Miss J's reviews. I, I don't think he's just annoyed. That's not who Mark is. Mark, remember how any Mark cares so much about his people. It cares about his team. He's this isn't like him. He's not acting like himself in this episode. Really pay attention to how he's acting and then compare it to the way he treats his team in every other episode. It's completely different. There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Um, yeah. So let's see. Hey Jen Hack, nice to see you. Nice to see you. David says, so David thinks that Outie Mark is on a mission by the reintegration lady. That's why he doesn't care and wants a short funeral so he can get back to work as a mole. When the superego is gone, the shadow comes out to play. That's interesting. I don't think that he could be a mole yet because he himself said when he was on the outside, remember that they've only even done one treatment. He's impatient to do another one. He said he hasn't remembered anything else. And he says that in this episode to Reghabi. Like, when are we going to do the next one? He hasn't remembered anything. And Reghabi says, we need to wait. We need to wait another day. This is risky. And so I just don't think that they've done enough to make him capable of being a mole yet. It's too soon. Now, later, yes, I think so. But I just think it's too soon. He hasn't, they haven't done enough. He and Reghabi haven't done enough yet. So that's my opinion, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, let's see. Um, yes, isn't this shot great, John? I was gonna say, look at this shot. You can see her reflection representing Helena slash Helly talking to Mark. Duality, right? I love it. I love it. I I was gonna say the same thing. Isn't that terrific? Hey, Martin. Hey, Martin. Let's see. Oh, what happened with Susie? I missed something in the chat. I'm sorry. What did somebody pass away? Why does everyone die of my birthday? Um, oh, I'm sorry. The dude I was with for 10 years literally just called me and his dad died on my birthday yesterday. And I'm sorry to hear that, Susie. Um, I'm so sorry. Um, yeah, my thoughts and prayers are with you and you can do this. You can do this. You know, I know it's got to be tough to know what to say, but you're a very kind and sweet and loving person, and I'm sure you'll figure out the right words. You'll come up with what you need to say. Just speak from your heart. Just speak from your heart, and you can't go wrong. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Hang in there, Susie. Um, Grow and Thrive says common trauma response to withdraw and shut down. Indeed, Grow and Thrive. Yes. Um, Doc, yes, SA is traumatizing, so I feel for him. 100%. Grow and Thrive. Mark is angry at being violated, so he acts out and takes his anger out on the others. 100%. He's angry and he's lashing out. That it's just it couldn't be clearer to me that he's angry and lashing out, in my opinion. That's what I think's going on here, but um I'll see you later, Martin. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Um, I am gonna tell you what, I'm going to do so the last few streams I keep saying this is gonna be a call-in, it's gonna be a call-in, and then we take too long to get around to posting the call-in link. Um, so let me get through this scene, and I'm gonna post the call-in link for anybody that wants to join and pop in. I don't know what's going on with Scarlet. She dropped off. I know she's really tired. She's juggling a lot like I am. So I'm gonna post the call-in link, and if anybody wants to hop on, you can, and we'll just keep going through the episode breakdown. Um, but I just want to say something before I do. I just want to say something about this scene. Um, we love you. We love you, Susie. Hang in there. We're here for you. We're here for you. We've got all the Frumley and the Severaholics or whatever we're gonna call ourselves. We're here for you. Um, so okay, let me just say something quick, and then I'm gonna post the call-in link in case anybody wants to pipe in and discuss as we go through the episode. So Mark comes in and Helly asks if he's okay. He says, no, not really. She says, yeah, this is seriously effed up. So you couldn't tell she wasn't me. And you can tell she kind of feels a little hurt by that. Like he couldn't tell. And this is rough. They were getting close, the two of them. They were developing a bond. They had feelings for each other. They had that kiss in season one, and she doesn't even know what happened yet with Helena and Mark. And even just knowing that he was spending time with her is upsetting to her. You can tell and that he wasn't able to tell the difference. It's she already feels violated just knowing that Helena was pretending to be her, taking her identity. And I love these shots showing both her and Helena kind of through the mirror. It's just so beautiful, the duality of it, the reflection. I love how the show does stuff like that. So Helly asks, what was she like? And Mark says, like you, or you're like her. I don't know. I don't know who you are, I guess. I guess, so he's just feeling very cynical and disillusioned right now. And it's understandable. It's like he has no idea how to trust anything or anyone anymore, including her. How does he know she's not Helena right now? She's not. I truly believe they're not going to pull that again because that would be redundant. If she's Helena again right now, that would just be predictable and redundant. we've already had the mole thing. I truly believe this is Helly, but Mark has no way of knowing that this is the case. How does he know? So he's questioning everything. It's like what's the difference even between Helly and Helena? He doesn't even know because remember, Helena was so effective at pretending to be Helly that it's like he doesn't even really know who Helly is anymore. He's so just cynical and jaded by it all, understandably so. And Helly says, he, he says, I don't know who you are, I guess. And she says, yes, you do. Mark responds just kind of an unconvinced, okay. And, you know, Helly says, it's not my fault that my Audi hijacked me. Mark responds just, yeah, I know, it sucks. And Helly says, what happened to you up there? He doesn't say. Um, he just says, it doesn't matter. Helly asks, do you want to hear what happened to me? And he says, no, I don't. And let's just try to forget it, okay? And then he leaves. So he doesn't even want to, he doesn't want to hear about her experience, what happened to her. We don't even know what happened to her after she woke up after the drowning. Like, she wants to talk to him about what they went through together, and he's just completely shutting down, which by the way is a classic trauma response. And I know from personal experience, unfortunately. Um, he's shutting down and he doesn't want to talk about it. Unfortunately, this is what I do too. It's a really maladaptive coping mechanism, not just blocking out unpleasant things that you don't want to discuss, traumatic experiences and feelings. So he shuts down. He's just like, it doesn't matter what happened. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't express his feelings. He's just like, yeah, it sucks. It's a trauma response. So I truly believe that he's exhibiting classic signs of trauma in this episode. Anger and um, you know, that coping mechanism of blocking things out and shutting down your feelings, shutting down your emotions. Um, and Helly looks so hurt by all of this because she has feelings for him. They both have feelings for each other, and she went through a horrible traumatic experience herself, going from being tackled on a stage to waking up being drowned and finding out that Helena invaded her body, invaded her space. So, and then Mark is now basically rejecting her and shutting her out. So, yeah, I really feel for her in this scene. So yeah, I tell you what, okay, I'm gonna post the link to anybody that wants to join if you want to say anything. If not, I can continue just talking myself. I'm okay with that now. But yeah, there's the link. I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. This is crazy too, right here. It looks like it looks like they have cups ready for any of them to die or get fired at any given time. Um, so this is part of the bereavement kit. They have these cups with people's faces on them. And so Milchick selects the one for Irving's face because he's the one who's, you know, quote unquote deceased now. And it's just kind of it's chilling when you look at this because they've got these all ready in case they, you know, basically unalive any of them. There's Mark, Dylan, and there's Helly. Um, hold on, I'm trying to pin the link to the top of the chat. It's taking forever, but um, give me a second. Oh, grow and thrive. I see you. Sorry, it didn't make a noise. Hey, hi, grow and
Hey,
thrive. Welcome.
hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. How are you?
Yeah, me too. Um, I had an interesting thought about what Milchick might do next. Uh, He might have to call a therapist in the office and give them like a group therapy session or something.
I
Be-
agree.
because they're all traumatized by what happened to Irving, and
Yep,
they feel betrayed and they feel vulnerable. So Mark might shut
yep.
down completely and not do any work at all. And they want him to finish Cold Harbor. So it wouldn't surprise me if they brought in a therapist to do a group session. I think it would be really funny, actually. I could see them doing that.
I could totally see them doing that, and they really need that. I mean, their version of therapy was basically the wellness sessions, but that's not what they need. They don't need to hear about what their outies are doing right now. They need legitimate therapy. They really do.
Exactly. And I wanted
Yeah.
to ask you a question about the team building excursion outdoors.
Yep.
I I don't understand why Milchick did that, because first of all, he said, "Well, you all were asking to go out," and that's not true. None of them asked to go out. The people that wanted
No.
to go out were the replacements that were there for one day, the ones that were fired. Mark didn't want to work with them. They were the ones
Yes.
that wanted to go outside. Uh,
Yes.
so I keep wondering, why did Milchick do this? Because they were so close. He's very close to finishing Cold Harbor. I,
Yes.
I think there's something going on behind the scenes there that we don't know about, and I suspect it has to do with Helena. I
Yep.
think she's the one that wanted to go out there, because I think she wanted to get it on with Mark. I believe that. And does that mean she wants to get pregnant by him? I don't know. Maybe. But
Right.
I think she's behind it. I do. What do you think about that?
It could be. It could be. Um, there's something in this episode though that makes me think that it may have been Milchick's idea to do it. When they're doing the performance review, they tell him that he planned this Ortbo retreat and it failed. So it sounded like it may have been Milchick's doing to me, just based on what they said in this episode. Um, as far as Helena, I think I think she personally, I think that they forced her to go back in and as Helly, pretend to be Helly and all of that. I think they forced her, but she was enjoying it. She wanted to be with Mark. Like I think that was something she genuinely wanted to do, and they didn't make her do it or anything like that. Because it seemed genuine. I think she really wanted to experience love and affection that she's never had in her life. And as much as she views these innies as subhuman, I think she was enjoying the freedom that they have. Ironically, she was freer as Helly than she's ever been in her real life, and Helly is the one who's trapped in there as an innie.
Oh, I
Um,
agree. I think she, when they were by the campfire, I think she was really, yeah, they were laughing like little kids. They were really enjoying themselves. She loved it. She loved the freedom she had. I do think that she wanted to experience love, but I
mhm.
can't help thinking that she was behind the whole outing, though, because I don't see why Milchick would do it on his own. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's out of a controlled environment. Their sole goal is to have Mark finish Cold Harbor, and he's been working on it. He got his team
Right,
back.
right.
So I don't see why he would need to disrupt that. There's something
I
there that we don't know.
I think mainly it's because he's inept. He's not up to the task of this job, and like that's why they were blasting him for it in that performance review. I think that he's just failing miserably, and he is not up to the task of doing Cobell's job. That's what I think.
Yeah, right.
Personally, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, but that was
Yeah,
extremely risky. Anything could have
very.
happened to these people,
They could have
you know?
died. They could have died.
They, they could have died. Yeah.
And it's
Um,
interesting because they were notified because Mark mentioned it. So they were notified in advance that their innie is going to be gone for 2 days on this outing. That's why that they all came with their winter coats on and everything, because the Audis knew to dress that way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so this was planned. It wasn't like let's just do this, on the fly. They did plan it. Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I do think that Milchick is not Cobell. Not by any means is he Cobell. Uh, he can't handle the floor. No, he can't. And maybe he wanted to be nice. He wants them to like him. Maybe that was the whole point of the retreat. But it had the opposite effect. It divided everybody. Uh,
It did.
you
Yeah.
know, but it's interesting to see where they're going to go with this now. Yeah, I wonder if Milchick will turn against Lumen and side with them. What do you think?
Um, I think that he's starting to be turned off. He's having conflicting feelings because of those racist blackface paintings. So
Uh-huh.
I do think that he's starting to be turned off by it, but I think that ultimately he is a true believer in the cult, and he's desperate to continue to get approval and to you know to to prove himself after that terrible performance evaluation, which we're going to get to as we break this down. But I think he wants to. I think he really wants that approval. He still really wants it.
Yeah.
And Miss Huang, though, right here in this scene, seems like she's kind of after his job, and she's,
Hmm.
you know, she's she's putting her in his place. She says, "I thought bereavement events were for innies who die on the floor." So apparently, this is something that
Yeah.
they do. They do bereavement events when innies die at work, but
I want to know
Milchick.
I want to know the history of the people that died at work.
I know, right? Yeah.
Enough that they have to have a rule.
Right. Yeah. That'd be crazy. Then how does that work? Like, God, yeah, they die at work, and then they have like, how do they explain that to the outside world? They must come up with, obviously lies, just like they lie when they injure themselves in some way. But Milchick says something interesting too. He says the affections index for Irving B was in the high 60s. What the hell is the affections index? How do they measure how much? So apparently these chips in their heads must give management a lot of data, including
Mm.
like the amount of affection. They can
Popu-
quantify the amount of affection they have.
Popularity index.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So he says it'll help them to grieve. So they can literally like quantify the numerical amount of this affection. It was in the high 60s for Irving. I'm surprised it's not higher than that actually. But this was a great line. Miss Huang says, "May I ask a question?" And he's like, "You may." She says, "This shows how diabolical this kid is. You shouldn't let them have a
Hmm.
funeral. It makes them feel like people."
Hmm.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
not
Wow. So
also not a question.
Right.
it's not a question. He's like, it's not a question. It was an opinion, unsolicited. And and see, the thing is, she's definitely brainwashed into the cult. I think like Scarlet suggested, she's probably living at the Egan School for Girls,
Hmm.
like Harmony Cobell probably did, and she's been brainwashed from a young age into this cult. So she sees the innies as non-human entities. They're not even people. So
Right.
why should they have a funeral? That's cold. That's
And
ice
and
cold.
she's gunning for his job, it looks like.
I think
Hmm.
so. I think so. Because then, because he says that was an unsolicited question, she does ask a question, which is extremely passive aggressive. She smiles and says, Your first performance review is today, right?"
Yeah.
And she knows it's not going to go well, and she has a wicked little smile on her face as she says it. That's savage.
Yeah.
Like, she says, "That was a question." Like, your first performance review is today, right? That was a question. She knows that he's going to get reamed. She
Yeah.
knows. And and he's like, wow, okay. He doesn't even address it and just leaves. He's like, you focus on the mournful signage. They're printing these signs that are like these weird pixelated 80s looking things,
Mhm.
and and this weird, like, it looks like it's from the 80s, this pixelated
Mhm.
video of Irving walking out on a stage.
Yeah,
What the hell?
you almost wonder if she didn't tell like her superiors about the paper clips and stuff.
Oh yeah. 100% it was her. I know it must have been her that reported him. Definitely. She's gunning for his job. She reported him. She, I mean, I'm convinced of it. Yeah. Um, but wow. I mean, she's such a cute, sweet-looking little girl, but she is diabolical. And she doesn't look at them as people. They shouldn't have a funeral because they're not people. Wow. She's colder than him. You know, I thought that Milchick was ice cold, but honestly, in this season, they're humanizing him a lot more. I'm
Yeah.
seeing the human side of Milchick. He actually does have a heart in there, and he's not as cold as her. He's letting them have this funeral, and she wouldn't have done that. She would have said no.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. I mean, he's
And
still
and she's
obviously he's an antagonist in the series and everything. He's a member of the cult. Like he's part of the machine that's oppressing them. However, he does have some heart in there. He if anything, he's a little too kind to them, and they blast him for that in his performance review too. So, you know, he's a complex character, and we're seeing more of that this season. I like that.
and I think Miss
The-
Wang is also more colder than Cobell is.
oh
I mean,
yes,
Cobell acts very cold, but she does have feelings deep down.
she
But Miss
does.
Wang
Oh,
doesn't seem to have any feelings.
I haven't seen any sign of feeling from her whatsoever. She's probably the coldest character I've seen yet, honestly. That because Helena has feelings. I've seen her feeling traumatized, and
Mhm.
I've seen her enjoying herself pretending to be Helly, and I believe that was genuine. But yeah, Miss Wong,
Mhm.
ice cold.
She's more like a sociopath, actually.
Mhm. Like even
Yep.
Natalie, you can see a lot in Natalie's eyes that's different than what she's,
Oh yeah.
doing. So,
Oh yes. Natalie has shown more humanity just in her eyes, the way she
mhm.
communicates with her eyes. But this kid, I haven't seen
With
anything.
this one.
She is a
She might be
sociopath.
more robotic than anything else, but yeah, definitely there's some
Oh,
evil
no
there.
wonder.
There's definitely some psychosis there.
Yet, you phrased it perfectly when you said sociopath. That's the perfect word to describe how she has acted so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah. And that's not true of Milchick. I mean, honestly, like that's not true of Milchick or Cobell. So yeah.
Sociopaths have no empathy whatsoever.
Yep.
None. And a lot of extreme narcissists are sociopaths. They have no empathy. So that's what we're dealing
Right.
with here. Somebody who has no empathy. So that's scary.
Yeah. It is. That's truly scary because you can't appeal to them. You can't appeal to their sense of ethics or humanity or morals or anything like that. They're, amoral. They're above all of that. You can't, there's no way that you can get through to a person like that.
No.
That's the scary thing about them.
Yep.
I read this book in high school, The Heart of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Joseph
and that
Conrad.
character, yep, by Conrad. In
Mm-hmm.
Heart of Darkness, there was a character named, I believe, Kurtz,
Mm-hmm.
and he was an amoral person, basically a sociopath. And it was described as really the most dangerous kind of person that there is because you can't, there's no way that you can appeal to their sense of decency or morality or ethics. They don't have any,
No.
nothing.
They don't see
Yeah,
people as people.
right.
They see people as objects that they can manipulate and play with their
Yes.
emotions. That's it. They are
Hey, Jen.
strictly out for themselves. They are liars, cheaters. They steal. They
Yep.
will hurt anyone who stands in their way. Anybody.
Yep.
That's what's so scary about them.
Have you seen Apocalypse Now, Julie?
Actually, no, I haven't.
That's
Nope.
based on Heart of Darkness. That's what that movie's based on.
Oh, I should watch that. That Heart of
Yeah.
Darkness was a fantastic book.
Yeah, I took a
Oh,
Joseph
very
Conrad
dark.
class. I took a Joseph Conrad class in college. That's a lot of hard C's. Joseph Conrad class in college. Yikes. Read a lot
Yeah,
of stuff.
it's
A lot of
dark.
people who actually are, well, some people, there are some innocent people in jail as well, but a lot of criminals have sociopathic tendencies because
Right,
they're only out for themselves, so they will hurt other people to get what they need. But
right.
it's when you come across someone like that, and another thing about sociopaths, which we did not mention, is they're very charismatic usually.
Mhm.
They have beautiful
Yes,
smiles and they're able to fool everyone. A lot of
yes.
serial killers like Ted Bundy,
Mhm.
they're charmers. Well, she's not a charmer though. Well, actually she is, Miss Huang. Yeah, she
Yeah,
smiles.
she's kind of a charmer.
Yeah, she acts very cute. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
She's a charmer.
Oh yeah.
She got Thurman skills.
Yeah, she does. Yes. Yeah, she's got charm to her for sure. Yeah. Um, so um oh, did you what was that? What was the little remember when they played this video, they played this little song. What the hell song was that? It's like dun dun da 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 da
Oh, it's
da.
like the song they play at funerals. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a classical
It,
piece of music. I can't remember, but yeah, but it's do 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 do.
except it was in video game sound it sounded
Yeah,
like a video game from the 80s
yeah. Sounds like what they would
along with
play at the end of the Oregon Trail if you died of what was it, dysentery,
yes, yes.
with a
It would
little
say like
graphic of a gravestone.
yeah. Like it would say
Oh, the
you
funeral
just died of
march.
dysentery.
See, Jen hacks on it. She says funeral march. So cool. Thanks. Funeral march.
Yes. Except in 80s video game tone, which was I thought
Yeah.
hilarious. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, um so again with the old tech, like continuing the theme of old technology. So they get to so that we do the funeral thing and Milchick says that normally so here we have more cult language, okay? So they're substituting God for Kier, or Kier for God rather. He says, I love how this language has become more overt this season, the fact that this is a cult worshiping Kier as a god. He says, normally when an innie goes to be with Kier, we hold a retirement party which they attend. But given the sudden and frigid events which brought us here, that's not feasible. As such, let's each take 9 seconds to remember Irving and thank Kier for our time with him.
Julie, I just want to
So they're
interrupt you
replacing
for one
God with
second.
Kier.
Look at the mugs they're holding. Look at the strange shape of the
Well,
mugs.
yep,
Very unusual.
yep.
There's 2 rings there. I wonder what that symbolizes.
Like brass knuckle.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like brass knuckles, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Except with only 2. Yeah,
Or a B for bird.
yep. Or B for bird, but all of the mugs they showed a whole shelf full of them in the storage room that had Mark's face, Dylan's face, and Helly's face, and they
Yes,
looked exactly the same,
right.
which is so creepy. They've got those ready to go in case they die or retire or forced to be retired. No.
It's
Um,
so weird that there's 2 rings like that. I've never seen that. I don't know. I've never seen that on a mug. Did you?
never. No.
Oh.
maybe representative of the
I've seen that on
two
babies' hands.
selves. I don't know, but um, but I just found it so interesting how he describes it as, when an innie goes to be with Kier, we hold a retirement party. So it's just like, saying like a person has, is going to be with God, or going to be with Jesus, whatever. Um,
Hmm.
Instead of substituting that, like when a person dies, they say they're with God now. The innie is with Kier. That's what they say. We've never
Mhm.
heard this kind of language before. So I found that so interesting that now
Yeah.
the cult language is so much more overt this season, and
But by the oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
well, I was just gonna say, and the fact that they're openly acknowledging that retiring does mean that the innie is dying. So they tell them they're going to be with Kier. It is like a death. They do
Hmm.
admit it. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Oh, the funeral march is Chopin. I just wanted to look it up.
Oh, okay. Chopin.
But with
Yeah.
Bert, they didn't refer to his retirement as the death of any Bert.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't, but the innies apparently they do look at it that way, and
Yeah.
and they
I mean, look
but
at
they're
Felicia. Felicia misses Bert so much.
she's grieving.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah,
she is grieving. Yep.
she's grieving. Um then the way he says that, let's thank Kier for our time with him. It's all everything God is always substituted with Kier. Praise Kier, let's thank Kier for our time with him. I don't know why 9 seconds. Like, let's take 9 seconds to remember him.
So weird.
Well, we gotta get back to work.
Why 9 seconds? And then he's like, "There now, you may lift your heads and open your eyes." That was quick. Okay. Um, and then they have a eulogy from Dylan, which was really sweet. Um, remember how I forgot to say, remember how in Bert's retirement party, Irving was the only one who was actually openly acknowledging the fact that this is a death. He said,
Right.
"So you're all just gonna stand there and watch him die." They were all just celebrating, having a good time. Nobody seemed sad, including Bert. It was as if they didn't regard it as a death. Um,
Yeah.
but but it really is, it's weird that they weren't more sad at Bert's retirement party. Um, given that they do, acknowledge that this is the end of their life as an innie, and they're going to be with Kier. It's weird to me, but
I wonder if the fact
um,
that, because, Audi Bert did record a video saying goodbye to everybody, that he was retiring. He says, I don't
right.
know any of you, but I'm sure we had fun times, you know.
Hmm.
But maybe
Yeah,
that was a closure for them so that they didn't grieve because the Audi Bert spoke to them.
that probably helped. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
that was
here
hilarious.
Irving just disappeared, so it's like he really did die. There was no there
Yeah,
was no message from his Audi saying, "Hey, I'm okay. I'm retired,"
right. Yeah, um, that's true. Anyway, Dylan says, it's hard to pinpoint a favorite Irving story for the least fun guy in the world. He was really fun. He put the dick in contradiction. I loved that. One time he was pissed at me for watering down the toner, so he put toner in my water cup. He stopped me before I drank it, though. He just wanted to make a point, not harm me physically. But I did accidentally take a sip of it later because I forgot he said that. That was funny. Um, he said he asked me for help with something near the end, and I didn't listen. And in his final moments, he would have been totally justified in telling me to suck my own F. I'm not gonna say the word, but he didn't. And he was awesome, and I miss him. Um, yeah, that was hilarious. Even with his sadness, Dylan still manages to crack the jokes. He's always got the best jokes, best lines. And yet you can really see how much he's gonna miss his friend too.
Yeah.
Um, he's truly grieving. Yeah, they got close. They were like best bros, the two of them.
Yeah.
And he feels guilty because he didn't help. He didn't listen to Irving when he said he doesn't trust Helly, and he now he's carrying that guilt. Now, if you look at Mark, Mark is very disconnected from what's going on here. He looks at Dylan a little bit, but then he looks down and he's just it's like he's not even there. His head is somewhere else. I think because he's just still processing the trauma of what just happened to him, being fooled this entire season, all of his efforts looking for Miss Casey for nothing, and then being duped by Helena like that, or
Yeah, I
Helena, or
mean,
whatever. I don't know.
yeah, a
Yeah,
common response with trauma too, in addition to shutting down and withdrawing, is to be flooded with the actual memories of what happened. So he might be
right.
flooded, remembering constantly what happened on that outing,
Oh
and
yeah,
it just makes him want to get the hell away from everyone as fast as he can. That's
oh
my
yeah.
impression. Yeah.
I agree. Yep. Yeah. So when I first watched it, I was confused as to why he was acting like that, and on my second viewing, I understood it. I really paid attention to how he was acting, and I recognized the trauma responses that were going on. So,
He's
yeah, I think it's
frightened.
really,
Wh-
huh?
When a person um when a person is actually angry, it they're covering up for fear. What underlies
Yes.
anger is terrible fear. He's terrified because he feels
Mm-hmm.
no one has his back. He can't trust anybody. Look, his best friend Petey disappeared. Now Irving
Yep.
is gone. And he thought Helly was somebody else. And now he doesn't know who she is. And maybe he
Mm-hmm.
really liked Helena. That's what I was thinking too. Maybe he really liked her. And now he's like, well, then who is Helly? Do I really like Helly now? And maybe I don't like anybody. Maybe I just want to get the hell out of here, you know? So I think that's
Oh
where he's
yeah.
coming from. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. He doesn't, yeah, he doesn't know what to think anymore. Did he even ever really know her? Like what she was Helena acted so similar to Helly that it was like, eh, you know, he just doesn't know what to think anymore regarding her. He doesn't know
Right. Yeah. He
how
said to
he
her,
feels.
she said, couldn't you tell us apart? He said, no, I, I,
Yeah,
I, I don't, I can't tell you apart now. You know?
yeah. And the person who was betraying him so much and violating him, he doesn't. She was acting indistinguishable to him from the Helly he knew. So yeah, I can understand why he's acting like this.
Yeah.
And you know, Milchick, Milchick says, he's got refreshments for them, and it's this creepy watermelon head of Irving, and it's like this special watermelon from Malaysia or something that's got like black. So that for some reason it's got like black on it. Irving didn't have black hair, so I don't really get that, but okay. Um, it's so creepy. It's so creepy. And when I first saw this in the trailer, I knew that meant any Irving was going to die. I thought there's no way they'd make a watermelon head of him like this unless he was going to die. And he basically did, or any
Yeah.
Irving died.
Yeah.
Um, it's super creepy. They're eating pieces of his head. It's so weird. And um, and then Miss Wong was going to play the theremin, I believe it is, but
Yeah,
he stops her.
what is that actually? I couldn't make it out. What is that?
It's it's some kind of instrument. It's an obscure instrument that I've never heard of, and Scarlet actually plays it, I think. Scarlet said, I don't know if Scarlet is there. Are you there, Scarlet? I
I
don't know
think she
if she
dropped
stepped
off.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Scarlet actually plays the theremin, but
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I've never heard of it.
no, I haven't
Sh
either.
Ms. Wong was really eager to play it though, and I think he's kind of getting his revenge on her for that little passive aggressive comment she made in
Yeah.
the and so he says, "Nope, we're done now." So he doesn't let her play it because he is her boss. He's, you know. he's her boss, so she has to listen.
Right?
And so yeah, she doesn't get to play her theremin. And they leave, and then like the three of them just kind of eye this watermelon head, like, what the heck? Yeah, it's kind of dark humor. It's dark comedy right here.
Yeah.
It's so freaking weird. Ms. Wong is pissed because she practiced and she wanted to play it, and he says, "Oh, you can play it for me later, yes?" Just
Payback
shuts her
is a
right down.
bitch.
Payback's a bitch. Yep. So then um so there, see how Mark is? Look at his face. Look at how he is just completely checked out
Yeah.
mentally as he's eating this watermelon. He's like he's there, but he's not there
Yeah.
mentally. You can see it in his eyes. That's
Yeah.
trauma right there.
Definitely. Definitely,
Yeah.
Julie, that is trauma. Absolutely.
And I know it because I unfortunately live it. So I know it when I see it, and I've seen it around me as well.
Yeah.
So he's just going through the motions. He's just eating it, and he's just not even present at all. He's not there for his friends. He comes off as cold and indifferent, but it's not that at all. It's not that he doesn't care. We know he cared for Irving.
Oh, yeah.
Um, I mean, Helly and Dylan are supporting each other. She's like, "Are you okay?" And he says, "How about you?" Yeah. And then Mark just goes to leave, and she's like, "You're not staying." He says, "I've got to get to work, but great ceremony, guys." Oh my God, and look at this. They're eating Dylan has his ear. He's eating Irving's ear.
How
This is
weird
so
is that?
it's so weird.
It's like
Oh my God.
cannibalism.
It is.
It
It's kind of
reminds
like,
me of that Yellow Jackets thing. That's funny.
right? And
Oh,
it reminds me of Van Gogh, it's like Van Gogh lost
yeah.
an ear.
Yeah. That's right.
Um, I wonder if they
Well,
meant that as a little reference to Van Gogh.
it's so bizarre. I mean, yeah, yeah, I could see that because because the message is in the picture. That's right.
Right?
That's the tie-in to Van Gogh. It's so weird
Mhm.
though that they would have his face, that they're eating his face.
I
It is so
know.
diabolical. It's strange.
I know, right?
I mean, is there some
Seriously.
religious symbolism there? We talked about Kier being godlike, eating the body, eating part of the person, their essence. I don't know.
Hmm.
It's just really bizarre.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. That's really
Hmm.
interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um,
Like
oh, hey,
taking
Grant Gregory.
communion, like taking communion, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Like taking communion. Um, hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Yes, feel free to jump on too when you get home. We'd be happy to have you. Hey, Steve Wickert. I took it as Dylan eating his ear out of regret for not listening to Irv. You nailed it. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Oh my God, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's
That's
so,
great.
that's it because he feels so guilty for not listening. Remember the last thing he yelled down to Dylan when he was up on the cliff? He said, Irv, I'm sorry I didn't listen. And he says it again in this episode.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, sorry, I I forget how he put it, but it's later on in my notes. But he says basically the same thing before he leaves the room. Yes. Wow. Beautiful symbolism. This show is amazing.
Yeah. It really
Wow.
is. Yeah. That was a good catch there. I agree. Definitely.
Yep. Yes. Like, that is awesome. Um, John said in the last episode, Irv's left ear was hanging out of his stocking hat the whole episode? No way. Oh, that's cool. You know what? I remember that. I remember thinking his hat is on crooked. And so yeah, his ear was sticking out, his left ear, and that's the ear that Dylan is eating. That's eerie foreshadowing too. That's cool. See,
Wow.
this is why I love doing. I love having these conversations. The things that people catch. I love
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And because this show is so deep and there is so much to analyze, and oh my God, it's just one of the best shows I've ever seen, really. It's
Yeah, I
genius.
agree. It is. It's amazing.
So yeah, so Mark goes to leave and Helly's just like, what's wrong with you? You're not staying. He's like, great ceremony, guys. She says, seriously? And he says, I mean, isn't it kind of over? And Dylan just wants to, let it go, but Helly kind of pushes and says, Irving was your friend. Why don't you give a shit? He says, because he's not dead, he's just not here. This is a line, by the way, that comes back later in the episode that Audi Mark says about Gemma. She's not dead, she's just not here. So I thought
Right.
that was a cool parallel, you know,
Yeah. Do
literally the
you
same
think
line.
do you think that Audi Mark is bleeding through a little bit when he said that?
Yes, I
Mm-hmm.
do.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Because
Yeah.
that's too uncanny that he says essentially the same line um, in both forms in this episode. So yeah,
Right.
definitely. He says he's not dead, he's just not here. Um, and and at that point, Dylan has had enough of his shit and just he does this really passive aggressive thing, pretty savage. He says, "You two catch up? Did you tell her Ms. Casey is your wife yet?" Helly didn't know this. This is huge. And Dylan just drops that bomb, which is kind of unfair to her too. But he says it, and she's like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, he was
Because he's
getting back at Mark for not caring, not showing that he cares, wanting to
yep.
leave the funeral so fast. Yeah.
Yep. But that dropped a bomb on Helly, a bombshell on her. Like she's been developing this relationship with Mark, and finding out that he has a wife on the outside is huge news for her.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for her. She's been through so much.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
trauma that she went through is crazy in this season, really.
Yeah,
And
it
now she finds
really
this.
she has been through a lot of trauma.
I mean, think about it, how she went from being tackled on stage one moment to the next moment waking up and finding yourself being drowned, almost drowned. Like, and
Oh,
then she finds out that Helena took over her body. She doesn't even know yet that Helena slept with Mark, pretending to be her. She doesn't even know that part yet. I mean, the trauma is just massive, what
yeah.
she's been through here.
And if she ends up pregnant, forget it. That will
Oh,
that will send
geez.
her over the edge.
Oh my God, yeah. Eh, eh, This is just too much. So she goes after Mark, and she's, obviously wanting to know what the hell's going on now. What do we do next? What are we going to do? What the hell, And um, Mark just dismisses it. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's my Audi's wife, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's just completely detached from it all. And she's asking, why don't you want to talk to me? He's like, well, what do you want to talk about? She says, maybe the fact that Miss Casey's your Audi's wife. What are we gonna do? And this is where it finally comes out why he's acting like this. A part of why he's acting like this anyway, because he says, we're not gonna do anything. Um, and she says, we'll work as a team, we'll figure this out. And he says, we'll? There's no we, Helly. It doesn't matter because they're smarter than us. They know everything. Me looking for Miss Casey, us wandering departments, mapping the floor. They know everything we're doing because Helena told them everything we're doing. So there's no point. They're always a
Right.
few chess moves ahead, and he feels completely helpless.
Yep.
Like they went through all that effort to try to find his wife, and it was all for nothing. Like he doesn't see the point in even trying anymore.
I mean,
He's just completely defeated.
think about how control is so important in our lives, right? To feel we have some control over what goes on, in our daily lives, in our jobs, in our relationships. They have no control whatsoever. That's
Yep,
terrifying. Terrifying.
it is. It is. Yeah. It's and I understand that feeling personally. On a personal level, I know I understand that feeling of helplessness,
Yep.
and that you're at the mercy of somebody else. I know, unfortunately, firsthand that feeling, and it's terrible. It's terrifying. So, yeah, he just feels completely defeated. Like, what's the point of even trying anymore? Because they always are gonna outsmart them. They're
See,
all
she,
they're they're
yeah, I'm
innies,
sorry.
you know. They it's like they've just been born not long ago. Sorry, what were you gonna
Right.
say?
No, you see, like she shows fear on her face. She shows her emotion. She's terrified. She's scared. She's near tears. He
Yep.
shows it by being angry, which is a typical
Yes.
response. So,
Yep.
but the point is, they're terrified. They have no control over their lives. They thought they had some control. They see they don't, and it's
Yep.
terrifying for them.
Yes.
So
I
Mark
mean,
chooses to do nothing, and she chooses to get emotional, maybe and cry. But there's nothing they can
right.
do.
Right. Look, I mean, look what he did. He spent the whole season so far feeling like he was empowered, like he can actually, you know, form a plan, and like he was so energized. He had the whole team going around with flyers looking for Miss Casey. He was being so bold, and now he just realizes all of it was for nothing. And so yeah, he feels understandably defeated. Like, yeah, I
And
completely
betrayed.
understand it.
And
I'm
betrayed.
betrayed. I'm
It's
betrayed.
like, when someone hurts you, you don't not only don't you trust them again, but then you learn not to trust anyone.
Hmm.
And that's where
Oh
he's
yeah.
coming from.
Yep. So she says that that wasn't me. I'm not her. I'm me, Helly. And and so he's like, I don't, how do I know that? He can't possibly know. That's the thing. Like, how can he be sure that she's really Helly now? And who now he's even faced with the question of like, who is Helly really? How is she even distinguishable from Helena? Because Helena acted just like her. And so he's really questioning their entire relationship and what her identity even is,
Hmm.
understandably, right?
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
yeah. And he has no way of knowing that she's not still a mole. How does he know?
Right.
So
But
so
for
she says
her,
that,
but for
yeah,
her, this is like a complete turnaround because this is not the Mark she last saw. This
right,
is a Mark that she doesn't know.
right, right. So
So in
yeah,
other words,
imagine it.
she comes
Yep,
back hearing her body has been violated. Somebody else took over her body for what, a few weeks now, or a week, whatever it is. And where has
right,
she been for a week? She's been completely gone, like she never existed.
right,
And she comes back and Irving is gone and Mark is different.
right. Yeah.
He was her
Like the
safe
last
place. He was her safe place. He's not her safe place anymore.
Nope. And the last thing she remembered of him, the last time that they had together was right before they left. They were talking, they were joking about what they might be like on the outside. Maybe they're married to each other, and they
Mhm.
were being all cute and flirty. She kissed him, and then she comes back and he's suddenly ice cold, yeah, so it's crazy when you look at this from her perspective, what she's been through this season. It's crazy. This
Yeah.
is the first time we've seen Helly actually back, um since she woke up, after almost being drowned.
Right.
and and this is, yeah, so this is like, it's crazy. Like, if they had the time, if they had more episodes, they could kind of devote more time to showing what she's going through from her perspective, because I feel like it's focusing more on Mark, but
Yeah.
it's insane what's happened to her too,
Right.
you know. Also, so he said, she says, "I'm me, Helly." He says, "How do I know that?" And she says, "You don't. You just have to trust me. This is real. Not everything here is a lie." So that's gonna be his battle now, to try to, learn to trust anything or anyone again, that not everything here is a lie. Um, that's gonna be a difficult thing for him, I think, at this point,
I don't think
to
he's gonna
believe
be able
that.
to do it right now. No.
No, no,
It would have to take
yeah.
a major change in the structure of that floor for him to trust somebody, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Also, look at this shot. I noticed something interesting, and I believe this is the shot that I think it was David Agile who pointed this out last in my last From stream. Look at how Mark is half out of the shot in this entire section of the scene. This
Yeah.
went on for a long time, by the way. That's why I took a lot of screenshots of it because this isn't these aren't duplicates. They were standing there talking, and even as they were saying significant lines where I kept expecting them to cut to their faces up close, saying like she's saying, "That wasn't me, Mark. I'm not her. I'm not. I'm me, Helly." He says, "How do I know that?" She says, "You don't. You just have to trust me. This is real." I kept expecting them to cut to their faces as they were saying these things, but they didn't, and I thought it was a really interesting decision to continue just using this shot where he's half there and half not, and it's just like I think that that's symbolic of his reintegration process that's happening,
Yeah.
that he's
Yeah.
he's half there and half not.
I
David has
agree.
another theory. Um, I believe David had the theory that Mark is already reintegrated, that he's a mole essentially, and that this is I think he said that this is possibly symbolic of that. Um, I don't know. I think it's too soon. I
Yeah.
don't think he's able to be a mole yet. I don't think he's reintegrated enough
But
yet.
it's interesting
But
though that his personality, I mean, we saw it from the first episode this season where he got
right.
angry that his office mates were not there, that there were these new people there. We saw that he played that prank with the kitchen and he was angry. He wasn't his usual Mark self, any Mark. So that was
No.
really strange. He was a little different. I don't think he's a mole. I don't think he was outing Mark, but there is some self integration going on. There's something that I think started for him when his friends
Right.
disappeared. It was, again, it was a trauma for him. And I think it started to perhaps have some of the outing Mark bleed through. Because outing Mark, the way he deals with things is he's very sarcastic and he could be very cold. So a little bit of that is seeping through. I see that. So
Yes.
we're not only talking about trauma, we're also talking about that's outing Mark's way of coping. Gemma's
Yes.
death was devastating for him, but he couldn't
Yep.
talk about it. So his way of dealing with it was to shut down, push it away,
Yep.
leave her ashes in a box in the basement somewhere.
Yep.
And he couldn't hold his job and he decided to be severed because he couldn't
Mm-hmm.
handle processing the grief, talking
Yeah.
about it, feeling it, going through it, which is necessary to heal. So he couldn't do
Right.
that. So severing was a way of pushing it away. So
Right.
now, so whenever he's faced with trauma, this is how outie Mark deals with trauma. He pushes it away. Therefore,
Yes.
that outie Mark is somehow filtering in to any Mark. The reintegration process has started, and that's why he's colder than maybe he would have been before.
Yes. I think that that makes a lot of sense too. That could be part of the reason why he's acting like this.
Yes.
You know, he's not he's not allowing himself to grieve Irving, and and he didn't he didn't grieve Gemma in a healthy way at all. He blocked it out and he shut down. And with Irving, he's completely checked out as well.
Yep.
So this could also
Exactly.
be,
Good point. Yes. Yes. He's dealing with the death the same way, the way he dealt
yep,
with Gemma and Irving. Yes.
yeah. Yeah. So this could be some of his outy personality kind of bleeding through now since he's doing this reintegration process. That could be part of why he's acting like this. He's already changing. Um, and yet it was David who had said that, and I remembered that from the last stream because it was interesting, and I thought I need to go back and look at that because I didn't notice. And when I went back and watched David, I saw this scene and I knew this is what you were talking about. He says it's symbolizing he is half blocked, like the Glasgow effect, but from the reintegration, the innie is blocked. Yeah, so it's like it's definitely symbolic. I love how they did this.
Mm-hmm.
Super interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So anyway, so moving on. Yeah, they did a beautiful job with that. That was a deliberate choice for sure. Whoever directs this, I know Ben Stiller directs some of them, but everyone else who does it, they're just amazing with just the visual symbolism of the show. It just blows my mind. And look, they show it again as she's leaving again.
Yeah. Yeah.
She tells him to stop being an asshole and leaves. And there it is, just to
Yeah.
kind of hammer that point home to us again. And look how they kind of I love how they dissolve into the next scene. It goes like this. You can see
Yeah.
him partially there in the outside world, and then there's and then it's replaced with Milchick there, and we've got him going for his performance review. There's Natalie. That was beautifully done. Now this scene is where Milchick, we see more of his humanity coming through. Like I was saying earlier, he addresses the whole thing with the paintings with her. Um, he says, before we begin, I was just wondering if I could have a word with you. The paintings, and you can tell he is so careful about the way he's choosing his words. Lumen is always kind of listening, and they're so afraid to talk freely. Even these non-severed people are. He tells her, I want you to understand I am grateful for them truly. If they're a measure of appreciation, then I accept that appreciation. So he's being so careful not to
Yeah.
say, that he didn't like them or that he was offended or in any way. And then he says, I was just wondering if you could share with me a little how you felt when you received the paintings, because I'm thinking our experiences have been similar in some ways. We face similar, so again, very careful choices of words here. We face similar challenges. That's referring to the fact that they're both people of color. And he says, perhaps the paintings and the somewhat, he says, we face similar challenges and perhaps the paintings and the somewhat complicated feelings they evoke. Now, that's, that's referring to the fact that, yes, they're both people of color working for this company. And maybe he's really wanting to find out if she also felt conflicted when she got these paintings, which
Mm-hmm.
are,
Right.
putting them in blackface, putting Keir in blackface.
But he's being
Deeply
very
offensive.
diplomatic, extremely diplomatic in asking her.
Yes. So you can see that even these people who are in the upper echelon of things, they're up the chain of command, they're not severed. Even they're so afraid to speak freely. It's
Mm-hmm.
so we're seeing now that this season I think we're seeing that a lot more, that these are human beings too who are, you know, being controlled by Lumen, being watched and listened to, and they have to be so careful about what they say and do. And apparently, there's this racism baked into the company that they can't even freely talk about together.
Right.
Um, and he's so conflicted because I really think that he's a true believer in the cult of Kier. He seems like he is brainwashed, but now he's faced with this, it's cognitive dissonance. He feels offended and hurt by these paintings, and yet he's so reverent of Kier and this company. So he doesn't know how to process this or deal with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Good point. He's having some difficulty integrating it.
Right. You know, that's my take on him. I really think that he is a believer in this cult and the way that he speaks, but yeah, he's conflicted and he doesn't know how to handle it. And she won't even respond to what he's saying. She just says, Mr. Drummond's waiting. But
Right.
as he's talking to her, she communicates with her eyes again. Now, it's a little bit less obvious than it was the last time because it's a short scene, but as he's talking to her, look at her eyes.
Yeah.
I really feel that she is communicating to him with her eyes, like, yes, I feel this too, but I can't talk
She's,
about it.
she's showing empathy in her eyes.
She is.
Yeah.
She's a fantastic actress to be able to
Mhm.
do this,
Yep.
with just facial expressions alone, the communication going on here.
Yeah, she
And
is
and, and
showing him understanding and empathy, but she will not speak it aloud. No.
mhm. Her face looks tense, her mouth is all tense, and her eyes, they do look like she's trying to communicate, yes, I feel this too, I understand, but there's this fear there too behind her eyes, like this fear of speaking freely.
It's
It's
almost like
like,
she's wearing a mask, you know?
yeah,
Her face is like
yeah,
a mask. It's frozen, but her eyes show everything she feels.
yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Interesting.
great analogy. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's that's
Yeah,
that's perfect. Yes. And they say the eyes are the window to the soul,
that's right.
so
But she's wearing a mask, so she's hiding how she really feels. But her eyes
she
show it.
is.
Yeah.
She is. Yeah. And then she puts on her fake smile and her fake facial expression, like, everything's fine, everything's wonderful, nothing wrong with this at all. And she just says Mr. Drummond is waiting and dismisses the whole thing. So she always does that. She goes to, her facial expression betrays how she feels, her eyes, and then her face just changes and switches back into her robotic, company mode, like, you know, serving Lumen and like her creepy smile that she does. It's very robotic and always takes me back to that movie Get Out, Um, so yeah, we're back to Dylan at the funeral, and there is Irving without his ear. There's that visual with him missing his left ear, and and Dylan
And I
says,
do think that is an homage to Van Gogh also. I do. Yes, absolutely. Because that's when he
right?
then looks behind the painting. Yeah. The picture.
Y
Hmm.
yes, because that's when he looks behind the picture, right? So it's definitely a Van Gogh reference. Yes.
Hmm.
Dylan says, okay, okay, asshole. Guess this is it. Sorry I let you down. It's so Dylan, his trademark humor, even as he's so sad and he's grieving his friend and he's apologizing for letting him down, is very much like a person leaving a funeral and, he's, talking like he's in front of a casket or something. And, he goes to leave and then he sees the poster hang in there. I remember when Irving said it, there was something, there's a ring of double meaning to it when he was saying, "Remember, hang in there." It felt like he was alluding to something, and now
Yeah.
we know what it was.
Do they ever
It was
show
that.
what that picture is hanging there? What is that an image of?
Um, I don't know if we've ever gotten a. Let me see. What is that? It's hard to see. Honestly, what it reminds me of? The fact that there's a poster that says "hang in there." It reminds me of the fact that Helly tried to hang herself in an elevator in season 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems like it's kind of a dark humor sort of reference to that.
And it
Uh,
looks like it's in the elevator, right?
it kinda does look like the elevator, yeah.
Like someone's holding the elevator doors.
Yes,
So
that's what it looks
strange.
like. It it's blurry, but that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, very strange. Um, so it seems like a kind of a reference to, uh, like, yeah, let's not do what Helly R did in season 1,
Right.
hang in there, but, you know, um,
Yeah,
trying to
I
zoom back
think you're
out.
right. Julie, I think you're right. I think that's what they're saying. Hallie did this, but we're all gonna hang in there. We're not gonna let this happen. Right?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I was having trouble zooming back out. There we go. Um, so then he looks back at Irving, the Irving head, and he's like, he looks back at the poster, and it clicks in his head, like, wait a minute, he reaches behind it, and there is the map. It's not the map, the picture of the export hallway leading to the testing floor that Irving drew from memory after he saw it on the outside. The paintings, he drew that, and he had shown it to Felicia. And now I remember when we were watching episode 3, I thought, this is weird. At the end of the scene, he asked Felicia, "Do you still remember how to get there?" Because Felicia in O&D said that she said, how do you know about the export hall? We used to take deliveries there, but now they have a guy who does it. And Irving says, "Do you remember how to get there?" And the scene cuts. We don't see what her answer is. I remember thinking, okay, that's going to come back. There's a reason for that. And here
Mhm.
it is. So
Right.
apparently she must have told him how to get there, and he wrote it on the back of the paper. That's what this says. It's directions. Now, why am I having trouble? Hold on. I have to reload this. It's zoomed in too much, so we can't see it well enough. I have this issue sometimes with I'm gonna just open a new window because it won't let me zoom back out. That's what happens when you get a cheap laptop. So annoying. But yeah, this was genius, really. So in his last moments, Irving gave him that clue. He had the presence of mind to give Dylan that clue to where he hid the testing floor picture and the directions on how to get there. Now, in episode 3, sorry, I'm just getting back to the picture. In episode 3, Irving was trying to get Dylan to. So, this is another thing Dylan didn't listen to him on. In episode 3, Irving said he wanted to try and find that place. He said, "I saw my Audi painting painting this over and over again." He said, "Maybe it's somewhere that's here. Why don't we try to look for it?" And Dylan just ignores him because at the time, Dylan was focused on being as productive as possible so he could have that meeting with his wife, that he could earn it, because that's based
Mhm.
on productivity.
Right.
And Dylan just ignored him. He was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of busy right now." So again, he failed him in that way. He didn't help Irving. And and then episode 4, he didn't listen to Irving's concerns about Helly. So this is his chance to kind of make up for that. And as I hurry up and get back to where we were at, so this is what so Irving wanted to try and find this, and now Dylan finds the paper, and it says, "From O&D, first turn right on the way down the hall, or all the way down the hall, turn right, blah blah blah." It's a bunch of it's like a bunch of right, left. This is how comical it is in this place. The maze of hallways.
But I
I
have a
don't know how
question
the
though.
hell,
He put it
huh?
back. He put it
Yeah,
back behind the picture. There is no way he could possibly memorize this to know how to go. I mean, that's impossible. How is he going to get back in that room again?
I think he would have to if find that. There's no. I mean, that would be really difficult to memorize. He'd have to take this with him to try
Yeah,
and find it.
right.
Yeah,
But he left
and
it
I'm sure.
there. And I'm just wondering, they're not able to get back in that room so easily. They have to be invited in.
Mm,
I think he panicked
maybe.
and he put it back. But really, if he had taken it with him and then hid it somewhere in the office so that he could, do something with it, because this way he put it back. It's like he panicked, like, I can't deal with this right now, kind of thing. So I
Yeah,
don't know how he's
either
going to get back in there to get it.
either
Yeah.
that, or maybe Irving just ran out of. Maybe Irving was planning on doing it, but he just didn't have the time yet, and that was going to be his next move when he got back, maybe.
Yeah.
Um, And so in the meantime, he can't take that with him, of course, because of the code detectors. So
Mhm.
he just hid it. And, I'm surprised he hid it there instead of just why not just hide it in his desk? But
Right.
anyway,
Hide
welcome
it
back,
behind the
I just
Scarlet.
photo.
I
Behind the
just
photo
think
is a
he
Yeah.
popular place.
Yeah, right. I just think he panicked. I think he just panicked and he just put it back.
Right. Right.
Well, he got
And
punished
this,
for having that card, you know.
That's
right.
right.
Right, Dylan panics and I feel like Dylan will do something about it. Though. I think Dylan will come back to it. He's just not ready to try it right this minute. But I
Right.
do think he will come back and get it. And for now, this is like he doesn't know where if there are like right now, Dylan, like everybody else, he knows that they could be watching and listening even if the cameras are not visible. So I think he knows better than to just take it back with him to his desk. He probably thinks it's safer to just hide it where it was and just go back where
Mm-hmm.
he came from, you know. But I find this so comical though. This just underscores how ridiculously maze-like their hallways are. A million left, right,
To the
left,
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 to the
right.
left, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left.
It's so funny. Like,
Now
how
walk
does
it back
anyone
yourself.
find their
Now walk
way?
down into
And
the
how does
hall.
Felicia know to give those directions?
How did she remember all that? Right? How does anybody navigate these hallways and know where they're going? How? You know, normally in office buildings, there are suite numbers
Mhm.
all over the place so that you can actually navigate. But as you walk through these hallways, there are no suite numbers anywhere. So I've always find it hilarious that they can even know where the hell they're going. They're rats in a maze. They're
Yeah.
truly, this is the symbolic of the fact that they are rats in a maze.
Yes.
And it's funny, but um so
I
yeah,
just can't believe Felicia would be able to know by memory
Mm.
exactly how to get there. Turn right, turn left, turn right. It's like, okay.
Yeah, but
I know, right?
in the first scene of the pilot, though, Mark just keeps walking down endless hallways to get to where
I
he's
know
at.
Yeah.
for,
Yeah.
for a couple of minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
but you know what was interesting about that? In the first episode of season 2, they deliberately paralleled that with Mark running down hallway instead of walking down the maze of hallways, he was running and he was disoriented. He couldn't find his way. He was searching for the wellness center and he kept like stopping and turning around and going back where he came from. He was completely disoriented and lost. And I love how they did that because it was right after he had come from the outside world. And it was just like Plato's allegory of the cave. When a prisoner gets out of the cave and they see the true reality on the outside of the cave, it's blinding to them. And then they go back in and they're disoriented. Mark came back in, and this is exactly like the allegory of the cave. He came from the outside world, he came back in, and he was running around completely unable to navigate this crazy maze now. So I thought that was brilliant how they did that. Um, and yeah, I don't know how anybody finds their way around. It's hilarious. It's like a running joke, but Dylan puts this back behind that poster and he leaves. And now this scene, this this was another really great scene. I loved this episode in general, but wow, Drummond is downright scary, and we see the human side of Milchick more than ever. And we didn't get to see this in season 1. In this season, we're really seeing the pressure that he's under. The fact that he's also got overlords who have this power over him, and he's timid. He's not the same Milchick that we know. He's timid and meek, and so Drummond says,
You
this
know what the
review can take it,
scariest I'm sorry,
huh?
you know what the scariest part of this is?
What?
It's gonna happen every month, he said. Can you
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
imagine having a performance appraisal every month?
That's horrible.
Ones that last 4 to 6 hours.
Yes, he said this can take anywhere from 2 to 6 hours, depending depending on the number of atonements and approbations
Oh God,
required.
atonements.
Wow. Atonements? What does that mean? What does he have to do to atone? Does he have to say a bunch of Hail Marys, but instead it's like Hail Kier?
Maybe.
And it's
like
every month. It's not like it's every year or every 6 months. It's every month.
yeah. That's crazy to me. and that it can take anywhere from 2 to 6 hours. And I just wonder what these atonements are. What does he have to do to atone for hours for what he's done wrong? It's just it's horrible. Um, and he says, this is so funny. He says, if the review is to take longer than 4 hours, then there will be a break for lunch with the order
Yeah.
taken in advance. Milchick's like, I hope that won't be necessary. Drummond says, here's the lunch menu. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Here's the lunch
Maybe
menu.
he has to make that I'm sorry speech that all the innies have to make.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Maybe. That's what I was
That's his
thinking.
atonement.
Yep. I was thinking that too. Maybe it's something like that, a speech like that he has to recite. Yeah, I think it could be. Um, Now he says, let's start with the positives. Now this part was so weird. He said, first of all, he said, let's start with the positives. You received the gift of Kier paintings with grace. So okay, so in other words, yeah, he wasn't offended by how racist they were. So okay, point for you. You
At
received
least you didn't show it.
yeah. And then he says, your attendance and your analysis are both in the excellent range. Your analysis? What are they doing your analysis on him for?
Drug
What?
testing. Drug testing.
Why? They don't, I mean, companies do that for new hires, but what does he have to do this every month? That's weird. That is
They
weird.
could be looking for something else too. I mean, it is Lumen.
Drug testing every month. That is bizarre.
Yeah.
So, and then he says, alternatively and sadly, there have been 3 contentions reported anonymously, which have been investigated and
Honestly, sure.
confirmed. Yeah, yeah, like 3 guesses. Who
One
reported
guess.
him? I think we all know who reported him. And it's that little demon seed.
The
That's who did it.
sociopath.
The sociopath. Yes. Yeah. Natalie almost feels sorry for him here. Look at her face. She's looking at him. I see empathy there or sympathy in her face. Um, so Drummond is scary as hell. And he says, so these are the things that he did wrong. Number 1, he uses too many big words, which is so stupid. They all use big words. They
Yeah.
all speak in this strange old-fashioned language. So that's just weird.
Yeah,
He
but
uses
then
too many big words.
when he responded to it, he started to use big words, and then he went ... At least in the closed captioning.
Yeah, he said, well, sometimes I may colloquially employ. So he started to do it. Yeah, he started to do it, and then Drummond just cut him right off. Anti-deflections will be heard after the lunch break. Okay. See, they all speak in big words, though. Anti-deflections.
Yeah, it's a big word.
Yeah, they all do it. You know, it's just so weird to me. Like they all speak that way, but whatever. Then he says, on several of your daily logs, the paper clip was installed back to front, which led to a confusion as to where in the document to begin reading. Here are the incidents. What the hell? Seriously? The paper clip. The paper clip was installed the wrong way, back to front.
Chaos, I tell you.
Yeah. The paper clip. Yeah.
That's so
what a
strange.
horrible offense he committed. Huh?
That's like a person who has OCD. That's their worst nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so hilarious. Wow. And look at his face as he's taking all this in. He just looks deflated. He is being reamed and he desperately seems to want the approval of this company, but now this is the biggest thing. Drummond says the bulk of our day will revolve around the following. You brought in a new refining team for Mark S, which failed to coalesce. So that was that first team that failed, didn't work. Mark refused to work with them in the premiere. And then Drummond says, "You instituted kindness reforms." Now, so apparently, so this was now Milchick's idea. And Milchick says, "Because I'm not Harmony Cobell." So we're seeing a like we're getting a window now into actually what happened here. So Harmony Cobell, she really was putting her own spin on things and being more harsh than Milchick. The kindness reforms apparently were his idea, all of those severance reforms. So he's actually not as, he's not as much of a clear case villain as he seemed in season one. We're seeing a softer side of him, that he does have some some sense of feeling for these people, that he's not um he's not as cold as Harmony when it comes to dealing with them. He's really not. I've always thought that when he seems like he's being nice to them, that it's just fake and phony, but I think he does actually feel some kind of consideration for their feelings on some level. That's why he instituted the kindness reforms. He says, "Because I'm not Harmony Cobell." Um, like, he
And I think
cares to some extent.
he sees them as children or adolescents. So
Right,
he's like their dad in a way. He's their father.
right. And that's how he treats them.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he treats them. I always thought in season one, I thought it was just 100% an act, just a completely phony act. But now I'm looking at him a little differently now that uh, um, we're seeing more insight into who he is on the outside. So it's interesting to see. And anyway, Drummond says these kindness reforms have in no way deterred curiosity or idling by the team once they returned. So the kindness reforms didn't work, basically. They still are not being productive enough. They're still investigating things too much. And so they're not happy about the kindness reforms. And he says, "You arranged an outdoor retreat and team building occurrence." That was the Ortmo episode 4, which resulted in the termination of one employee and the discovery of the true identity of another, at great risk and harm to the Egan name. So this is telling us that Milchick is the one who decided. I think that means he planned that Ortmo retreat, that it was his idea, and he's now being blamed for the failure of it. As a result of it, they had to fire an employee, and the true identity of Helena was revealed, which they're saying is, a great risk and harm to the Egan name. It's a problem that she was exposed like that. So yeah, they're blasting him for that. They're gonna spend the day basically reaming him for that. Um, and he looks completely deflated. So he's just not up to the task of doing Cobell's job. I knew it from the beginning. He's not suited for it. He's not cold enough. He's not um ruthless enough. And he's just not he doesn't have the aptitude for it. He couldn't even change the welcome screen on his computer from "Hello, Miss Cobell" in episode 1.
Yeah.
Like, it showed right there he's not going to be up to the task. I could see it.
But
And
if Helena was involved with this outing, if she had anything to do with it, he would not give her up. He
no.
would have to take the fall for it
No, that's
100%.
true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's true.
Mm-hmm. So,
Um,
yeah, but I know what you're saying. He is inept. I mean, that's obvious because Cobell never would have done this. Never. In a
no.
million years. No.
No, she wouldn't have done any of these things.
No.
No, absolutely not. The kindness reforms, yeah. And this part right here now, this is really interesting. So, as Drummond is talking, there are a couple interesting things here. We see Mark working, and we've never seen this before. He's looking through the computer for the file that he's working on, and it looks like an old-fashioned Rolodex. There are different
I've
names
seen
on
it
it.
before. I've seen it before.
You have? Because I've never
Hmm.
seen this.
Yeah,
It
I think
says
it was in season one.
Astoria, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Um, Chicxulub, Cold Harbor, and he selects it. It gets to work, and then we have Drummond saying, "Now this is a huge mystery to me." He says, "Mark Scout's completion of Cold Harbor will be remembered as one of the greatest moments in the history of this planet." What? Why? This is
Yeah,
the biggest
exactly.
mystery of this season for me. For me, this is the biggest
Mark is the
mystery.
one. Mark is Neo.
Why? Why is Cold Harbor one of the greatest? Why is completing Cold Harbor going to be remembered as one of the greatest moments in the history of the frickin' planet? What? Why? What are they doing with Cold Harbor is the big question for me. What the hell are they doing? Why is Ms. Casey's chip in her head, which we know that's what Cold Harbor is. They're working on the chip in Ms. Casey's head. That's clear. Why?
Mark is the one,
And
and he is Neo, and he's going to create the next race of humans that have chips in their heads.
it's like
Mark
Miss
must
Casey is.
possess this
The Homo
superior
Superior.
intelligence or something. I don't know.
I think it has to be him because that was his wife, and on some unconscious level, he's able to connect emotionally with those numbers he's seeing, the numbers that make you feel things. Only he can do it because it's his wife. That's what I think.
Mm.
Because it's too much of a coincidence that it happens to be his wife's file that he's working on, and the numbers make them feel things as they're sorting them. So
Right.
that's how they're able to do it successfully. And I think Gemma must be a prototype. Maybe she's like, if this is completed and they successfully balance all the four tempers in the chip in her head to 100%, I think what that would do is create a person who has no ability to feel strong emotions. It's essentially like a technologically advanced form of brainwashing. Um, we already saw Miss Casey didn't display much emotion at all. She said she felt afraid when Mark and Helly ran off, but she didn't show any fear on her face. When she went back to the testing floor, she had a tear roll down, but she didn't actually look sad. She didn't lose her composure. She just had a single tear rolling down. And I think that they're flattening her emotions. And I mean, I can only imagine what she'll be like when she's completely finished. The damage that they're doing to her brain with this chip.
Oh,
And
so you're thinking that because Mark feels the numbers, he can feel where her emotions are and then he can destroy them.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
unconsciously, yeah, yes, yeah.
I thought she was comatose from the car wreck and he was building her brain up. I kind of thought an opposite direction.
No, I think that I think that she's brain damaged from the car
Yeah.
wreck, and so they faked her death. They put the chip in her head, and they're using her as a prototype for what they want to do with the chips in everyone's heads. They want to put chips in the heads of everyone on Earth. That's their
Mhm.
ultimate goal. They said that at the gala. And I think that they want to, essentially use them to brainwash people,
Mhm.
so-called balance the tempers. And instead of having to brainwash the traditional way through a cult, like they've been doing all this time, like clearly there's some kind of a cult. This will be a much more efficient way of using mind control, I think, to um yeah, to manipulate people into being, obedient children of Kier and productive, the that they're rebuilding human beings, the human mind, yeah, through Gemma.
But
So yeah, I think they are, like you said, Scarlett, rebuilding her mind, but shaping it the
but
way they want it to be.
but there's also
Um,
206 of these around the world, and there's only one. The one that Mark's working on is the only one that's going to change everything.
yeah, I
They're
know.
not
It's
doing this
it's
in other
weird.
countries, other
It
lumens.
it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Bye, Jen.
weird.
Bye, Jen. Thanks for being here, Jen. Appreciate you. And see you later, Dieter. Um, sorry, what were you gonna say? I heard somebody talking. Was that? Oh, wait a minute. I got somebody backstage and I couldn't even
Ooh,
see. I'm so sorry. I don't know how long he's
these
even
are
been
like our
here.
rewatch panels. We're getting people back.
Yellow.
I am so sorry. There's something wrong with my laptop, Grant, and I can't hear certain things. I can hear people's voices, but I can't. It doesn't like if Scarlet rings her bell, I can't hear the bell. So I couldn't hear the notification that there was someone backstage. I'm so sorry. How
Oh,
long have
that's all
you
good. I
been
was
with
only
her?
there for about 45 minutes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm
Are you
joking. I
serious?
was only there. I was only there a couple of minutes.
Okay, good. Well, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for coming on.
Not a
So
problem.
what do you think? What do you think, Grant, about this? What Drummond just said that this is going to be the greatest moment in the history of the planet when Mark finishes Cold Harbor.
I think it pretty much confirms a theory that I had from the beginning that no one knows what's going on. I don't even think the board knows. I think it's all down to the big boss man. I think he's the only one that knows what's going on. Because the
Okay.
way that he's talking about, why would someone who knows everything that's going on talk about how mysterious it is? It's a really
Right?
weird way of doing it, and it's very like as Scarlett said, there's so many of these around, but why is it that Mark's one is the important one? I think that it's like every section within the business thinks they're the most important thing. R&D and duplication and all these other ones. I'm thinking it's all the same with each of these women officers or each of these boards. Or I don't think anyone really knows what's going on except for maybe one person.
I agree. I was saying earlier how weird it is that Drummond said the work is mysterious and important. That's just like what Mark said. So I don't think he even knows what the hell is going on either.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And if these guys, I mean, we're led to believe this is the board.
Right.
So what is it if they don't like if they're saying the same doctrine and everything like that? And I don't think they would be just saying it to Milchick to try and say that, to try and throw him off or anything. But yeah, there's a lot with this episode that makes me go, I think there's a lot more at play than we really think. I think
Mm-hmm.
Milchick is playing the long game.
Yes.
For whatever reason, I feel like he's testing boundaries of what he can and can't get away with.
Yes.
To see what's going on because, like, in all seriousness, like, there's no reason that they wouldn't get Cobell back if this was as important as what it was. She was in charge of Mark, and it was the only time that they actually was able to get him to be productive. If it was that important,
Mm-hmm.
she would be there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's just too much to go up in the air about where everyone actually stands. I mean that's just my opinion of it, but that's what I've been getting from it. And I feel like now that I know that everything that's happened this season has basically been Milchick sort of thing, I'm definitely thinking that he's looking for a cracker or a way, or he's looking for something.
I think
Yes.
Um,
that when I agree with you, but I think that when he said to Milchick, it's mysterious, and it's important and mysterious, he doesn't really want Milchick to know what it is either, even if he knows himself, which he may not know. So we're not sure whether he doesn't know or he doesn't want Milchick to know, or for
I
that
agree.
matter, anybody to know.
Also, the way it's to me it was more so the way that he said it. Like, why would he say like like he doesn't know? Like, there's a part of me that was thinking that he was looking for Milchick to say, "Do you know what's going on?" He's wide-eyed. He's open about it. He's not being stern. He's not saying this is very important. This is a secret. There's wonder in his eyes because I don't think he knows.
Uh-huh. Maybe.
Yeah. 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 No, I agree. I agree. Like that I think that it's hard to say if Drummond himself is part of the board or not. I got the sense that he's not part of the board. But I'm not sure. I have to watch it again to hear the actual language he uses when he speaks of the board. But it's ambiguous whether or not he's part of the board. I think I personally think the board is still some completely mysterious entity that we've never seen. I don't think we've seen anyone from the board. I think the only ones who know what's really going on are the board and James Egan, the CEO. I don't think Drummond knows. I don't think Natalie knows, and who knows? Maybe yeah, maybe there are prototypes like Gemma of this, this new human that they're trying to build with this chip in their head. Maybe there are different versions all around the world. They have supposedly branches in countries around the world. Um, or I don't know, are they lying about that? Because we're just taking them at their word that they have branches all over the world, but um, it's weird that this one in particular is the one that's supposed to be the end all be all. Cold Harbor is everything to them, and they're a global company. It's odd. It's strange, but
Well, also the fact that there's only one group that seems to be able to fulfill each quarter, and it happens to be the
yeah,
one that's at this one office. Like we know that Mark's able to do when he went through the folders. I can't remember the names, but one of those ones was the same as the little plaque that he got on his desk. It had that same name on it.
yes,
So I'm just like, so were they as equally important? Like, yeah, like I mean, if it's some big AI system and Kia and everything never existed, I wouldn't be surprised either that this was some sort of just weird indoctrination test. As long as it's not
mm,
aliens, that'll be the only thing that really bothered me. If it just turns, oh, it was aliens in the end.
Then again,
oh, I would hate that.
for this particular office, maybe Cold Harbor is the main case here, and every country may have their own specific case that they're working on. So
Right,
that's what I think. I don't think this is the only one, but for this area of Lumen in this area of the world, this is the case.
right, right. And
But
I
you have so
also
many
think,
employees over the world. Why wouldn't they just get everyone working on this? If this is the most important thing to happen, why don't you get
yeah,
all your 7 employees working on it?
right. Why do they have such a small staff? Like, is there anybody else on the severed floor that we've never seen? Are there any other departments? And
Right.
also, I have decided that I don't think anybody in MDR, I don't think anyone is doing anything for real other than Mark. I think that Mark is the only one working on a file of any importance at all, and the other three are just doing busy work. I don't think it even matters at all. Like, I think they're just there to pacify Mark. And that's why the board was willing to send Mark back his original team, even after they fired them, just to get him to be productive. They were also very quick to fire them with no problem at all after their little coup, but they kept Mark and they got him to come back by giving him a 20% raise and emotionally manipulating him. So that's how important Mark is, and that's how insignificant Dylan and Irving are. Like, it doesn't matter. Clearly, the company fired them without even a second thought. They only brought them back to get Mark to be productive. They brought Helly R back again to get him to be productive. So I don't think the others are doing anything of importance. I don't think it means anything at all. Maybe
They don't really they never really needed them to begin with then.
right, right.
Yet Dylan
Yep,
was very productive. He kept winning those waffle parties. So, I don't know. He supposedly he was very good at his job, right? What was he doing?
right. The question is, what the hell? Yeah, what was he doing? They were so they had no problem firing him just like that. So, I
Right?
mean, it's possible maybe they're working on real chips in other test subjects' heads, but I don't know. Um, for some reason, Gemma is the one that they care about the most. That's the only one that really matters to the company. Uh, so weird. Like,
Well,
and what's the
Well, I
rest of
originally,
mean,
the company
I
do
think
we know that, or are we
originally,
just assuming?
yeah, I think originally we had all thought that this was just a simulation to observe these severed people to see
doing? Right.
what's going on with them, that the actual work they were doing was meaningless, right?
Yeah, I thought that too. Like it was an
That's what we thought.
experiment.
Right. But then they talked about Cold Harbor. But then again, based on what Grant is saying, maybe it is going back to this is just an experiment to observe them.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
there
then
is no
but then
significance here.
but then you have the Lexington letter. Huh?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
I think that was a red herring. They made it
Boo!
they made it sound like they're blowing stuff up in the Lexington letter, but why would they reveal something that
Lumen's got
monumental
to her.
in a short story, huh?
I said Lumen's got to you.
I see. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're really blowing stuff up, because if they were going to reveal something like that, then it would happen on the show, not in a short story. So I think that was just a kind of entertaining little hint, a red herring that was just a false hint planted there. But Scarlet, what do you think? You think they're actually, some of them are
Yeah, I think so.
blowing things up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's mysterious and important. Well, blow up done to me.
They could be doing more than one thing with the numbers.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, they could be refining the numbers in the chips of people's heads to do all kinds of things.
Yeah, like activate them like they're a sleeper, agent, a sleeper spy.
It's possible, because the theory was that basically that there was an employee who worked for Lumen who was a mole who was planted at a rival company. This is from the Lexington letter, and he was planted. So the theory is that maybe there was a mole planted there, actually working for Lumen and severed with a chip in his head, and that the MDR employees were refining the numbers on the chip in his head so that it would explode. It would be, well, it would not explode, but it would he would basically detonate an explosive device. I'm careful what I say on YouTube. An explosive device and blow up their rival company. And it would be kind of hard to recruit someone to actually do that for real. So it's easier to get them to do it if you're mind controlling them via a chip in their head. That was the theory. That was the theory from the Lexington letter. And it's possible that they're doing more than one thing when they're refining the numbers on these chips. So yeah, that it doesn't have to just be what Mark is doing with Gemma and like refining chips on people on the testing floor. They could be controlling chips on people's heads out in the world too.
Another thing though is that they always really talk in extremes. Like Milchick with Irving was like, we'll erase everything, and there won't you'll be so erased that no one will even know that you even breathe. And they're saying this, so maybe the Lumens just extremes. Maybe they don't even mean what they're saying. Like, this will change everything. Maybe they say that about everything. They're drama people.
And then the next day they're carving a melon in the shape of his face. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like he's gone for the pictures and he's gone for the desk, but they had a funeral for him.
Right.
It was weird. It was contradictory.
Yeah. It was extremely contradictory. Yeah, they didn't follow through. Milchick doesn't follow through on what he says he's going to do. Like he's too soft. Like he relented and he let them have the funeral. Ms. Huang wouldn't have done that, and Cobell sure wouldn't have done that either. So, but yeah, it's interesting to theorize about what exactly could be going on here, and 47 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. We're doing watch parties every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video, and it's also at 10 p.m. Eastern. I stream it a second time, and then we do a voice chat. Anyway, also
it was a really good discussion this week. I really enjoyed that one this week.
Wasn't that fun? Yeah.
Well, the watch party?
Yeah,
the one just after the watch party.
Yeah.
I was kind of wishing the doctor was.
Or the dentist, yeah.
I mean the dentist.
I was kind of wishing that we did. Huh?
Why would they hide it and then reveal who it is on IMDb? That's a really weird thing to do.
I know, right? I was so disappointed. Why would they do that? What was the point?
Almost convinced it was Ben Stiller. I'm not gonna lie. I was almost convinced.
Me too. I thought for sure it was Ben Stiller. I don't know. I don't get it.
Some people
I-
are saying they think it's Bert's husband.
oh
That
really?
he's the dentist. Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Fields.
I don't know. Yeah, Fields.
You know, oh, and I'm pretty sure one of my favorite actors is going to be playing Bert's husband. I'm excited about that.
Oh,
I
Noble.
heard.
Yeah, he actually only lives like 45 minutes from where I live. So
Which actor?
Oh
Really?
really?
Noble. So
Oh,
from
really?
John.
Noble.
Oh my,
Yep.
Oh, John Noble. Okay.
hmm
that's
Oh, so it's not.
amazing.
It's not the dentist then. Okay.
No, different guy.
Yeah, John Noble has curly hair, so I don't think that's him.
Okay.
Um, being the
Quite a
dentist, but
large set bloke too. He's not thin.
no, he's a brilliant actor. He was on Fringe, one of my favorite shows, and I can't wait to see him. I absolutely love John Noble. I hope they give him a character that gets. It sounds like it's not going to be like a big role, but I hope he gets enough screen time to really just show off what an amazing actor he is. But anyway, um, so and I remember we saw this shot of Drummond in the trailer, and I just was like, "Who the hell is this goof with this weird
It's his hair.
haircut? What the hell is that?" By the way,
Those
Do
are
you
some
think he
bangs.
looks like Ricken? Some people think
Mhm.
he's related to Ricken.
he does look a little like Ricken. For a second in the trailer, I had to do a double take. Like, wait a minute, there's a similarity for sure. Yep, yep, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. So,
The hair,
um,
everything, the face. Yeah.
That bang.
yeah,
The
yeah.
bangs,
There's
right?
Bang it.
a strong similarity.
Like he
Wait, I'm
looks like
trying
a
to.
child there. As weird as it says, like
Mhm.
just the way in which he's framed and everything, he looks like a kid, just with a
Mhm.
beard.
He
Like
does look like a.
it's
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
he
Like he
does
has
look like a kid.
a beanie on his head.
Yes.
He does.
Yeah.
It's true. He's got a baby face.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a little. It's almost like a. It reminds me a little bit of a bowl haircut, or like an old-fashioned haircut that they give to a little boy. To me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like a 1960s. You go for your school photos sort of haircut.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
it's actually a bad wig, but
Yeah. It's really bad. So anyway, so finishing up the scene, he says, obviously, this will be one of the greatest moments in the history of this planet. And then he says, it will take place under your stewardship. That's quite a legacy you will leave. So this is a big deal. Milchick has a lot on him now, and Milchick says, "Thank you. That means a great deal." Um, this is a lot of pressure that's being put on his shoulders here, and you can see he's feeling it. Um, Drummond said, "This milestone seems to have clouded your judgment. I think it's time to go back to the basics, to remember these severed workers' greater purpose, to treat them as what they really are." And I found that line really chilling. To treat them as what they really are. Wow, like don't treat them like people. Enough of the kindness reforms and letting them have a funeral for Irving. Like Milchick wanted to be a gentler boss than Cobell. He said, "I'm not harming Cobell in this meeting," and he's being told, not, no, don't treat them as people. That's what the undertone of that line was, to treat them as what they really are. They're subhuman. That's what they're supposed to look at them as, subhuman. And so Milchick
Yeah, like they're like
desperately looking
cattle.
yeah, like cattle. So, Milchick is desperate for approval from this cult that he's in. It's not just a company, it's a cult. So he says, "I'm tightening the leash." And and you can see, like, there's a moment here where you can see him alone for a second, and his reaction after he's experienced that performance review. He looks distraught, like this is devastating to him. The way that he was just lambasted for his mistakes, and you know, he has conflicted feelings because of those paintings and the racism and whatnot, but he desperately seems to want approval from this company, and
Yeah,
he's willing to
yeah.
do whatever it
That book is like something else too. Like, so you're gonna have a performance review, and like it's pretty absurd.
It is, yeah, it
Here's Steph
is.
Milchick's review! Exclamation.
Yep, here it is. Yeah, let me see if I have good pictures of it. They made him a whole book. They made him a whole
Mhm.
I
book
mean,
that says his name on it. Huh?
if
What,
that
Grant?
doesn't scream excess corporatism, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
Right? Oh my God. Yeah. It's so funny. It says the principal achievements. So it's very hard to read here. I don't know why they printed it in like this color, but it says the principal achievements and failures of Seth Milchick. It has his name in white, so you can
I thought it
hardly
said
read
Junior
it.
when I first saw it because see how it's got the two little white arrows next to his name. I thought it said Seth Milchick Jr. I'm like, oh, he's a like a nepo baby or something. But I'm like, no, it's just two dashes. I thought it was
It's
a J
just
and a yeah.
yeah. Yeah. The fact that they went to this much trouble to make this, it's just, oh my God. Just imagine how he feels here. It says, the following points should be used as a guideline for initiating a discussion to mitigate future failures and encourage future achievements. And then it lists all of his failures. Short-lived refining team, failure. And it has a little description. Ineffective kindness reforms, failure, and a description. It's got like the two theater masks,
Yeah, like
happy,
it has little icons.
happy and sad, you know?
Yeah, each thing has a little icon though. I think it's funny.
And like
Yep.
even doing it on the sky blue because sky blue is a according to color theorists, it's a calming thing. If you got to tell someone bad news, tell them with in sky blue because it's more of a calming
Oh,
thing. Where orange tends to invoke more anger in people, where
mm,
sky blue tends to calm them down.
interesting. Yeah,
Very big in the
absolutely.
corporate world
Colors.
of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because colors do evoke emotion. That makes sense. That's why they say, like, you shouldn't have, for example, like, you shouldn't like paint your walls in your house red or something. Like too much red having too much red in your environment, it actually can like make you anxious or, you know, uneasy. 'Cause yeah, it's like an aggressive color. It also evokes anger. Anyway, it says now let's discuss Seth Milchick's contentions. It's unbelievable. And it's interspersed with little images of Mark refining data. That's why we're seeing that. This is in order. I took these in order. So Mark is working. Here's one that says calamitous Ortbo failure. And there's a little fire next to it. There's a little icon of a fire. Um, so it describes it. This is exactly what was read to him out loud, so I don't need to read that. They already explained that in the meeting. But yeah, he's just going through and so I'm just imagine getting look how thick this is too. That's a thick book
Mm-hmm.
describing his failures. Wow. And
Well,
he has to deal with
might
this
not
every
all
month.
be failures. There might be
Yeah,
one page or
they
something
had
nice.
one paragraph saying nice things about him. I remember seeing it.
Yeah, yeah. He received his racist paintings with grace. So there you go.
Mm.
Yeah. That
I
was
mean,
his
putting
positive
paper
thing.
clips in the wrong way is unacceptable. Like, how are you supposed to know where the document starts? Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Right?
such a like a HR thing to say as well. Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like how
Yep.
they have a go at him for using big words, and they call the Altbo calamitous. Who uses that in terminology?
Right. And they were actually one of the things that they chided him for that they listed as a failure was the fact that he uses too many big words, but they do it. Look, it's right here. They do it too. Calamitous. You're right. Calamitous Ortbo. It's so hypocritical. But yeah. So he's just sitting there like, he's willing to do whatever it takes to get approval. So yeah, he's tightening the leash, and we see it later in the episode too. Um, Mark is working on this, and then he gets a pain in his head. Well, I'm sure, of course, that's a side effect of the reintegration. And then like he looks, so he looks around and he looks up at the clock. Oh, it keeps showing that creepy painting. This reminds me so much of something out of the Twilight Zone. Irving is just erased from the photo. It's like he never even was there at all. It's like he never
It
existed.
reminds me of World War II pictures that Stalin and other leaders had where they just erased people once they fell out of favor.
Oh, really? I didn't
Yeah, there's
know
a lot of
that.
World
Wow.
War referencing.
Yeah, yeah. It was
Yeah.
it was a manual version of Photoshop back in the day with using actual
Mhm.
paint.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so creepy. They keep showing that. It's creepy as hell. So he looks up at the clock and it's not time for him to go yet. It's 6 minutes before it's time to leave. But he had that pain in his head and all of a sudden he shuts down his workstation and leaves. Now, this is all in order. I took these in order, but the scenes were kind of cut and edited together like this. So this was actually the moment right after Milchick said, "I'm tightening the leash." Drummond just has this creepy smile of approval. Like, "Yep, good job." That's what he wants to hear. He is so sinister, this guy. Even with his goofy hairdo, sinister. He has this deep, booming voice, too. So Mark leaves 6 minutes early, or tries to, he's about to. And this is an example of Milchick already tightening the leash. He's right on top of him and gets right up in his face. And so on the elevator, Milchick is saying, "How was the rest of the funeral? Did you get what you needed from it?" And I love how Mark says to Milchick, he's just completely done with this bullshit and pretending to, uh, you know, play the game anymore. He's so done. He's like, "Hey, did Miss Wong take notes? I can't wait to read about it in the, oh, what was it you called it again? The bullshit Gazette?" Because we know that newspaper was bullshit, and he recognizes it as such now. The blinders are off. Um, Now it's like
Oh,
we
that's what he
talked
was
about.
making reference to. I didn't pick up. I was just like, how does he know what a gazette is? Like, I thought it was a very. But yeah, I forgot that in the second episode they did the thing with the
The
them being the
Kier
face of
Chronicle.
the
Yep,
But
that
that's
Kier
also
Chronicle.
Outie Mark
Hmm.
coming through, I believe.
Yes,
This scene
yes,
is Outie Mark, uh, Outie Mark's rage, Outie Mark's call it bullshit. This is Outie Mark expressing himself through any Mark.
through sarcasm.
right.
We've never seen any Mark being sarcastic.
That's
And
right.
and when he does the praise key, like the sarcasm was just dripping off that.
Yes, yes. And we talked about last week how love puts blinders on people in this show. And Irving had blinders on and he was completely reverent of Kier and Lumen. And then when Bert was taken from him and he lost that love, the blinders were off and he was completely cynical, disillusioned, and distrustful of everything regarding Lumen. Mark, however, was in love and with Helly, and so he couldn't see what was right in front of him, that she was an imposter. Now that's been taken from him. I mean, yes, Helly R is back, but he feels like he can't trust her anymore. So that the blinders are off now. So that I think that's another reason why he's now lashing out and he's distrustful of everything. The blinders are off. The love goggles are gone now. You know, so Milchick says, hopefully we can put this grief behind us, look forward to some productive work days ahead. And Mark is irreverently, sarcastically saying, "Oh, you mean putting numbers in the thing?" Like, basically making it, taking a crack at how pointless their job seems. He doesn't even know what he's doing. And Milchick says, "Refining, yes." Mark says, "Whatever you say, praise Kier." And yeah, he's never displayed sarcasm like that. That's a first. So and I think that's definitely part of his reintegration process happening as well. It's starting to bleed through. Now this is where it gets really fucked up. So
I don't know. I
Milchick
thought
gets
Mark was going to sleep with another employee of Lumen here at this moment.
I don't know.
right.
I was reading Matt's story in the chat where Careless Whisper is playing while they're this close.
Oh wait, what did I miss here? What?
No, it's more
Um,
yeah, exactly.
did you tell her you fucked her outie? You should have been fucking me. Cue Careless Whisper.
And then Mark says, Seth, we can't keep doing this.
That's great. Oh my god. If this is wrong, I don't want to be right. Praise Keeper, baby.
It's here, baby.
And he's like, no, praise you, Seth. Praise you.
So much sexual tension in this scene, right? Oh my god. That's great. Yeah. Samuel, this was diabolical. He just comes out with this, did you tell her you fucked her outie at the Orpo? Damn. He's like, did you and Helly R catch up? Did you tell her you fucked her outie at the Orpo? Helena Egan, leader in waiting at this company. Have a
My
restful evening.
my wife had the best response on Mark. She said, why didn't he just turn around and say, well, how do you feel about your boss raping one of the employees? Because, I mean, that's exactly what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I
In
totally agree.
Yes.
any way you look at it, like,
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. 100%. 100%. Yeah. It's so messed up. Wow, we're up to 53 people. Thank you for watching and or listening. I appreciate it. Please take a
smash that
moment to
like
like the
button.
video. Yeah. Please take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you're not subscribed. I do weekly deep dives. I'm a little behind. I just released my episode 4 deep dive today or yesterday, technically now. If you haven't seen that, I think the link to it, I didn't put it in the description yet, but it's on my channel. I'm going to be putting out an episode 5 deep dive in the next couple days, and then I will be caught up. And we do these lives every Monday night at normally 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Tonight it was later, but it's normally 10:15. Every Thursday we do watch parties in my Discord at 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern. I show it twice for the new episodes, and then we do a voice chat. So check that out if you haven't already. The description of the video has the link to the Discord. Anyway, Doc, you're so funny. Julie for commander of Planet X and then Planet Dirt. You're hilarious. And I'm gonna show that picture you sent me in a bit. That's so funny, Doc. Uh, you are a riot. So this is really messed up. You know, Mark was violated. There's just no question about it to me. And just to say that to him, like, yeah, he didn't choose to screw, I don't want to keep saying that word because I've heard that people are cracking down on this on YouTube, and maybe I shouldn't keep saying the word, but the way Milchick described it, but Mark didn't choose to sleep with his Helly's outie. That wasn't his choice. He didn't know who he was sleeping with, and Milchick, the way he describes it, it's like Mark is the one who did it, and that's not true at all. No, this was
Yeah,
something that was done to him.
the power of it was completely Helena's, not his. She has the power.
Right,
He didn't. She's over him. He's not. He's a subordinate.
right. And
Which makes it
Milchick
all
is
that
making
much
it
more worse. Really, it makes it very bad.
it makes it much worse because of the power imbalance there. And Milchick is flipping it around like it's the other way around. And Mark did this. And just because Mark is the male, that doesn't mean that he's the one who was in control. Males can be SA'd too, and he was, in my opinion, SA by deception. As you say, Scarlet. Um, so to tell him about it this way, I mean, he knows he did this already, but to say it to him this way is horrible. And Milchick, but see, Milchick, if we saw this scene, out of context, if we saw this scene in season 1, for example, before we got a chance to watch Milchick dealing with his superiors and the way that he's pressured, before we saw all of that, if we watched this scene, we would just think that he's evil, that he's a monster. But now we know the context of it. Now, it doesn't make it right. And just like it doesn't make the fact that they've humanized Helena and we've seen the pressure that she's under, how she's been mistreated, that doesn't make what she's doing right. It doesn't condone it, but at least it makes them more complex characters. These are not cartoonish villains, and Milchick is not either. We know why he's acting like this. It's kind of nice to have that context now. It's not because he's evil. He's desperate for approval from this cult that he's in. That's my interpretation of it. And he just got reamed in that performance review for like 6 hours. So this is what he's doing. He's changing his tactics, and so I like that they fleshed that out and they gave us that window into what's going on in his head and why he is this way. At least a little bit of a window into it. We haven't seen his background, how he wound up wrapped up in all this, but he's definitely, in my opinion, a true believer. So he's doing what it takes. And this is messed up telling Mark that, saying that in his face. Now David pointed something out, and I will say that yes, it doesn't make much sense that Mark looks surprised at this. David says it makes no sense that Mark is shocked it's Helena at this moment because they knew it was Helena already. The shock is any Mark didn't know at all. So David, his theory is that Mark was in outie mode as a mole already when he slept with Helena, and that any Mark is now learning this for the first time that he did this. I will admit, he does look surprised. But it could
Yeah,
just be
but why
shock.
would why would
I think he's surprised that they knew, but then like because it's an intimate moment for him. Like technically, it's his first
Right.
time.
Right.
yeah, but why would he sleep as an outie with Helena's outie? He doesn't even know who she is.
Right.
Is he
Right.
just like, hey, I woke up but there's a naked chick here. I'm just gonna go for it. I don't know who she is.
Well, when you
Right.
wake up next to a redhead, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm redheaded.
Yeah. Yep.
Ah.
Hey, Miss J's Reviews. Nice to see you. I, I don't know if I greeted you earlier, but hey, and yes, she does have the power. She does have the power. So the power dynamic is lopsided. And yes, Doc Milchick is victim blaming, 100%. I think that, like Grant said, I think that he's surprised because they know about this intimate moment. That that was something private, and Milchick doesn't usually get up in people's faces like that. He's usually kinder, and now he's changing tactics. So I think this just took him off guard. That's my take. That's my take on it. Yeah. But we'll see, David. Your theory is valid. 100%. Your theory is valid. And we will see. We'll see. It would be an interesting reveal if it's something else, but but yeah, Milchick leaves him and he looks, like a darker Milchick. Like
He
this
looks
is not the
different. I
softer,
couldn't pick what it was. Uh, I don't know if it's the skivvy on the neck or the way he's like he just physically looks different.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I couldn't pick what it was. I just like I'm glad you picked up on it too. I looked at it, I'm just like, why does he look so different?
It's like he's carrying himself different after the way that he was reamed, and he's deciding he's got to change tactics. He's got to, do things differently from now on and be this tough guy in
He's
order to
becoming
get his
rigid.
approval.
Yeah, he's
Mm-hmm.
becoming like rigid, like harder.
Yep.
And
So
almost
he
like he's
looks,
crouching, like before he would stand tall, he was open. Now he's like more closed and he's smaller almost. He's shrinking.
mm, mm-hmm. Yeah, he's tense. He's tense. His whole body is tensed up, and he's trying to put on this tough guy show now. He's turned into tough guy Milchick. No more Mr. Nice Milchick. No more Mr. Nice Milkshake. Like this is it now. Shit's getting real. You can see that. because that I really do think he's desperate for that approval. So he's going to do whatever it takes. And Mark does. He looks stunned here at what just happened. He definitely does. Um, like even at that retreat in a in that tent. Um, I mean, I guess it would make sense that Helena would have maybe told people that she slept with him, but I can see why he would be stunned that Milchick got up in his face and said that. Um,
Also, we know that Mark doesn't deal with trauma very well. He kind of pushes it
no,
away. And to have somebody
yeah,
come out directly to his face and call him on it, he can't deny it anymore. It's like he was re-traumatized again at that moment.
yeah, I think so too. Look at his face, how stunned he looks in that shot as the elevator's about to close. Yeah, yeah. Darth Milchick, Matt. I was thinking the same thing. Oh my God, you read my mind. Darth Milchick. That's what he looked like.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, 100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like his fear just like slapped him in the face again. Like, the anxiety came up and the fear, and he didn't know anybody knew about it, right? Certainly he didn't think Milchick knew. And he wanted to just forget it. He wanted to push it away. And now Milchick is saying, you can't push this away. I know about it. So now he's forced to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, he was just confronted with it, and so yeah, you're right. He doesn't handle trauma well, and that was just shoved in his face. He was kind of trying to block it out. He didn't want
Mm-hmm.
to talk. Like, remember Helly asked him in this episode, "What happened to you out there?" And he said, "It doesn't matter. We should just forget about it."
Right.
So he was pushing it away. He didn't want to remember all of that, being deceived by Helena, continuing to fall for who he thought was Helly, having that relationship with her, all of that. He didn't want to deal with it, and now it was just shoved in his face by Milchick and his
Yep.
superior of all things.
And
You know, um,
he's being forced to acknowledge it and to do something about it. And do you think he's going to tell Helly, or do you think someone else is going to tell Helly?
yeah. I does I don't yeah, I don't know. I think Helly is more likely to find out from somebody else. I feel like he's gonna keep pushing it down and not wanting to discuss it, but I don't know, maybe eventually he'll be the one to tell her. Um, right now, yeah, I think he just doesn't want to deal with it at all. Just
Yeah,
shutting
that's what
down.
I think. Yeah.
So so now we transition to the outie world, and he leaves work. Now, this is a page from Milchick's new version of his book, which is basically like it's a lot like a New Testament version of the handbook for Lumen that he's now writing. Um, it's like the Old Testament. The old handbook is a lot like the Old Testament in that it's harsher, um, and you had that what's a perfect example of it is that painting of Keir taming the tempers. It gives that it evokes like an Old Testament God, a vengeful God. But when the Severance reforms came, when all that changed, we saw that new painting, which was Keir pardons his betrayers, and he's standing there pardoning them, not executing them. Instead of, you know, using the sword to execute them, he's just pardoning them. So I think that this new book is going to represent like a New Testament version, because this is so much like a religious cult in so many ways. Ricken is kind of like their new messiah figure, but because all of these innies idolize him, and now he's writing this book, and it's like a kinder, gentler version of the handbook,
Yeah,
and
but
it's
it's
written in
it's
similar
more
language.
oppressive. But it's more oppressive.
But well, it's more oppressive than his. Well, I mean, his old book. But I mean, if we're,
Yeah, but you say to enjoy. It says enjoy its ticking, and you'll be happy. And the other one said you should rebel against the clock and rebel against your sovereign.
no, but I mean, I'm comparing it to their handbook. The old handbook was much harsher. That like the way that they had to the rules that they had to follow, that it was harsher. This is like a kinder,
You get
gentler version
plagues
of that.
and dead sons and everything like that, and the new one's just like, no, just be good and good things happen. It's a little bit
Right.
different.
Right, right. But yeah, this is completely different from his old book. Like this
Yeah, I thought you meant the old UUR versus this one, Julie. I'm sorry.
no, no. No, no, so this one so the quote he says is the workers were diligent, focused on the task at hand. Pleasantly surprised, I noticed that not a single one of them had a watch. They simply referenced a large standard clock near the door, just hands and numbers and cogs and purpose. Your sovereign boss may own the clock that greets you from the wall, but you get to enjoy its ticking and thus should be happy. Um That's weird because the workers in Lumen do have watches, so I didn't really understand that part. They do wear watches. Um, you specifically see them putting on watches from the lockers, but whatever. And yet what he's saying is it's opposite of what he said before, like um so I forget what the quote was, the old quote, but it was something about um you know your boss may own the clock on the wall or something, but for
Yeah.
But you
you
own your time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the hour is yours.
That was yours.
Yeah, the hour is yours. And that's not what this is saying at all. And it's also saying that their boss is their sovereign. So it's like that's their king. And you should just enjoy the ticking of the clock and be happy. Like it's yeah, he's selling out. He's selling out, and I can't read much about this other stuff. Yeah, I was trying to read it, but it doesn't. I can't really tell what it says. But Devon is not happy at all with this. She's like, this is the literal opposite of what you said before. And he said that one point that Nat made, and Devon was like, "What, Nat? Like you're calling her Nat now? No, you're that close that you're calling her a nickname. She's Nat." Um, he says, one point Nat made was the innies tend to thrive in an environment of structure, and once that is established, then they're more open to self-expansion. So I'm just trying to speak their language. That's a load of shit. And Devin calls it out. This sounds like Lumen's language. And here's
Yeah,
where
like it doesn't make any sense. It's like saying I've got to put them in a cage so they can feel free.
right. It doesn't make any sense at all. No. And and uh and this is where he says this quote that the episode title came from. He says it's a Trojan's horse, which is incorrect. The term is
Yeah.
Trojan horse, not
Yeah, I
Trojan's
figured
horse.
that out too, and I was trying to figure out what the title was, and I was like, "Oh, it's a Ricken thing. I get it now."
Yes, because he screwed up the term. It's Trojan horse. Yeah.
I don't think he screwed it up. I think it in his mind that has its own different meaning, and we just don't know what it is yet. Like, it just one they called the episode it, so it's got to be important. And
Maybe he thinks there's a guy named Trojan, and that's his horse.
and that's his horse, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he initially thought that the original Trojan horse was a great guy that was named Trojan that created it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at that. But it's so weird that
Right.
the whole emphasis of the episode is based on one a Trojan horse when we haven't really seen any sort of Trojan horses in this episode. And also, it's a
Yes.
mispronunciation of it as well.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm choking on water here. I had to mute myself. Yeah. So it might not be an error. It's possible that we may not understand the meaning of it yet, what the Trojan represents, but it's also kind of cool because we just saw Helena be revealed as essentially a Trojan horse. So there's that too. There's that double meaning. And
Which would have made perfect sense if the last episode was called that.
I know, right? I was
Yeah, like
thinking
it's.
that.
But then again, I don't know if you have you listened to the audiobook of his book?
I haven't yet.
Yes, I
No.
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
I listened to it.
He does it. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't get any of it. Some of it is the weirdest doublespeak that I've ever heard.
It's hilarious though. It's so
But
funny.
it is, especially the way that he talks and his mannerisms with it makes it even better. But like, I mean, he does say a lot of weird things, so it could literally just be something like that, or
I
it could
like.
be for people like us to, obsess, for the next week over why was it called that.
I just like
Yeah.
how the actor pronounces lovemaking during audiobook. He's like, doing our lovemaking.
Yeah.
He's talking about Devon and him creating Eleanor, Rebek, Scout. What's his last name? Hale. He named his child Rebek as a middle name after Rebek, so she must be important to him.
Yeah. She must be, you know?
Also, this
Nat
scene, what I like, it really shows how much Devon actually cares about his work and about him. She's not with him for money reasons or for anything like that. She's genuinely upset that his words are being changed.
right. She
Which is,
is. Yeah. Um
I don't
Matt
get their
and Matt
relationship.
huh?
I just don't get their relationship. I think it's sweet, but I just don't get it.
I don't understand why she's with him at all.
Yeah.
But this scene actually it gave me an idea as to maybe why. But Matt found this, Matt said the quote, it was, your so-called boss may own the clock that taunts you from the wall, but my friends, the hour is yours. And then you compare that to what he changed it to, I lost my place now. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah. Your sovereign boss, instead of your so-called boss, it's your sovereign boss. And it's a may own the clock that greets you from the wall instead of taunts you. But you get to enjoy its ticking and thus should be happy. So instead of saying the hour is yours, it's no, you just get to enjoy its ticking and should be happy. So what a difference. Yeah. Could not be any more different. And let me see. So, then, let's see. He says it's a Trojan's horse. If I can get my ideas to severed people around the world, then it might beget a revolution. Yeah, but the thing is, these are not his ideas. This is not revolutionary language. So I don't know if he's thinking that if he plays the game at first, and uses this kind of language, then maybe he can slip in revolutionary subliminary messages. But I don't know. I think that it's more likely he's selling out here because of what he says next. Um, Devon says that Lumen hurts people, and if you want to water down your work so they can use it for their fucking propaganda, then you're hurting people too. And she's right. Now, this part is illuminating right here. He says that he'll reflect on her words, and then so this is a side of Ricken that I've never seen before. I've always seen the goofy, awkward Ricken, but he kind of he shifts into a different side of himself. He says, also, this is a fiscal and creative opportunity unlike any I have yet seen, and I'm not inclined to just walk away from it. Unless me selling millions of copies of my book and the life that manages to give us has somehow lost its appeal for you. Now, I've never heard Ricken talk like this before. Number one, it sounds like he's selling out. This is a fiscal and creative opportunity unlike any I have yet seen. So he's saying this is gonna be lucrative. This is gonna make him a lot of money. They're gonna pay him a lot. They're gonna give him this creative opportunity, which will feed his ego, which we know his ego is fragile, and he doesn't want to walk away from it no matter what. So he knows that he could be hurting people, that he is going to be hurting people. That's what this little blurb tells me. And this is illuminating too, the fact that he says, unless me selling millions of copies of my book and the life that manages to give us has somehow lost its appeal for you. this is why I think she's with him now. I've never understood why she's with him, and they make no sense together. She clearly thinks he's ridiculous. She makes fun of him with Mark. She's she's completely normal and he is a buffoon. It makes no sense, but maybe she thought, well, he could make them a lot of money and she could live this comfortable lifestyle and she wanted that. It happens
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah.
I
He could
agree.
he
I
could
Is
agree
he
with
pretend
you
saying that
to
both.
he's selling millions of books though? I got confused with with how he worded it. Is he saying that he's actually sold millions of books,
No,
or that
what
he
he
has to
said
sell
is
millions of books?
what he says is you want this type of lifestyle where I'm selling millions of books. So in
Right,
other words, if he sells out to Lumen, then they could have that dream of selling millions of books. He doesn't have it
right,
now though. So
That okay? That's
right.
what I initially
yeah,
thought. But then when I heard it again, I'm like, is he saying that's how he's wealthy? Like he's wealthy because he's already sold millions of books?
no, no, I didn't
That's
take it
that's
that
No,
way.
yeah.
She,
yeah.
yeah, I think she thought that why I don't know that he could make money as an author. Uh, and he said, "Well, isn't that what you want?" So she kind of like lowered her eyes and to say, "Whatever, I'm going to
Yes.
bed." But I
Yes,
think
she
she
did.
really did want that. Yes, and she lowered her eyes as if to say, "He
Mm.
got me there." Right.
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was just a lifestyle that would be good for her and her kid. You know, like him providing for them, not so much millions of books sold.
Well, that too, I think. But that's
Yeah.
how
I mean,
he
doesn't
would
doesn't
provide.
everyone want financial security though? I mean, that's just a normal thing to want.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's very common to marry somebody to get into this type of situation because you want that lifestyle. And to me, this finally could explain why she's with him. It's never made any sense at all. From the very beginning, it's never made sense.
But it
Uh,
still doesn't make sense because realistically, he's not capable of making that kind of living selling his books unless he sells out to Lumen.
maybe she thought he could. I don't know. Maybe for
I
some
thought I
reason
thought
she
they
thought he
said
could.
I thought they said he had
Huh?
5 bestseller books
I,
somewhere in
I
the
bet I bet you when they were courting, he was probably romantic as hell, so that probably helped.
his lovemaking.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
whispering sweet nothings in her ear. I am going to be a best-selling author.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Scarlet, if I can't remember. I thought I recalled something about him having best-selling books, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I thought it was when he
Yeah.
was doing the reading or something. He said he had 5 best-selling books,
I'd have to, yeah, maybe I have to go back and check, but
like in a
uh,
serious way, not in a way that he was like just puffing himself up about it, like
and
legit.
also and also they seem to already live a
Hmm.
very comfortable lifestyle. They have a really nice house, and remember they went to that expensive birthing retreat where a state senator's wife was also having her
Yeah.
child.
Yeah,
So,
and in the audiobook, his parents are famous thespians, so maybe he's a double
yeah.
baby. It's kind of
Yes,
Yeah,
like
but
he's not
Beth,
they're also
Beth Goldberg.
criminals. They're also currently in jail, aren't they?
Oh yeah, what are they called? Hump dumpster. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably in jail.
because I don't know, for those who don't realize, he was actually born on stage as a
Yeah,
part of
he's
an
born
art
on
exhibit.
stage. Yeah,
yeah.
you
Um,
need to listen to audiobook, Julie. It's funny.
I really need to listen to the audiobook, yes. Um, I've been wanting them to release something like that. I wish they would release the whole thing. I think it's I think the actual I heard that it was 32 pages, this book, if you get if you could get like a physical, like a digital copy rather. Um, that's not that
Yeah, and
much. I
it's
wanted
about an
more.
hour and 10 minutes for
Yeah,
the audiobook.
it's
Yeah,
longer,
that's
32 pages. It's an hour
Yeah.
long when he reads it.
Where do you get the audiobook from?
I got it from
I just
iBooks and
search for it.
iTunes. Sorry.
Where?
okay.
iBooks?
iBooks. I downloaded it through Apple on iBooks, and then they also had it free at Amazon, I think, and I downloaded it.
Oh,
And then
okay.
you could also download it through Apple.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Like
Someone's
iTunes
also
or
put it on YouTube in like in chapters, so like in 3-minute bits as well. So.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I was looking for somebody to do it on YouTube. I guess somebody did because I thought it's
Oh,
going to come up on
nice.
YouTube eventually.
Nice. Yeah, I got that's got to be hilarious. I got to check it out. David here. And by the way, hi Ed. Uh, welcome Ed. Nice to see new people in the chat. David here said, where did I lost the comment. I just figured she knew he was a grifter and didn't care, but maybe she did care about what he originally wrote, and now she sees him as a sellout. I mean, I think she's always thought his books are silly and stuff, but she knew he was some kind of a grifter and was charismatic, and maybe he could sell a lot of books and make them money. But now he's just a sellout that's hurting people. Before he was just a harmless buffoon, and it wasn't hurting anyone writing these silly books. And he's got quite a following. He'd have a book reading full of these adoring people that were obsessed with him. And Rebecca says like, "Oh, I think I might have to change my name again after the reading." Remember? So, you know, he was charismatic, and so maybe he had the ability to sell a lot of books, she thought, but it wasn't hurting anyone. And now she sees him as a sellout who's going to actually be hurting people because he's helping Loom and he's enabling them. So that's what I think. That's what I think is going on. But I was also confused as to that comment about selling millions. But yeah, I don't think he's done it yet. And moving on. Um, so in this scene, we get to Audi Irving, and he's looking at all his myriad of paintings of this export hall. He starts ripping them down off the walls like he's kind of frustrated, I guess, just throwing them in a pile. And I'm sure it's because he's upset because he was fired. And he didn't want that. He wants to be able to continue doing this espionage act that he's doing, whatever investigation he's working on into Lumen. He wanted to be on the inside, and so he's upset about being terminated, of course. He goes to the phone booth, and I think he must be doing this he always uses the phone book to contact this mysterious person because he's probably worried that his phone at home is being tapped. That he can't even trust it. He lives in Lenora Lake Apartments or something, and that's Lenora is the name of one of the Egans. So it's probably part of the town of Kier. You know, all of this is associated with Kier, so I'm sure he's afraid his phone is being tapped, and that's why he's using this phone booth. And he goes in and he says, "It's me again. They fired me. I think they found out what my innie was up to. I'm telling you to." And then he sees Bert pulling up in his car, and he says, "I have to go." So he says, "I think they found out what my innie was up to." Um, so he knows that his innie that he's trying to pass messages to his innie through sleep deprivation and the subconscious by sleep depriving himself and painting this thing over and over again. He's trying to send a message to his innie about this export hall. I think he wants him to go there, and that's why he's painting it so many times, sleep depriving himself and drinking. We see him in season 1. He was drinking coffee, blasting rock music, and painting this at night. And somebody said, I forget who it was in the chat last week, said that the unconscious is not severed. So in dreams, they could pass messages from the Audi to the innie. I wish I could remember who said that. I'm not taking credit for it. It was somebody in the chat, but it makes sense. And
Sounds like David.
so he's been trying. Probably David. Yeah. It's probably David and Gilles who said it, I believe. So who's he talking to? That's a huge question. I believe it's Harmony Cobell. Like, was it you, Grow and Thrive, who said that you think he's working with Harmony? I think you said it.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah.
That was you. Okay. I think you're right. I think it's going to be a reveal that he's talking to Harmony Cobell and she's working against the company. why are they hiding who he's talking to? I think there's gotta be a reveal coming. So,
And it's a way to
and I
bring
don't
her
think
back
it's
into the story because she kind of lost her link there. She's not working for Lumen anymore.
right. Right. They need to the show really needs to give her something to do, and this would be a great reveal. And I think it would make sense because she is a true believer in the cult of Kira, but I don't think that she agrees with the way Lumen handles Kira's teachings, that they've perverted his original teachings, they've bastardized them. The way that, and I always point to the example of the four tempers. It looks biblical in the painting when he's taming the four tempers, but when they have the waffle parties, they're in lingerie dancing around, which is literally perverting Kira's original message, turning it into something sexual now. So I don't think she agrees with the way Lumen operates, and she's probably working against them from the inside. She's a true believer in Kira. She has the shrine in her house, but I think that she's actually against Lumen, the company, and we're gonna find out maybe that's why she wasn't in this episode. There's gonna be a big reveal. I really hope it's in episode 6. We need Cobell back. She needs to be back on the show, more present, and give her
Or
a big
Cobell.
role.
She'll come back. She'll come back in the last episode. I reckon it'll be some big reveal. So I mean, if this is who it is for that one, that would work for the story. I just think it's the other chick.
She'll end up being the dentist.
Yeah,
Oh
she ends up being the
God.
dentist. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not have
Or her
another
innie does.
let's l- let's not have another situation with this dentist who they hide the identity and then it turns out that it's nobody we even know. That would be disappointing because this is the second time he's talked to someone on the phone and we have no idea who he's talking to. I don't believe it's Reghabi. Reghabi is working only with Mark, I think. I don't think she's talking to him. Um,
I
Mark
think
even
it's
says in this episode that she's only ever reintegrated one person, and that was Petey. So I don't think Reghabi is talking to Irving. Was somebody saying something? I couldn't
yeah, I
hear.
was saying, Cobell knew that he was on the inside. He was still working there, even though she wasn't.
Yes.
Now that he's letting her know they fired my innie, so that means she's going to have to get back into Lumen some way.
Yes.
How does she know that Irving's working on the inside?
Because we think that Irving is calling her on the phone, that they're working together. That
But
his outie.
what's your evidence outside of this? Is there any scenes or anything you can cite?
Oh, no. It's just a feeling that I have because Cobell right now is out of the story. There is nothing tying her to Lumen at this moment. And if
Right.
he is calling her on the phone and he's secretly working with Cobell because Cobell wants to take Lumen down because she's a believer in Kier and she feels that Lumen is, destroying Kira's memory and Kira's message. And so she and Outie Irving plotted to do this. So Outie Irving was trying to have his innie infiltrate by sleep deprivation and painting.
Only thing I don't get, like Cobell and that they've both been in together. Why didn't she do something with him then? If there was a message the message that the innie needed, she could have just delivered that message. If the original message was from her,
she may have been. She may have been doing things that we don't know about. We didn't see it yet.
we rarely ever saw them together either. That's one thing I noticed going back.
Right.
But she
That's a
may
good
have
point.
been. But she may have been giving him information that we don't know about yet because they didn't want us to know. This is
But what
supposed
I'm
to
saying
be a
is, why
big
would he sleep
reveal.
deprive him them to get him to remember stuff if Cobell was already there?
Well, he's Innie Irving, right? Maybe he'd be afraid if Cobell suddenly started talking to him, and could she trust him? Maybe he'd go to Milchick and say something, right? I mean, I'm just speculating. Who is he speaking to on the phone? So it
Right.
looks like it could be Cobell, because again, what's going to bring her back into the story?
Right.
I reckon it's
And
Mark's sister.
Who?
Devon.
Oh, you think
Gavin?
it's Mark's sister?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. It could be.
Could
Could
be.
be. Um,
I don't know though.
yeah, if it is Cobell, it's possible that she wasn't working with him in season 1, that this is a new thing, that she's, you know, rebelling more than
Yeah,
she like
right.
rebelling a lot more, lashing out because of what they just did to her. It's possible she wasn't even working with him in season 1 at all, and this is something that's just started recently.
Maybe.
So, yeah,
Don't forget,
and
he was working for Lumen for like 8 years before he was severed. So I
yeah,
think that they did know each other from when he wasn't severed. And maybe she convinced him to get severed to be on the inside where she couldn't be. I mean,
Also, this might
she's there as the boss, but she's not
mm,
there in the private conversations between the innies, right?
right,
Again, I don't have all the answers here, but we're speculating that it may be Cobell only because she would be the link that's needed here. If it's not her,
right.
it could be Devon. It's possible, yeah. I could see it being Devon. Who else could it be? Let's see who else it could be.
Yeah. Um, you know what? Let me see if I can do a poll here.
Yeah,
Start-
good
Let me
idea.
I mean,
start.
it could be a character we haven't even seen yet as well.
I also like that every person that we've picked that it could be has been a woman. Also,
Okay, so who
Hmm.
else do you think it could be?
The dentist.
The dentist. Well, yeah, but we
Ben
know it's
Stiller.
Robbie Benson and
Ben Stiller's on the other end of the phone.
Ben Stiller.
He said he was going to make a cameo.
oh,
Yeah.
he's going to be one of the Egans for sure.
Yeah. Who could he be
Um,
speaking to? He could be speaking to Helena Egan. He could be speaking to James Egan. I mean, I don't know. Maybe
See,
Natalie.
Reghabi's the
Ambrose.
only one that makes any sense because she's out of the loop and she needs someone in there, like
Yeah.
and because, like as you said with Cobell, but he was talking previously while Cobell was still there, so that's the only reason why I don't think it would be Cobell. I mean, it makes sense, and in the first season they did also mention that Mark has been seeing a guy with a funny moustache. That could be Irving.
Mm-hmm.
A shrink fella. So, and the only other connection that they have of characters is Reghabi or Petey, but we have no idea if Petey set anything up with him or not, because as he said, Petey was Mark's best friend.
It's possible that see, I thought originally it was Reghabi. But then in this last episode, Mark said, well, you've only done the severance procedure once on Petey. But maybe he doesn't know about Irving. Maybe she has done some severance work on
Maybe he
Irving.
doesn't want to be severed.
Who, Irving?
Maybe he doesn't want to be severed. Maybe he doesn't want that.
To be reintegrated, you mean?
Yeah, to be to de-severed, reintegrate. Yeah,
Maybe. I don't know. But the point is, she could be reintegrating him, which I think she did, because in that wilderness episode, I saw Audie Irving coming through. So I think she has started reintegrating him also. But maybe Mark doesn't know about it. That's what I was thinking. To me,
mm,
it's either Reghabi or Cobell. Those are the two people that I think it could be. I think it's a
yeah, I
very strong
agree.
case for Reghabi.
I think
Also,
it's Ambrose. I think he's calling the black sheep of the family to infiltrate Lumen.
who?
Mm,
Ambrose Egan.
Oh, Ambrose Egan.
Da da
Okay.
da. What a twist.
Ambrose
so
Egan.
yeah, so as the options, I'm only able to put 4 options. I wish I could put more in, but there are only 4 for polls. So I put Devon, Cobell, Reghabi, or other. And right now Reghabi
Yeah.
is at 50%, Cobell is at 20%, and other 38%. So
And if you say other, put in the chat who you think it is then, if you would. Thank you. I just
Wait,
want
yeah,
other is 38%?
other is 44% now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
people think it's somebody else. They don't think it's Reghabi. They don't think it's Cobell, and they don't think it's Devon.
But right now it's 40% Reghabi, 40% other. It's still
Mhm.
changing.
Has
It's
there been someone that we've seen in the because I didn't watch the trailers. I deliberately stayed out of watching the trailers in case it spoiled anything. But has there been someone in the trailers that we've seen that we haven't seen in the TVs in this season yet?
Oh, you
mm,
know who? You know, I just thought of somebody else it could be. Dylan's wife.
who?
Dylan's wife.
That could be. Yeah, maybe.
Why she'd be involved, I don't know, but Dylan's wife, okay.
it could be
Yeah,
John
yeah.
Noble's character. John Noble's character could be on the
Yeah.
other line. Whatever
that would
form
be
John
interesting.
Noble's taking.
Yeah, and they're gonna have dinner next episode, so maybe
Yeah, could be him.
Having a ham.
having the
Hey.
ham.
And expensive red wine.
But let
Yep.
me ask you, how would
Probably a
Cobell?
threesome.
Yeah, right. How would Cobell come back into the story if she's not the one Irving is talking to? How could they bring her back at this point?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. They've just completely cast her out. She's rejected that Severance Advisory Council role. She said, I will only come back on my terms. I have to manage the severed floor. And Helena, when last we saw Cobell, Helena was saying, "Okay, let's go meet with the board, and you can talk to them." And then that goon stood there and scared her off. That scary looking guy,
Who we've
and
never seen again.
who we've never seen again.
Bard.
And then she walked away. She fled. She'd got in her car and sped off. That's the last time we saw her. I don't know where she goes from here. I really don't.
Maybe she joins the Rebel Alliance. Whatever that group's called.
Maybe. It seems like it's nobody but Reghabi, though. It's like Reghabi all alone. I don't think she doesn't seem
Really?
like she has anybody that she's working with.
I thought there was a whole group of people. I thought they had a name and everything. I can't remember it.
Is there a group? Because we've never
Yeah, there
seen
was a
anybody
group
but
because
her.
they had flyers. And everything.
Was she a
Was
part of
that
the Flyers group? I don't think she was.
No,
No, but
that
she
was a
was.
bunch of student protesters. That was like a bunch of student protesters just protesting Severance. I didn't think they were like the part
Oh.
of her circle.
No, I
I
mean
don't think.
she joins them later. She gets fed up, so she joins the other side, and she leads those people.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could see that.
Or
I could
a
see that,
non-college, a non-college version of it, something that's bigger, that's more college than college students. There's going to be a group being anti-Lumen group official.
Right.
Or Ricken.
Right.
Ricken could be a double agent. That's why it's called Trojan's horse. Maybe Ricken is the one he's talking to on the phone.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Seems like he's selling out too much, though. Yeah, Eamon Warwick, hey, welcome. Um, this person here says it could be the other company that Lumen is at war with that Peggy was talking about in the Lexington letter. Yeah, yeah, there's a rival company, so that's possible. Um, hey, welcome, Billy's. I voted other because I don't know what you're talking about. Do you watch Severance? Welcome. Hey there, Royal D. Cobell can come if she thinks she should help Milchick. I don't think they're gonna let her back in the fold though. Like she wants Milchick gone. She said, I diminish the severed floor and I want Milchick out. He's not up to the task. Getting Mark to finish Cold Harbor. So I don't know, but hey, welcome. Nice to see you. Always nice to see new people popping in. Hey, AA. Reghabi, yes, why Reghabi seems more than annoyed. Reghabi, it seems like she only has one mood and it's pissed off. Like all the time. She's always pissed off. Yeah. I don't know. But let me see where the poll is at. It's still changing. It's still changing. Oh, it changed quite a bit, actually. Wait a minute. Cobell and Devon are now neck and neck here. That's interesting. Cobell is at 30% and Devon is at 30%. So it's Cobell 30, Devon 30. Okay, no. Yeah, there, okay, it's back to 30. It keeps changing.
Oh wow! Actually, all
Reghabi,
three of them are 29 now.
yeah, all three of them are now 29. I just saw it change. Cobell, Devon, and Reghabi are all the same, 29%, and other
Wow.
14%.
Maybe we should put Ricken in there
I wish I could. I'd have to.
instead
I
of
could
the
start
other.
another.
Instead of other,
Yeah, yeah.
because
I
maybe that's why they called it Trojan's horse, because he's doing something that you don't know that he's doing. So it's like
yeah,
he's like a double agent.
yeah, yeah. No,
Because
that's
he really
possible.
hates Lumen. Why would he
Right.
suddenly sell out like that?
That surprises me,
Money.
but
Well, yeah.
mo-
but maybe that's not important to him though. I don't know.
he's deeply so there are two things that motivate him, I think, here. He definitely seems to want the money, and also he's deeply insecure. When he did his reading, he felt so insecure, and he said something to Mark about how he felt like he was a hamburger waiter or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
And I think and remember how Natalie was stroking his ego, and he desperately needs that. He's deeply insecure. Underneath that exterior, which seems like he's narcissistic, he's not at all. He's deeply insecure underneath that facade of arrogance and pretentious attitude. So I think this is what's motivating him, and I and that was a new side of him too, that where he told her, what is this no longer have an appeal for you? He's selling millions of books, and that this is he got very he got colder in that moment when he said this is a fiscal and creative responsibility opportunity, rather, that I've never had before. So I think that he's no, I think he's going along with Lumen personally. I think he is, but um David says maybe he's talking to the leader of the street protesters. That's like what Scarlet was saying. That's possible. Like the street protesters, those kids, they could be part of like
Have
a
a look at the
movement.
poll now. I just refreshed it. It's 25 on everything.
No way. 25 on everything. I see it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's hilarious. It's an even split. Too funny.
Oh, there we go. Others just taking the lead.
Oh, yep. It just took the lead by a little bit. Yep. Yeah. There are a lot of different options on who it could be. Um,
But I think it
Cobell
has
trying
to
to
be somebody that we know.
I agree. I agree. Since they've teased this two times now with him speaking to someone mysterious and we don't know who's on the other end, I think it's got to be
I like
somebody
what
we
David just said, his comment. Cobell is trying to sabotage Seth by using Irving. I can
Right.
see that. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. I
I could
agree, David. I think that sounds pretty reasonable.
Me too. She absolutely resents Milchick for taking her job, and she's furious at this company. When she was fired, I mean, she had an unbelievable meltdown, destroying, like ripping stuff off of her own wall and throwing things around, screaming in the car, like absolute rage. And the show one of the showrunners said in one of these featurettes at the end of an episode that she's been in this system since she was a child, and when you're cast out of it, where do you go? she's she's just lost. So I think she could easily be turning on them now and working with Irving, using Irving. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, look at this name: obtuse rubber goose green moose guava juice the IV. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Oh my God. You
And-
win.
And the
We-
message, this is a From channel. From is
Yes.
like the #1 show that Julie does.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome. I built my channel on From to begin with. I built my channel purely on From. Thank you very much. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Check out my From deep dives. I have a lot of them. um, I just discovered the show a year ago and I started my channel in September. I focused on nothing but From for the first few months. And I got my first, like, I got almost all my subscribers from covering From. It was like, I got to around 1,500 subscribers just from covering From alone. Severance is the second show I've ever covered. So, yeah, believe me, From is my #1 show, my favorite show. I love deep diving into it, and we are still covering From. So if you're having From withdrawals, you can check out our Wednesday lives, which are rewatches. We just finished rewatching season 1, and we're going episode by episode, one per week. Scarlet and I, we are analyzing all the clues and insights that we can get from each episode. So I think this week we're starting season 2. We're going to do a rewatch of season 2, and it's only one episode per week, so we can really hone in and focus on. And we're finding so many insights by going back through it. You have no idea. Like, knowing what we know now after season 3, I just appreciate the show for the masterpiece it is even more, because we're finding so many clues and bits of foreshadowing. It's amazing. So check that out
Watch
if you
the episode 7 season 1. There was so much extra stuff that I never picked up on that one. That was probably my favorite one that you guys did.
yeah. Yeah. Uh, it's been amazing going back through. So if you're interested in that, check that out. I have deep dives on every episode of season 3 of From, and also theory videos. Some of my theories got proven right. I was excited. I was new to theory crafting, so I was happy. Tabitha was reincarnated. I called it, and but it's just a lot of fun. I was also wrong about plenty of stuff too, and I threw out a lot of my own theories. But the fun thing is just you know the process and having these discussions and theory crafting. And if I'm wrong in the end, then I don't even care. It's just so much fun. So that's what this
Yeah,
channel is
the
all
crafting is
about.
the funnest part for me. I love it.
Oh, it is. That's what this channel is all about. I built the channel on From, but it's not just going to be all From. I'm diving into shows like Severance. After Severance, I'm going to look for more challenging shows to dive into and analyze for
Like
clues.
Silo.
Like Silo. Silo's another of my favorites. Yep. So
Yeah, I'm obsessed
anyway,
with that series at the moment.
Silo's fantastic.
Mm.
Silo's fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What is this one? Mr.
Well, Bigwig, how you
Mr.
doing, buddy?
Mis-
Yeah,
Mr. Bigwig Majig AG Lig Vietnam Ham Jim Big Stig. What in the world? What in the world? Is this
Yeah, he's one of
somebody
my
you know,
peoples.
Grant?
Yeah, he's one of my peoples.
Oh,
Good bloke.
well, welcome. That's hilarious. Some of these names popping in the chat are absolutely hilarious. That's amazing. God, um, man, the creativity of you guys. I love it. I love it. Anyway, so so yeah, we're doing these. So for the new people here, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We do these Severance lives every Monday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And we have Severance watch parties in my Discord. If you want to watch with us every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I stream it a second time at 10 p.m. Eastern. Then we have a voice chat, which is a lot of fun. So if you're interested in doing that, the link to my Discord is in the description of the video, and I'll throw it in the chat too. But yeah, we're not going to stop with From. We're still doing From lives every Wednesday night. We also have a frequent guest, by the way, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow. He's been a delight to have on, an absolute pleasure. He tells us hilarious stories from his from his theater career. He's a playwright. He's amazing, and he comes on pretty often. So highly recommend checking that out when he comes on with us. And Doug has become like the From ambassador. He's wonderful. So, anyway, so that's basically the rundown. So Wednesday night will be our next From live. We'll be doing the rewatch, starting season 2. Hopefully Doug Hughes should be joining us again soon. And Friday nights we do FROMACADEMY, which is where we dive into a different From topic every week. And we do that with Doc Kaiju Labs, our friend here in the chat. He's been in the chat too. So check that out. I don't know what topic we have to decide on our topic for the week. We'll let you know. Anyway, wow, another fun name, Banana Facts with Banana Dave. Did you know that the original fruit they were going to use for the parties were bananas, but having a waffle party turned out it was a euphemism for a naughty party, so they changed it? I did not know that. That's hilarious. That's great, Dave. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's I wasn't aware of that, but that's perfect. Yeah. Has Ben Stiller in the chat? Wouldn't it be funny if Ben Stiller was hiding in the chat under an assumed name? Oh man. Oh, that would just like make my whole life. Um, the man in yellow, he could not be nicer. He could not be nicer. Like Doug Hughes, you will be blown away. He's like the nicest guy, but I highly recommend check out our last live with him was last Wednesday, and he basically told us stories about how he's let out his inner man in yellow over the years. He's not always Mr. Nice Guy. He's got righteous indignation when there's something being done that's not right, and he will you know, he will fuck shit up. Like you don't want to cross him and do him an injustice. That's where his his inner man in yellow comes out.
Don't let him
But
grab a
other
hold
than
of your
that,
throat.
yes. Yes.
That's right.
He told us the most hilarious stories about when this inner man in yellow came out in his life over the years. So yeah, check out that replay if you want, because it's a riot and you'll get a good idea of what a great personality he has, and he could not be nicer. Everyone keeps saying that they can't even understand how he could play someone. It's like when I first saw his interview, I said, like, how do you play evil to absolute perfection? And you are the nicest guy ever. It's amazing. So I'm sure he'll be on with us again soon. If you have questions you want to ask him, stay tuned for the next time he'll be on, and you can ask questions. I'll highlight everyone's questions. It's a lot of fun, trust me. And we talk about his work. He has hilarious plays that he's written, really, really interesting stuff. Not just comedy, but he also writes like thrillers, psychological thrillers, and murder mystery. Anyway, Susie is hilarious here. Who are you all? What is happening? Well, it's nice to have some new people here. It's really cool with our lovely regular fam. I truly appreciate it. Thank you very much. And don't forget to hit the like button, please. Now we better get back to the breakdown, so we're not here for another 2 hours. As much as I love to be here, my pain is getting worse. So we better get back to it after this very long digression. So, well, what happened? Did I zoom in on this and now I can't zoom out again? Damn. Okay, good. There we go. So he sees Bert. He hangs up and he goes over to him and says, "Why were you at my house the other night?" No, wait, that was Bert, rather. He says, Irving says, "Why are you following me?" Sorry, I looked at the wrong spot in my notes. And Bert says, "I got this thing when someone shows up at my doorstep screaming my name. I want to know why. Call it a quirk." So I've been thinking he's following him because maybe he's working for Lumen, and he looks sinister, creeping around like this, following him. But maybe he's on the level. I get the sense that he's actually okay. Um, it is weird that he's just been following him and watching him, but I kind of believe his story of what he says here. So apparently this is something that was left out of the original, like the beginning of the season. We didn't see the immediate aftermath of Irving banging on Bert's door. The next time we saw Irving, he was at his house, and Milchick knocked on the door and asked him what happened that night. So apparently, Irving and Bert never spoke. He must have woken up as his outie, banging on the door, and then just left. And Bert heard him screaming his name, but they never spoke. So Bert must have looked out the window, saw him. I find it odd that they didn't show us that, but I guess it was maybe to create a little mystery here and build suspense as to why Bert is following him. Irving says you're with Lumen, so I mean he was thinking the way I was, like maybe he's a spy for Lumen or something. And Bert just says, why were you at my house the other night? Irving says, I don't know. Bert figures out that Irving was severed, and he explains that he got fired a few weeks before, and he said it was he pressed them for a reason, and they told him that his innie had an erotic entanglement with another worker, but they wouldn't tell him who. Then he's like, you show up at my door. So Irving says, so you think we were an item? And Bert reveals, well, Fields certainly thinks so. We had to cancel our trip to Milwaukee because of that. And he says Fields is his husband. So Irving says, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I came at you just now. Irving seems to believe him, and I do too. I think Bert is legit for now. I've still got my eye on him, giving him some side eye for being a creeper like this. But I believe it. He invites him over for ham and expensive wine. He says, it might be nice if you'd come over. We could sit down, talk through it all. And it's interesting. Irving says, you, me, and Bert says Fields. So it sounds like I don't know, a nice cozy little evening with the three of them. I don't know what could happen. Maybe they could be a throuple, and Irving could still be with Bert. These things happen nowadays. Sometimes you've got thruples, you have polyamorous people. So who knows? They could be cute. I can't wait to see John Noble. Oh my God, can you imagine the three of these masterclass actors all together? This is going to be amazing. You've got Christopher Walken, John Turturro, and John Noble. They're all going to be together having dinner. I cannot wait to see that.
He can be in the middle of a John sandwich.
What? A John sandwich?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's two Johns.
Yeah. Also, I thought it was funny the wine line, completely Christopher Walken line.
Oh
About
God,
the
yeah.
ham?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're having a ham. Yeah, that is. You want to talk about hamming it up, right?
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah. His delivery is
his
so
delivery
unique
is
to him.
amazing. His delivery is so funny.
It's
He is a ham.
fantastic.
Yeah.
He is. He is a ham. I love his the way his voice goes up, like that cadence of his voice.
Yes.
It's like it I can't describe it well, but you know what I mean, how his voice rises and like it kind of cracks and stuff.
Yeah.
It's always like he's asking you a question, even when he's not.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. That's it.
Oh, we're
I'll
having
be
a
honest.
ham.
I was half expecting him when he said I'm having ham. I thought Irving was going to say I'm Jewish.
Oh.
I thought he was going to look for an excuse to get out, but he went, "No, I'll do it." Or maybe he really likes ham.
Maybe he
ham's a
really likes
commodity.
ham. Yeah. Um, Doc said, wait, but would it be any Bert, outie Bert, any Irv, outie Irv, and Fields? That's 5 people. That's more than a throuple. What is it with 5? I don't know. It's not a
Sextuple?
quintuple. A quintuple, maybe. I would say,
Quadruple,
yeah,
yeah,
quintuple.
quintuple, yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Um, so yeah, like Matt said, any Bert and any Irv are effectively deceased. That's true. Well, the mind does boggle at the possibilities, indeed. So then there is this is a funny little bit. He says, "Do you need a lift?" First Irving agrees to have dinner with them and, have expensive red wine and ham and whatnot. And and Bert says, "You need a lift." Irving says, "I'll walk, thanks." And he's like, "You sure?" He says, "Yeah." And Bert says, "I know where you live." And then he just laughs. It's hilarious. It's like it's like he's playing on that suspicion Irving had that he was a creeper. Like, "I know where you live." And then he just laughs. I don't think I don't think it was legitimately, a sign that he is actually some kind of predator. He was making a joke, and it was so funny. I loved it. And he just laughed, that Christopher Walken laugh. It was great. Um he's like, "I know where you live," and then he just laughs and says, "See you tomorrow," and drives off. You know, so yeah, Irving. I think Irving is still like, keeping his guard up a little bit. He doesn't get in the car with him. He's not 100% sure about him, but and he's sure enough that he'll have dinner with him. And honestly, I think that he's probably essentially at the core, the innie and the outie are still Irving. So if any Irving had feelings for Bert, I think outie Irving would naturally kind of be attracted to him too. And so he's probably like interested in this, possibility of having dinner with him. Uh, it seems like it's more than just about information gathering for his little investigation that he's doing. I think. I think he genuinely wants to have dinner with him. And he seemed like a little bit like, I don't know, weird about it when he said, "Oh, and Fields will be there." Like there was a little tension because he has a
Hey, Doug.
husband. What?
I was just saying hi to Doug in the chat.
Uh oh my God. Oh my God. Wait. Hold on. Doug Hughes. Hi, Doug.
Doug is
We
here.
were just Doug popped in the chat. That's Doug. That's really Doug Hughes, aka the man in yellow from who we were just talking about a few minutes ago. Your ears must have been burning, Doug. That's so funny. Oh my God. Yeah, we've been at this for too many hours, Doug. We did start a bit late. We started after 11, but yeah, we are wrapping it up soon. I promise. We're kind of nuts here with the deep dives. Doug is amazing. He's been a frequent guest, and we're just so honored to have him every time. It's an absolute pleasure. So, highly
Maybe he
recommend that you
finally,
check out our From streams. Huh?
Doug,
What, Grow and Thrive?
maybe Doug finally watched Severance.
Yeah. Yeah, Doug, be careful for Doug is about to watch Severance, so be careful. There are Severance spoilers here. But I think he just popped in to say hi, and I appreciate it. He's a great guy. I've so enjoyed getting to know
He said
him.
he
He's
just
got up
got
to
up to pee.
Oh, that's so great. He's a great guy. I've so enjoyed talking to him, both on our lives and off. It's just an absolute pleasure. Yeah, like Matt Gilbert said, we summoned a man in yellow, yellow magic. We summoned him. Yes. Oh my God. We were literally just talking about him a few minutes ago, and it summoned him. That's hilarious. And no one even played the song. We don't have any we don't have Jade playing the song, but we summoned him anyway. Yes, obtuse rubber goose. Yes, that really is him. Indeed. It's actually Doug. That's his real account. Yeah. He's terrific. He's terrific. If you wanna like hear his awesome stories and ask him questions, join our upcoming From Lives because I'm sure, hopefully, if we're lucky, he will bless us with his presence again, and you can ask him questions, and it's a great time, always a great time. So hopefully he'll be on again soon, and we'll let you know when that's going to be. That's so great. Oh, that's great. Oh man, you people, that's racist. That's not what he meant by you people. Um, yeah, oh, I love it. A man in yellow peeing, there's a joke in there somewhere. Too funny, Matt. Oh my God. Yeah. Doug said, I've seen Land of the Lost, but it was quite a while ago. Yeah, Land of the Lost. I haven't seen that in a long time either. Um, the Will Ferrell
Yes.
one, I've seen the original one. I don't think I've seen the Will Ferrell one actually, though. No. Yeah.
Wait,
Now if
Will
you want
Ferrell
to
did the
ask
Land
Doug,
of the Lost?
yeah, Will Ferrell did a version of of Land of the Lost. Yes.
Is it a goofy
Um,
comedy?
yeah, I think I'm not sure. Usually he's in goofy comedies, but
Yeah.
um, li- hey, like David said, we are going to be doing we're going to be doing a live focusing on Doug's play Deadline very soon. Doug is a playwright. He writes amazing plays. I read this one Deadline. It's a murder mystery with comedic elements, and fans of From would absolutely love it. So that's something we're going to be doing in an upcoming live. Like David said, we're going to be discussing it with Doug, and so I highly recommend that people read it. It's at playscripts.com. You can look up Deadline under Douglas E. Hughes and find it there. Um, it's so good. If you check out the live replays, we discuss it more, and my interviews with Doug Hughes, we discuss it there as well. So yeah, just FYI, we're gonna be discussing that too. But yeah, I'll let you know. Hopefully he'll be on again soon. And
I
oh,
put the link in the
th-
chat.
thank you, Grant. Thank you, Grant. So that's the link in the chat to Douglas's play, which is Deadline that he wrote with his writing partner Marcia Kash. And anybody that loves From would love that play. We're all going to be discussing it with Doug. So I'm trying to get as many people into it as possible. And you can read a 32-page sample at that website as well. It's a short play, it's not that long, so that's a good sample, and I guarantee if you read it, you're going to want to read more. So definitely check it out. You can read that sample and you can order either an e-copy or you can order either an e-copy or a physical copy. There are two different ways you can order it. So if you don't want to pay for shipping, then you can get an e-copy. Spoiler alert, everybody dies. Oh, no, everybody doesn't die. I can attest to that. I
I
won't
love
tell you
happy
how it
endings.
ends. What?
So I love happy endings.
Yeah, like nice. Yeah. Happy endings. Yeah. No, I read it as a great ending, but I won't tell you what happens because I'm hoping more people will order it and read it. And we've got 60 people here. My gosh, that's a peak for this stream, and we've been going for 5+ hours. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Please check out our From lives if you like From. We do the rewatch lives on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern, more like 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Um, and then hopefully we'll have Doug on again soon, and we'll let you know when that'll be. You can ask Doug questions or just join in a conversation with him because it's always a good time. And yeah, thank you for popping in the chat, Doug. So happy to see you. And try to get some more sleep. It's way too early to be up at this ungodly hour. I appreciate you. Anyway, and watch Severance, Doug. Definitely watch Severance. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. But if you listen to this, you're gonna get spoiled. Well, I don't know. It might not make much sense if you haven't seen the beginning, though. So anyway, let's get back to the breakdown so we can wrap this thing up and go to bed like Doug said we should do. I mean, Grant, you're in Australia, so you probably don't need to go to bed, but I sure do soon.
Yeah, it's only 8:30 at night. I got a while.
Well, it's 4:21 a.m. Eastern time here, so I need to go to bed soon. So, so we've got, let's see here. So let's see, where are we? So, okay, yeah, so this scene here is Reghabi looking through, Gemma's stuff. And I don't know why she has this reaction to, I think maybe Mark just startles her, but she's rifling through Gemma's stuff and she finds a bunch of yarn and a necklace. I don't know if this necklace has any significance. I can't really tell what it is exactly, but there it is. And she's looking at it, and then Mark startles her. She's like, she has that face on. Um, I don't know. I don't know if that necklace means something, but they showed it to us, so I thought that was interesting. He's not happy that she's rifling through his wife's stuff, and there's a box with her cremated remains in it that he just stuck in a box in the basement. That's a perfect example of how he's not handling his grief well at all. Um, so yeah, I believe this is the final, sort of the final scene. We get a little weird glitchy scene at the end. So she tells him I needed to find a few pressure points, things to rattle your memories. And she says knitting. So apparently his wife liked to knit. Um, Mark says she said it gave her time to think. And then Reghabi points to the box of the cremated remains and she says that her. Mark said that's what I thought was her. She's not dead. And then he says the same thing his innie said about what the hell's his name? I'm losing his name. Irving. I'm so tired and in pain right now. He says she's not dead. She's just not here. That's exactly what he said about Irving in the same episode as an innie. So it's interesting, the parallel and maybe some kind of bleed through between the two going on. Um, and then so he says, "Who's in there? Whose remains are those?" Reghabi says, this is what I figured. They know people at the morgue on the payroll, like everywhere else in here. So this is basically what I figured. This is a little bit more information. I liked that we got this information. It confirmed what a lot of us already figured, that the town of Kier it's loaded with people on the Lumen payroll. So they just pay people off at the morgue, at the police department, I'm sure, at the newspaper, and so they just faked Gemma's death. They got another body from the morgue. They paid someone off to misidentify her remains, and that was that. Um, so that's just confirming what we pretty much already figured. I mean, the town is called Kier, and I'm sure they have immense control and influence just by bribing people, like she's saying. So then Mark is coughing, and he was coughing at work too. And that's something Petey was doing as well. That's a side effect of reintegration. So he's already experiencing some negative side effects. Reghabi asks if he's all right, and he says he's fine. So that's not a good sign though. He's already having a negative side effect. And it's kind of interesting. It's like when he said she's not dead, she's just not here. It's like Gemma is both dead and alive. She's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. She's, you know, the version of her that he knew is dead, but they kind of resurrected her as this new persona who doesn't remember anything about being Gemma, and so she's kind of both dead and alive. And she's in that box. They showed a box. It's not really her in the box, but it just reminded me of the box from Schrodinger's cat, from that concept. Those remains were supposed to be her. And then he asks again if they're going to do another session, and she says, no, one more day, usually it helps. So she's trying to be cautious this time. Petey had really bad side effects and wound up dying. And of course, he ran off and didn't listen to her orders, so that's why. But he says, usually you've done this once. So that's confirmation of something else. That gives us another little bit of background information that she's never done this on anybody but Irving. He was the first. I mean, not Irving. Petey. Petey. Petey was the first that she reintegrated. So that's kind of scary. And she says there's risk and it's not an exact science. And Mark says, I'm not sure it's science at all, but okay. Yeah, it's pretty risky what he's doing with her. And then he asks her, are they hurting her? Meaning Gemma. Reghabi says, I don't know. Because I mean, yeah, like who knows what they could be doing to her. So he's very much, even though he knows now that she's alive, I've noticed that he's still completely emotionally checked out, blocking it out. That's what he does with trauma and grief. He's stoic about it and blocking it out, and he's very casual and nonchalant in the way he talks to her.
And he's even rude to her. He's like, why are
He
you
is.
staying in my house?
Yeah. Yeah. And then he finally allows himself to ask a question about Gemma. Are they hurting her? He doesn't, you can tell he's blocking it out most of the time, but then he finally like lets that little bit of emotion out. Like, are they hurting her? And Reghabi says, I don't know. He doesn't want to deal with those feelings though, so he pushes them down. I thought that when he found out Gemma was alive, that he'd be a little bit more emotionally present, but he's still in that mode of blocking it out. And boy, do I relate to that. I unfortunately, I do the same thing. That's how I cope, and it's not a good way to do it. So we're going into this last scene was really fascinating. This last little bit, Mark has the biggest glitch moment that he's had yet since he started the reintegration. He goes up the stairs and it's extremely trippy. I wish I could play the clip, but I'd get the stream banned if I did. So I took screenshots as best I could. Mark is going up the stairs and he keeps hearing he keeps hearing a voice saying, "You're innie. You're innie." And then he turns around and he's like, "Did you say something?" Reghabi says no. And so he keeps going up the stairs. He hears Gemma saying, "You're innie." And then he continues up the stairs and all of a sudden he glitches and he's in the break room hallway. That's the break room hallway. And he's glitching in and out from this is his hallway in his house to the break room hallway and back. It's super trippy. He goes down the hall. This very claustrophobic, uncomfortable hall. As his outie, I mean, he's never seen this before, so this has got to be just total mind fuck for him.
So is this from a memory, do you think?
Huh?
Is this a memory or a hallucination based on memories?
What's happening here, I think it's what you described it well. I think it's a hallucination based on memories because I think he is remembering being in that hallway. He's been there as an innie, so he's remembering that. And he's remembering Ms. Casey. But I don't think he ever experienced what he's about to experience here, actually standing in the hall with Gemma, with Ms. Casey, talking to him in this way. That part I think is a hallucination because they don't do wellness sessions in the middle of the hallway, you know? So it's just such a great ending to this episode. It's so trippy. So the voiceover says, "Your Audi can roller skate with grace. Your Audi pays all his gas and electric bills within 3 business days. Your Audi listens to music while shaving but not showering. Your Audi prefers 2 scoops of ice cream within a serving. They must be the same flavor." Which is
Very important information.
oh yeah. This is vital information we're talking here.
Sorry. Please enjoy each of these facts equally.
Please enjoy each of these equally. Yes. And and the last one is you're out well, second to last technically. Your Audi once captured a butterfly. Now, I think some of these are code for something else because they sound like mundane facts, but Irving was told your Audi likes the sound of radar, and then we found out his dog is named Radar on the outside. So some of these things that she's saying might be code for something else. I think that when she said your Audi once captured a butterfly, that might be code for something else, maybe. Um, anyway, then he leaves the break room and as he's hearing all this, he sees in front of him Miss Casey. This extremely unsettling, creepy shot. She's looking right into the camera. And this is like, wow, what amazing acting from Adam Scott. Like, this is the first time he's seen his wife since he thought she died. I mean, he thought she was dead. And he's seeing her right in front of him talking in this hallucination. And you can see, like, how wrecked he is. You can see, like, there are tear stains coming down his eyes. And he's completely wrecked by it. They did a great job of portraying that.
You can't help but like it's just a hit to the guts. Like just seeing him like that.
Right?
Because
It is.
every you feel every emotion that he's displaying without he's not even
Yes.
moving a muscle half the time. That's the weird part. It just they nailed this.
Yeah, he's not even moving. His face doesn't even change that much, but it's just perfect. He emotes so much from his eyes and his facial expression and the way that they made him up with the makeup and the hair. He just looks completely wrecked in that moment, and you can literally see like the tear stains under his eyes. It's so good. And you just really feel the gravity of this moment that this is the first time he has seen his wife since he thought she died like 2 years ago. What a feeling that must be. Like, and knowing that she's a prisoner down there. I mean, I can't even imagine. So she's standing there, and then, she continues saying these mundane facts, and he's glitching in and out. Really cool effect. They did such a great job with this. Glitching in and out from his house to the hall. Were you gonna say something? Oh, wait. Okay. I think that was it. Yeah, that was the end of it. So, so the last thing that she said was, "Your Audi is going to," and then it cuts. So that was unsettling. Your Audi is going to what?
Well, she never uses like current tense or future tense. It's always in the past sort of thing.
Yes.
You know.
It's always, your or it's statements like, your Audi likes to do this, your Audi is good at that. It's never, they never say things about what your Audi is going to do. Like, she never ever says things like that. So, and it was ominous. It was ominous. It sounded like it was going to be something negative that she was about to tell him. Now
I mean,
let's be real.
it's hard. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, let's be real. It can't be anything that bad. This is Adam Scott's show. He has plot armor. He's not going to die or anything like that. What were you going to say, Grant?
There's like a weird little bit of bittersweet lining with it. He now actually has a new memory of his wife. Like he's
Yeah.
gonna remember and hold on and take that. Like, it's been a few years since his wife, and there's small little details that you can't help but forget about your loved ones. After a certain amount of time has passed, you can look at
Right.
photos and everything, but like he's now got a brand new memory of her, and I think this will be the pivoting point that we're going to see everything change, and I think it's fitting that it's halfway through this season, because I'm not sure how many seasons they're going to do. But I think this is where either the second half or the second act starts from here now. Now that he has confirmation, he knows for a fact that she's alive.
Yes. Yes. And I think this will make it more real for him, and I think he will stop, even though he was told by Reghabi that she's alive, and it's different than seeing her right in front of him. And yes, it's a hallucination, but he's experiencing this, and for him it feels very real. And based on the information he got from Reghabi, I think I think this is going to change his attitude a bit, and he will be less disconnected, just kind of blocking out his feelings on the outside. He's going to be more invested now, and I think he'll probably change his attitude after actually experiencing this and seeing her in front of him like that, speaking. It's creepy as hell, though.
He'll get more hopeful, and any Mark will get more hateful and doubtful. It'll be like a weird duality. When
Yes,
one's finally starting to get more hope and be more optimistic, any Mark's going to be more doubtful about everything and pessimistic.
100%. 100%. Yep. Yeah, so it is. It's like it's the duality. Yeah, the kind of light versus dark dichotomy. Oh my God, and that's so perfect because it's a reversal of how it was before. Any Mark was the lighter one, the he was he was optimistic, he was positive, he was happy and hopeful. And Audi Mark was just, full of gloom and depression and sarcasm and just, yeah.
Audi Mark has one thing that he hasn't had in a long time now. He has purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And
And
any
and
Mark
now
lost his purpose.
he did. He did. He doesn't see, he feels helpless now. He doesn't see the point in anything, in doing anything. So it's now flipped. It's flipped around. Now Audi Mark will have some purpose again, a sense of hope. And yes, he's still going to be depressed and struggling and whatnot, but I think he'll be more emotionally connected and not blocking things out. Um, and, and having this purpose. Any Mark is now the one who has this darker mentality, and now he's the one who's sarcastic and distrustful and yeah, blocking out his feelings. That's so interesting how they've now switched roles.
You know what I
Yeah.
just noticed? Look at her hair. Look at the bangs. This reminds me of Drummond. His hair was
Yeah,
like
oh,
that on the top.
you're right. It was the bangs were they were arranged in the same way. They were parted
Yes,
right here,
right. So
and
does
then the
this
rest
mean
came down.
Drummond? Is Drummond severed?
I doubt it. I think it's probably more just a kind of a similar style, because this is how like the corporation, this is like I don't know, the way the corporation styles people. Um, I mean, it's possible he's severed, but maybe it's just a commonality because of they're both, you know, part of Lumen. But um, but yeah, you're right. I see that. Yeah, I've always thought that her hair looks so strange
Yeah.
and fake looking. The wig looks really fake,
Yep.
especially the back of it. It's too perfect looking. It doesn't look real at all.
No.
And I
No.
think that was intentional to make her look artificial and robotic, for sure.
Now, do
Um,
you think that she's trying to communicate with Mark?
maybe, maybe I don't know if she can though. I think this is more his part of his memory that is surfacing as in becoming a hallucination, like Grant was saying. I think it's coming from his memory of her, like his any memory of her as Miss Casey is bleeding through and now talking to him.
Right.
I don't know though if she could actually, if there's any way that she could try to send a message to him, like
Because the last thing she
um
says is, your innie is going to, and then it
right,
ends.
and
Now,
ends
was it Screen Rants? One of the articles I read said that they heard the word kill. Is your innie
really.
going to kill? Yeah, that's what they said in the article. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I just heard, is your innie going to? But they heard the
I've
word
got to
kill.
look. I've got to watch it with the subtitles on and see if
Mm-hmm.
if it actually says that or not.
Screen Rant
Um,
has been known to do a lot of clickbaity articles
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's
yeah,
why I'm not
they
sure if it's true.
they actually had
More than
one.
likely, if they said the word die, or you heard or whispered the word die or something like that, you could be like, oh, okay, because then that could tie into him coughing up and could give the idea maybe he's going to go the way of Petey.
Right.
They
No, that's not what they
I
said,
saw
though.
I know that's
I
not what I
saw
said,
an
but I mean
article.
Yeah.
that would make more sense than kill.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking at it right now, and the closed captioning says your Audi is going to, and then there's nothing.
Okay.
There's nothing. So, I mean, it's possible that it's in there and they just didn't put it in the closed captioning. Closed captioning can even be wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
But also, I saw an article about Screen Rant by Screen Rant that was way off base, in my opinion. From last week, it said that it it was clickbaity, like Grant was saying. It was like, did Severance episode 4 just confirm a long-standing popular theory for, and then you read the article and it says, the doppelgangers of the 4 MDR people. This may be a clue that Lumen is creating clones. I'm like, how is this
Please.
a clue that they're creating clones? They don't even look like them. If you look at them,
Right.
they're not clone-like at all.
No. No.
So it was total clickbait. But yeah. Um,
But I'm just wondering if she is, even if she's in a coma, if she's trying to communicate with him.
hmm, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know if she could. I think he might be maybe remembering something Miss Casey might have said to him before.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's most likely a hallucination, and
Mm-hmm.
but Matt Gilbert says, I theorized your innie is going to kill me or destroy what's left of me, but I didn't hear a damn thing. That would make a whole lot of sense because you know what he's doing right now. He's working
Yeah.
on Cold Harbor, which is her file, the chip in her head. And like I was saying, like I put out a theory video a couple weeks ago about what I think is going on with Gemma and Lumen's Endgame, and in that video I discussed how he's basically going to be responsible for like destroying what's left of his wife, and he doesn't even know it. Like he is configuring that chip in her head.
Yep.
That's I mean, she's already so damaged that she can barely even emote at all. Like her feelings are flat. She has a flat affect all the time. Imagine what she's going to be like when she's completely done. The file is finished.
She will
It's
enjoy everything equally.
yeah, yeah. It's just so messed up that they're making him do this to his own wife, and he doesn't even know. She's right under his feet in the basement, the sub basement, and he's you know screwing with her brain and destroying what's left of it, most likely.
I
So,
really like what Matt said in the comment. I think he's right.
yeah,
You're going to kill me.
yeah, I
Because
think he's right. I think he's right because
yeah.
it lines up with what I figured, that he's destroying what's left of her brain with that chip. what is going to happen to her when it's done? It's going to be she's not even going to be anything like the Gemma he knew. So
But
that
she
yeah.
says you're outie, not your innie. Like not So why would
Mm,
the outie be killing her, killing the brain?
yeah, wait a minute. The
Wait, does she
outie.
say innie or outie?
Outie. She says you're outie. That's a good point. A good
Ah,
point. Either way, the tragedy is that he'll finish refining her and then she's gone flat. Um, Either way, that's the case, Matt. That he's gonna when he finishes refining her file, like she's just the Gemma he knew will just be gone. Um, I don't think
It could be also
he'll
he's
be.
killing the memories, doing the deseverance thing. The reintegration could be killing his memories of her, warping them. That
mm,
could be another way of looking at it, because not everything they say is taken at face value. There's a lot of metaphors and trickery with words, especially from her. So it could be that.
Mm, oh, yeah, like by reintegrating, it could be messing with his memories of her. You're saying,
yeah, but Reghabi
okay,
said that. She said in the beginning, you will retain all your memory. You will retain your knowledge of love for her. So I think she's going to make sure that doesn't happen. But she could screw up, right?
right? She said that I can sew together a version of you that loves her with a version that can, and then he cut her off and said, "Yes, do it." I think
Right,
she was going to say that a version that can get her out of there or that can find her. You know,
right.
um, that's what I think she was going to say, and she said he would still love her. So I think that she will, but she could screw up. She could
Yeah,
screw up.
yeah.
Yeah, because when Gemma is freed, Miss Calendar will be gone. Miss Calendar? Wait. You mean like Miss Cobell or something?
Miss
Um,
Casey.
and yeah. Oh, Miss Casey. Miss Casey. I'm confusing the names. Yes, Miss Casey, maybe. Um, she, she's alive. It's alive. Frankenstein. We're making artificial people here. Yeah, when he screamed, "She's alive," it does kind of give that vibe. Like it's like they're creating some kind of Frankenstein monster out of her. Yes, she's still alive, but in what capacity? Is she even herself anymore? Is there any part of Gemma still left in there? By the end, there won't be, I think, if he finishes that Cold Harbor file, which is tragic. Um, but yeah, it's like yeah, she's like a robot. That's why a lot of people thought she was a clone or a robot or something because she's so artificial seeming. But I believe that she's just it's just that chip in her head that's changed her so
But I mean,
completely.
that's the duality of every character in there. For one of them to fully live, the other one has to die. And from what we know, Miss Casey is a fully sentient person. Um,
Mhm.
but if Mark's wife is to come back, she's not going to want Miss Casey. Like, so yeah, like maybe when he says he's going to kill me, meaning Miss Casey's not going to be there.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Because there's no way in the world I can see that if Gemma gets out of this situation, she's ever going to want to step foot in those elevators again.
Oh no. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Um Honestly, I think it'd be totally fine to just get rid of Miss Casey if they could save Gemma. Um, Miss Casey doesn't need those memories. She hardly has any anyway. She said she had only been alive for 100 something hours, and that was no kind of a life either. She said like my good old days were the 8 hours I spent with you on that one day with you and the MDR team.
Yeah, but it's still her life to her. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to go. But she said those 8 hours were the most enjoyable of her entire. 8 hours out of 108 hours is a small percentage, but it's still
That's true.
worth
Well,
keeping.
she doesn't remember being Gemma, is what you're saying, right?
Mm.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's still she's still a person. She's like Mark was saying. Mark was telling her that they can't just get rid of you. You're a person, we're people. He said something like that to her when they were firing her. He said, like, you're a person. They can't just, make you disappear or something like that. So yeah, that's right. Her life still has value, of course. And yeah, she still, as a person, she would still want to live. Maybe, I don't know if it's possible to reintegrate her and save her though at this point. If they finish the Cold Harbor file and her chip is refined fully, it will be too late, I think. Too late to bring her back to where she was before. Hey, Jaden the goat. Your Audi is going to be a father, referencing Ms. Wong. I know that's a theory out there. There's a theory that Ms. Wong is the child of Mark and Gemma, unbeknownst to them. I've heard that theory. Could be. Could be. Your Audi is going to forget me. Yeah, that could be. Um, yeah, it's if she said your Audi is going to, if it's die, then that might mean what? His innie becomes dominant, not enough info. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like his innie becomes dominant. We know for a fact Mark is not, Adam Scott's character is not going to die because he's got plot armor, but it could mean his Audi is going to die and his innie becomes dominant. That's a possibility.
You
We
know,
don't know.
in,
Like, this is
I'm
so
sorry,
experimental.
in the
I was
trailer,
just gonna say this is so experimental, so we don't know what the outcome could be. Well, what were you gonna say?
Cobell says there'll be no happy ending for you, Mark, right?
Yes, she
So I'm
did.
wondering, so I'm thinking, just getting back to what we spoke about before, maybe Cobell will come back into the story because Mark will seek her out now. Now that Mark really sees Jem as alive, as Miss Casey, he might go
Yeah,
looking for Cobell and demand answers from her.
yeah, yeah. He might. He might.
And she says there'll be no happy ending for you. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I
That's
think that's
it.
gonna be his next move. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because I don't know what else he could do, right?
Right. Yes, Matt agrees. Yep.
So maybe that's how they bring her back into the story then. Not the telephone booth, but that. Not Irving. I don't know. I mean, that's still up in the air, but um they have to have something to bring her back.
Right. Yeah, they have to bring her back into the story for sure. So I think he'll go link up with her, definitely. Um, yeah, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, those 8 hours are her most treasured memories to date. She is a person. Yeah. I
Yeah.
just don't know if I don't think she's gonna be savable once that file is completed though. I think that might do permanent damage, and he's the one doing it. That's the most tragic thing of it all. Um, and he's close to being done. They said in this episode he's 81% done with that file. So that's not good. And we still have 4 more episodes. Wait, 5 more. We're halfway through the season. So I can't believe we're already halfway done. 5 episodes left. So much has already happened. The pace of it's really incredible. The amount that's happened in 5 episodes.
Yeah.
Even in just the first episode, I was amazed at the pace.
Man, I wish
Um,
From had this pacing. Yeah, it's literally my only gripe with From is the pacing.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
yeah, the pacing, it's really incredible. It does make me a little worried that they're planning on ending the series soon, because I did hear that I think they're planning on only doing 3 seasons as of now, which I
Oh, I
don't
heard
like.
No,
they
just
changed it. It's now 4 seasons. They changed
I was
it.
going to say, so this is the halfway point then.
Yeah.
But if it's
They
4, it's not.
changed it.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Because this concept has legs. This concept, it can definitely do well with more than 3 seasons. There's so much they could explore with this. So
Well,
I got worried when I saw the pacing of this moving so fast that they're not planning on a very long series overall to start his reintegration so early in season 2 already, you know?
If they had 3 seasons written and they've written everything out ready to go for 3 seasons, then I would prefer the 3 seasons. It's kind of like what happened with Dark. Dark was offered another season or 2, and they went no. Said we've got our 3 seasons. It has to be the way that we've done it. Otherwise, we're just bloating it. So I'm hoping it's not going to be that scenario where there's like, all right, well, we're just going to stretch things out a little bit.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
always a problem.
maybe the initial reports that it was 3 seasons was inaccurate. Maybe it was
Who
always
knows?
4
Maybe, yeah.
seasons. Yeah, that's what I think it was.
Possible. Yeah, because Dark was perfect the way it was. As much as I loved Dark, it didn't need any more than that. The story was complete. They plotted that out from the beginning, start to finish. They planned 3 seasons, and that would have made
Well,
no sense to try to do more.
3 seasons makes
Yeah.
sense with the whole outcome of everything as well, being 3.
Right. Right.
Everything was
So
about 3s in that universe.
that's right. So it was a perfect fit. Exactly. You know, I loved Dark, and the seasons were shorter than your average show too. It was only like 8 episodes or something, I think, per season, if I remember correctly.
I tried
Maybe I'm
watching it.
remembering.
I watched the first I think I watched the first, maybe the second episode. I couldn't get into it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you gotta stick it out. I had I had trouble myself. When I watched episode 1, I just couldn't get into it. And the pacing of episode 1 is slow.
Yeah.
It does pick up pretty quickly and hooks you in. If you stick it out past the first 2 episodes, they start revealing massive things early. It doesn't make you wait. Like you get huge answers, and then you think, wow, like how can it get any crazier? And then the world just expands even more.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Episode 3 is the episode that'll hook you in. Because
Yes.
episode 3, without giving too much away, is set in the 80s.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really good. And actually, each season was 10 episodes. So
That's right. 10
it was,
10
sorry, no, it was
episodes.
10, 8, and then 10. I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just have to get to the 3rd episode and then I'll be hooked.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
Yes.
depends. Did you watch it in German with subtitles, or did you watch it with the English dub?
I think it was in German with the subtitles.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
The English dub is surprisingly good. It doesn't take much to get used to the way that they talk with it.
Right.
Like it's your brain almost switches off like halfway through, and then you realize, oh yeah, actually this is a dub.
Right.
But because it's just done really well.
Okay.
The only
Okay,
thing
I'll
I
give it.
heard,
Yeah.
I did hear that one of the main villains of the show has a really comically like uh mild voice compared to like his real voice. His real voice is so sinister, and I heard that the dubbed one was just like laughable by comparison. The real
Yeah.
one is gravelly and creepy. But other
Well,
than that,
it's the
yeah.
same thing with the main like the copper fella. The German voice is quite deep and husky and like really like gravelly, where in the English one he's like really smooth and like suave almost.
Right.
And it doesn't quite fit the character of that. But the guy who plays Jonas in like the English version sounds almost just like the German version. So they
Oh,
nailed
okay.
I can't remember her name. There was Jonas and
Marta?
Marta. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I've never watched the English dubbed version, but um I I've heard that the best way to do it is to watch the original German, but however you can get through it, if you don't like
Yep.
subtitles, then the dubbed version is good enough. It's a phenomenal show. It's one of the best shows I have ever seen in my life.
Oh.
Only
Okay.
issue that it was the fact that it was on a Netflix and it dropped every episode at once. It didn't give you any time to breathe in between
That was
each of them.
a mistake. Yeah. That's
Especially for something like Dark. Like, oh man, I can imagine the streams we would have had with that.
Oh
Can
yeah.
you even imagine the theory crafting streams that you could do
Oh,
with that? Like, you would have a whole. This is a show you could put up a murder board for, with a bunch of red strings connecting a million different things, and
Oh
well,
just go
wow.
crazy with it.
even
Eh,
after seeing the show, it's hard enough to navigate the family trees.
Right.
Imagine the theory crafting that we could have done.
Right? Oh my God. As I was watching it, so I didn't binge it. I watched one episode per day. I didn't have the self-control to space it out more than that, but I did only one episode per day, and I took notes like a nerd, even though I didn't even have a channel. I was just taking notes for myself, trying to figure things out. And I made a family tree of my own as I was trying to make connections. I took a piece of paper and I kept track of this wild family tree and trying to just figure things out. And day by day, I really enjoyed it. Every day I'd watch an episode, and then I'd listen to a podcast about it. The After Dark podcast, which I highly recommend to people who watch Dark, because it's really cool. It's got a guy who's seen the show before and a guy who hasn't seen the show before, and they talk about each episode. It's fantastic. So I would do that every day, and I was so sad when it was over, though. So
Yeah, yeah, I know it was one of the because like me and the missus, we watched the first season, um, and I think it was only like a week later, the second season came out. So we were like, "Oh, this is so cool," sort of thing. And then because it was only like I think it was only like 6 or 7 months after that, then the third season because they dropped a lot of it really quickly. So we got to watch it in a relatively short period of time. Um,
me
but
too.
it didn't take away from it. Even as I said, even with that sort of model where you don't get a chance to digest what happened 3 or 4 episodes ago, and also you forget, wait, who's that guy again? Who's this one? Even though you've just seen it, because you're taking in so
It's so
much
confusing.
information. It's
Yeah,
still, I think, the number one series that I recommend to people, if they want a great sci-fi series. I don't
it's
even
a
consider it really
master.
sci-fi though. That's the weird thing. It's a it, I mean, I guess it's like From. It's got characters that are put in a unique situation that has some sort of mythical or sci-fi element around it.
Right. It's like i- it's a master class mystery box sci-fi series. It's one
Yeah.
of the I mean, I've never seen a mystery box series like that was such perfection as this.
Wow.
They couldn't
Well,
have possibly nailed it more.
it it started off as a procedural cop show essentially,
Right.
with no weird elements or anything in there. It was just about a kid that went missing,
Hmm.
and it wasn't until something come in, you're like, that's a bit weird. What's that? And then
Right.
it comes back to a second, and then by the way, you're like, wait a minute, is this series doing what I think it's doing? And then it just it just blows your mind. By the third or
Oh,
fourth episode,
Yes.
you're like, what? Like looking at the first episode to the fourth episode, they look like they're two completely different series.
wow. Okay. I'm
Yes.
I'm I'm gonna
Mm.
try it again. I'm gonna watch it
Th-
again.
That's
I'm gonna
why,
have to
yeah.
start over because I don't remember what happened. I remember the kid going missing, yeah, but I don't remember the whole thing. So I'll go back and watch
See,
it.
you're the same as me then, because I did the same thing as you. I watched the first episode and it didn't hook me in because of the slow pacing of the first one, and there were so many characters. It was hard to follow,
Yeah.
and plus it didn't help that I was also watching it in the German, so you have to really focus, read the subtitles. And I just dropped it for I don't know, maybe I don't know, months. And when I went back to it, I had to watch the first episode again because, of
Yeah.
course, I I couldn't remember all that. It's just too
Yeah.
much information,
I
too
think
many
I watched
characters.
it a few months ago. Yeah, it was a few months ago. So
I was
it's on
so glad
Netflix
that
still, right?
it
Netflix?
is.
Yeah.
It is. I was so glad that I gave it another chance. You have no idea. Like, I mean, I can't recommend it enough. I just had to, make myself like sit through that first episode and give it another shot. And then just when you think your mind can't be blown more, it just blows your mind even further. It's insane.
Wow.
Like
Mm.
each season, it's like an onion that keeps expanding. More and more layers keep peeling back, and or like the executive producers of From talk about From like an ever expanding canvas, the mystery.
Yeah.
this is like an ever expanding thing with Dark. Every season, even within the season, the plot expands further. It's mind blowing. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay. I'll
that's
give it
our
another try.
yeah. Anyway, good night, Doc. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. And I saw Matt. Um, this has been a fun hang. Had a day off, so it was perfect. Oh, thanks for being here. I appreciate it, Matt. Always appreciate your commentary. Your ideas on this show are just always just so well thought out and insightful. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Um, yes, maybe after Severance we could go into Dark. Yes, I do need to get some sleep. You know what's hard about this though? There are maybe double the people watching now than we had when we started, so it's hard to leave.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Um, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyway, I just love how this ended. You know, it cuts from Gemma saying your Audi is going to, and then the hallway changes. It goes dark, and then it changes back into his hallway in his house, and then he's just left there like absolutely gutted. He looks like you can see tears in his eyes. Actually, there are like is the glisten of tears in his eyes right there.
Yeah.
Um, Amazing performance by him. And just imagine this actor, he's looking into the lens of a camera right now, having to emote like this. And imagine that he's not looking at a camera, like he's just seeing his what he thought was his deceased wife speaking to him, and he just knocked this out of the park. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So that was that episode, and I thought it was amazing. I think the season is amazing so far. I wish we weren't already halfway through it. I know a lot of people are impatient. I'm not. I would like it to go on as long as possible. I don't mind waiting for the next episode. I want to keep
Right.
talking about it and theorizing about it. Um, for me, this part is just as fun as watching the show. So,
Right.
but we've still got 5 more weeks to go, 5 more episodes. I'm looking forward to it, and
And then maybe there
um,
won't be such a big break between the next season.
Oh, there
hopefully
better not
not.
be.
I mean, I
Don't
Oh,
waited
like
wait another
another
3
3
3 years.
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 I waited 3 years. Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. Oh my
I
God.
got the Blu-ray in December, and that's when I started.
I
Wow.
watched this 3 years ago, and I was like, "Wow, this is great," and then that was it.
You're like, okay, now I theorized for 3 years.
That's crazy. Wow.
I wonder
I
what
only had to
happened.
wait. I only had to wait less than a year because I watched it in, I want to say maybe March of last year, right? It was right before I discovered From. So, yeah, I didn't have to wait nearly as long. And then I dove down the From rabbit hole and I was so focused on that I didn't mind waiting at all on this. I was just too, my head was in From mode. So I was good to wait.
Mhm.
But man, 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a long time to wait on a cliffhanger like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I kept saying, "When is it coming back?" It's like you didn't hear anything.
Makes no sense, because I know there was a writer's strike, but there was a writer's strike that affected everyone, and From came out at around the same time as Severance 3
Yeah.
years ago. In the time that it took for this season to finally come out, season 2 of Severance, From released 2 more seasons and finished them both, and they finished airing season 2, season 3. And just
I think because
that's
it's
what
a
happened in the time it took for this to come out.
I think because it's maybe because it's Apple, maybe they were backed up with their other productions, you know? I don't know.
Maybe because there are so many big names attached and they had busy schedules and they had to work around their busy schedules.
Yeah,
Um,
probably.
who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Patricia Arquette's not in this enough because
Uh,
she was too busy, but hopefully she'll be back. I think she'll be
It's a
back next
pity.
episode. Huh? What, Scarlet?
It's a pity. I need more cowbell. Gobo. Not cowbell.
Yeah,
You need some more
Cobble.
cowbell. Cobble.
More Gobo. I got a fever. The only thing that'll help it is more Gobo.
I
yeah,
wish they would have shown that in the episode, when you saw her ringing the bell and in the goat land. I wish Christopher Walken was in the Severance area and said, "Do I hear a cowbell?"
He could even been in his house as an out of fields, and he'd be like, "I'm sensing a cowbell."
I
yeah,
got a fever. Where
I
is
got
the
a
cowbell?
fever.
yeah.
Is that a cowbell? But they're goats. Why is there a cowbell?
Is there a goat
Yeah.
bell?
Right? Is there a goat bell? Yeah, that would have been great. I wish they would have put that.
No, but there is a Milchick.
There is a Milchick, yes.
Yeah. Um. Hey, Mr. Frogman. Have a good day at work. You're so sweet. Thanks for popping in the chat. I appreciate you. Okay. See you later, Matt. Oh, thank you so much. You take care too. You take care too. See you next time. Maybe we'll see you in the watch party. We'll be doing our watch party on Thursday night, as usual, when the episode drops, um, at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 10 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream it. It's usually a few minutes after 10 by the time I get to it, but I'll stream it then again. Um, and I've always just I've been watching it both times because I feel like I need to before I can even talk about it. That's how deep this show is. So I watch it twice and then we do a voice chat. So if anybody wants to check that out, I think the link should be in the description. Let me just double check. Hold on. Is it in there? Yes. So the link to my Discord is in the description of the video. Where is it? If you scroll down to, no, it's actually right at the top. Never mind. It's right at the top. So if you want to join the Discord and join our watch parties or discuss the show, you can discuss. We have channels in the Discord where we can talk about Severance, and then during the watch parties, ah, we watch the show twice, and then we do a voice chat, which is always a good time. And so check that out if you feel like it. And um, if you haven't already, please check out my deep dive on episode 4 of Severance. It came out late yesterday. Just if you could give that a view, I'd appreciate it. It's not a recap, it's more of an analysis. Um, so there's that, and I'm going to be getting my episode 5 deep dive done within the next few days. I'll definitely have it out by Thursday so I can be caught up, and then I'll start releasing them on time again. So please keep an eye out for that. I don't do recaps. You guys are smart enough that you don't need recaps. My deep dives are, analyzing the show with my ideas and theories and interpretation of what's going on. And sometimes I give shout outs, by the way, to people in the chat and friends who have great ideas and theories. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it was in this last one that I shouted out Matt Gilbert. I did in the episode 4 deep dive. I'm pretty sure I shouted out Matt. I'm in so much pain right now. I can't even think straight, but I shouted him out for something. What was it? Oh, I think it was, yeah, I remember now. I shouted him out because of his theory that possibly that Dieter Egan didn't actually die, but it was a metaphor for the fact that he was disowned and his lineage is basically an illegitimate line of Egans. And that's why they used the word lineage. So I shouted out Matt for that. I shouted him out for that, and I mentioned that theory in my deep dive. So if you watch my deep dive, sometimes you might hear a shout out to something you said in the chat, because I always give credit where if I hear a great idea. Occasionally, I will admit sometimes I can't remember where I hear ideas because I talk to so many people and I see so many comments. So sometimes I will say, someone in my chat or someone in my watch party said this, and then I'll say it. I never will just take credit for someone's idea. So, anyway, and let's see. So our next live will be Wednesday night. It'll be our From Rewatch. As of now, that's the plan. Our
Mhm.
From Rewatch live.
Episode 1,
Sometimes
season
that
2,
changes.
or is it? Doug will be there.
I don't know.
And or
Is it going to be another fireside chat with Doug, or is it going to be a season 2 rewatch beginning? Well, you'll have to tune in and find out.
to see.
You never know. You never know when the man in yellow is going to pop up. I'm just saying. So, it could be
Watch
him.
your
It could
back.
be our rewatch. What?
Right throat.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Keep an eye out. The man in yellow, you never know where he's going to pop up. He popped up in our chat just earlier tonight.
Yeah.
So, yep. Be careful about summoning the man in yellow. So yeah. As of now, we're planning to start the season 2 rewatch and discuss it Wednesday night. Who knows what could happen though? When Doug Hughes wants to come on, I love to have him. So sometimes we just put off the rewatch and have an awesome conversation with him. So we'll see. Stay tuned for that, and our our watch party for Severance, remember, is Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much to everybody that's showed up tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Whether you're chatting or if you're just listening, I appreciate everybody. Thank you very much. I mean, I know there must be a lot more people who are listening than chatting, because the numbers went up into the 60s. And so just know, even if you're not chatting, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you being here, whether you chat or not. I'm
Hey,
so happy, just to see anybody showing up. We're new to covering this show, and so it really means a lot. And please don't forget to like the stream. And if you have a chance after the stream, if you drop a quick comment in the regular comment section, it does help the algorithm. It helps people find our channel. And so,
can I do a little bit more promo?
sure, go ahead, Scarlett.
Okay, so on Friday nights we have FROMACADEMY with Doc. I guess it's Ladies' Choice this week, and I don't know if me and Jamie are actually going to come up with a subject or not. One person in the chat suggested something. I'm not sure if we're going to use that or not. And that is at when does that happen? Around 10 or 11 on Fridays EST.
Friday is 11 p.m. EST, unless Doug comes, and then we do it at 10.
See, it's all dependent on the man in yellow.
It's all dependent on the man in yellow.
And speaking
Yes.
of yellow, on Sundays, Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision and me will be discussing Yellow Jackets at 10:30 EST, and Jamie will be having a watch party in our Discord at 8. Well, it was 8:30 because they showed 2 episodes, but it'll probably be like around 9. Show the episode, talk about Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
Yellow Jackets fans. I know there's a crossover between From and Severance and Yellow Jackets. I do believe.
Oh, absolutely, there is. Yeah. So, yeah. Please, if you watch Yellow Jackets, check out Sci-Fi Vision channel. Let me see. Where's the link to that?
Yeah.
Sci-Fi Vision channel on Sunday nights. Jamie and Scarlett discuss the latest episodes of that. Is it just going to be one episode this week, or are they doing 2 every week?
Yeah, we're gonna do episode 3, and then we're gonna do the title sequence, because the title sequence changes each. Like Severance does, it changes each season. So we're gonna go through the images in it, and the newer images, and talk about them, speculate.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely check that out if you are into Yellow Jackets. Check out Sci-Fi Vision's channel for Jamie and Scarlett. I would be doing it too, but I just don't watch the show. So,
Yeah.
and plus I don't have time, honestly. I'm overwhelmed enough trying to keep up with Severance and the From rewatch. So,
Did you
I
see
just
the
put
interview Jamie did with the actress that plays Natalie?
Yeah, I was gonna
no, I
just say
didn't.
she had an interview with Sydney Cole Alexander.
Yeah,
who plays
it was
Natalie.
great.
Took the words out of
Great.
my mouth.
And she is such
Yeah.
a nice person, Sydney. She's
Mhm.
like really, really sweet, very humble, really a genuine person. I recommend everybody watch the interview. Really good.
It's a good interview.
So, anyway, I put the link to Jamie's channel in the chat, Sci-Fi Vision channel, so you can subscribe to that and check out the Yellow Jacket streams with Jamie and Scarlet on Sunday nights, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. By the way, I just ended the poll. So the final results of the poll we did earlier on who we got to do more of these. These are fun. Um, who do we think Irving is talking to on the phone? In the phone booth. So it's actually a tie between Cobell and other, 27% for each of them. And Reghabi got 25% and Devon got 18%.
Wow.
Pretty much what I would have expected.
Still pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah, closer than I thought it was going to be.
So Cobell and other.
Cobell and other.
Did you get any descriptions in the chat of what other meant?
Somebody said someone from the rival company, that rival company where they like blow stuff up or where they got something blown up. Someone said that. No one else said anything else that I could see though. But there were 54 votes. Pretty good
Nice.
vote count.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that was good. So yeah, that was fun. We'll do more of those. I'm going with Cobell. I'm going with Cobell for now, and we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get a reveal in the next episode. That'll be fun. You know what? I better hurry up and get my episode
Yeah,
5
you
deep dive
should.
out. I better hurry up and get my deep dive out on it on episode 5 so I can say that before the episode airs.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I said it here on the live, but it's better to put it in a video too, you know. Most people aren't going to watch a 6-hour live and remember that I said this or I think this. And by the way, it wasn't me that came up with the idea originally. Throw and Thrive. How do you want me to? I'm going to be putting you now that you're here. I might as well ask you. I'm going to be crediting you for originally having that idea, so
Thank
I
you.
can put you. Yeah. So should I use your YouTube handle, Grow and Thrive, or your Discord handle?
When are you going to do it? Tomorrow?
Probably. I'm gonna start work on it tomorrow. I probably won't have it done though until hopefully Wednesday.
Let me DM you on it, okay? Because I may be changing the name. So let me DM you. Let me get back to you on it.
Yeah. Send me a DM because there's no rush because believe me, I have a lot of work to do on it. So no rush.
So
I'll let you know.
I'll send it to the Discord then, right? Discord link.
Just Discord. Just send me a DM in Discord, and yeah, because that was your idea. I wouldn't have thought of that. So, but I think it is her. I hope that'll be the reveal. That'll be fun. So
Yes.
we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, good morning, Fletch. We're just about to sign off, but nice to see you. I want to thank the awesome panelists here, Grow and Thrive, and Mr. G to the G. You changed your name up a little bit tonight, and of course, my co-host Scarlet, as usual.
Yeah, I wish
had
I
a
had a cowbell instead of the from bell to ring right now because Peter wants me to ring the bell. The cowbell would be so much better.
It would be. It would be.
Actually, I wish I had a from bell now.
Yeah.
Okay, and mine's upstairs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
As long as your talisman's near the door, you'll be right.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
I do have one by the door. I won one in the
I have one
contest.
by the door too.
Oh really? Yeah, Dieter Dieter sent me a talisman actually. Yeah, but I keep mine in my room near my door in my room. Yeah. Just so I can look at it, you know. I want to be able to I spend most of my time in here, so I want to actually be able to see it. Um,
When are you going to
but
have the contest for the doll, the crochet doll?
Oh, good question. Good question. So I need to talk to Alexis about that, when we're gonna actually do it. I need to set up like a time to actually announce it. I mean, I've already told everyone we're doing it, but um, I need to like officially do the contest and figure out how we're gonna do it. I think it'll probably be like a random uh, thing where you don't have to do anything, no trivia or anything like that. It'll just be everyone who's in the chat. Um, it'll be random, and I'll announce which live we're going to be doing that in, so that people who are interested can actually make sure they're there. And you'll type, whatever word I say in the chat to type, and then it'll just automatically pick somebody. So that'll be fun.
Great.
That's cool.
Maybe next week. What did you say?
I said that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's fun to do giveaways. I've done them before, and yeah, it's just it's a good time. So I'll probably do it next week so that people have more notice. Maybe I don't know. I have to talk to Alexis, but once we do it, she's going to need a lot of time to actually make this thing. But we can still have the actual contest. But these are very time consuming to make.
Oh,
Beautiful
I'm
work.
sure. Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
work that she puts into it.
Oh yeah. Yes, Fletch. 6 hours and 20 minutes. And I need to get
Why
out of
is there a
here.
question mark there, Fletcher?
Yeah, I don't know. Why
would
why
there
did
be
you
a question? Of course we're here for 6 hours.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
Yeah,
Is this a shock to you?
deep diving.
You're not new here. Yeah, I'll get some rest, Fletch.
Yeah.
I'll get some rest. Unfortunately, I can't rest now because of my pain condition. I have to get on the treadmill for an hour, do some physical therapy, push through the pain, eat something, and then I can rest. So, uh, and I'm paying for it. I should not have stayed on this long, but the conversation has been too great, and there was so much to discuss with this episode. I just didn't want to leave. With this awesome panel and this awesome chat. So, uh, God, it's just so hard to leave, but my pain is completely out of control now. So I'll go take care of myself, try to recover from this. And it was worth it. I still have no regrets. It was a great conversation, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
it
all of you
was.
guys.
It was great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Grant.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime, anytime. I'll do these more often where I open up the panel to more people earlier, because it takes so long to get through the episode breakdown that we end up not doing it until, it's so late that people don't even want to join. So I'll do this more with Severance. It's fun. As
It
long as
is.
it doesn't get too crazy. If there are too many people on panel, and it's chaotic as hell, and I don't know how to manage it because I'm too new to this. But this was perfect. Just the right number of people, and it worked lovely. So,
Great.
I don't even know I'm not even talking right anymore. It worked lovely. That doesn't make any sense. It worked beautifully there.
Splendidly.
All right.
Yes. Lumen is
Okay.
listening.
What?
Well, have a great night. Thank you for having
Lumen
me.
is listening, Julie.
And I will join again in the future. And I'll send you that DM. And I wish you a good night, Julie. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Just rest up, take it easy. Mr. Grant Gregory, nice seeing you, and Scarlet and everybody in the chat. And I wish you all a great night, and talk to you guys soon.
Oh, talk to you soon. Thank you
Yeah,
for
thanks for
being here,
being
Grow
here.
and Thrive.
You're welcome.
Oh, and
Take care. Yeah.
oh my God, I completely forgot. I've been in so much pain that it's hard to think straight. I should have mentioned when Doug was here earlier, I should have mentioned Grant's interview with Doug. If you
Oh,
haven't if you haven't checked out Grant's interview with Doug, it's fantastic. Please check it out. Um, oh, we need the link to Grant's channel. Wait a minute. Um,
you don't get it.
yeah,
Get it, Dieter.
I don't know if Dieter's available to do it at the moment because he does this from work. But Grant did an amazing interview with Doug Hughes, and it is so worth the watch. Even though I mean I've seen every interview of Doug's, I've talked to him for hours. We've done 5 live streams with Doug. It's it's still so interesting. Like it's worth the watch because he asked unique questions and he did some really fun edits and animations with it, made it truly unique and creative. So if you enjoy Doug Hughes, if you've liked my lives with him, if you just want to know more about the Man in Yellow, yep, Dieter's on it. Thank you. Thank
Mhm.
you. Yeah, please check out Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel and subscribe. Watch his interview with Doug Hughes. It's so worth the watch. So enjoyable, and he did a great job with it. Doug had a great time with it too. He's done a lot of interviews, and that one was truly unique.
I appreciate the kind words, Julie. Thank you for
Oh,
allowing me to do it. You helped me set it all up, so.
well, I was happy to do it. I was happy to do it. I appreciated the little shout out you gave me in the interview, and I was happy I could connect you guys because it resulted in that amazing interview. So I'm just happy I could facilitate that. That just tickled me. That was terrific. And so I'm sorry I didn't think of it when he was here. I should have said, "Hey, drop your link now." But well, we still have 60 people watching, so it's still a great
Mhm.
crowd. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out too, Grant.
Yeah.
Awesome.
When did you have the interview with him?
A few weeks ago. It took me a little while to edit it.
Oh.
But I dropped it last week. So.
Oh, okay, great.
It's so cool. He titled it, well, he has it in the thumbnail. It says The Many Faces of Doug, and there are all these, he has all these different pictures of Doug doing all different roles from his career, pictures I've never seen. It's so cool. I love it. I knew it was going to be an awesome interview as soon as I saw that thumbnail.
Mhm.
Totally
I saw
unique,
it too. It was really
creative.
cool.
Yeah. I don't know where he
Oh,
dug
thank
up
you
all
very
these
much.
pictures.
Mhm.
You're
It's
I
like
had to
welcome.
do a lot of
like
research.
it's like Doug's a chameleon, right?
He is.
It's almost like he could be in any role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to check it out.
I could tell you did an enormous amount of research on that, Grant. I mean, like you had like pictures of places in Canada where like where Doug was from or where he worked. I was like, where did you find all of this stuff? All these obscure, like these pictures that just kind of gave life to the stories he was telling, having the visuals. It was so well done. I could tell how much time and effort you put into that and into the editing too.
Yeah, it was a
So,
lot of fun.
yeah. It was worth the wait. I could tell you put an enormous amount of effort into that. So everybody please check that out. Highly recommend. And yeah, yeah. They not like us. Yeah. Had to throw that in there. They're not like us. I've been still watching nonstop like reactions to the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. Yeah, I'm obsessed. I won't get into that or I'll never get off of here, but just wanted to acknowledge, hey there, TJ. Hey kids, what's for dinner? What's for dinner is some exercise and
Some ham.
then
I
maybe a
got some
snack.
ham for you. In my
Yes, some
picture,
ham.
I have some lovely ham with some pineapple and cherry tomatoes.
Yeah, there you go. And some expensive red wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's
Yes.
what's for dinner.
Perhaps a
And
threesome.
it has
Not
to be
sure.
expensive too. If it's not
Has to be.
expensive, don't come over.
Yes. Yes. Has to be expensive. Dieter says sleep is what's for dinner. Yeah, well, not sleep for me yet, unfortunately. Painful exercise is what's for dinner, and
Mm,
then some more rest and a snack, and then some sleep. I'm gonna sleep during the daytime today like a vampire. Thankfully, I'll be able to do that. So,
mm.
I will do that. Umbra said I just rewatched it a minute ago. Great performance. What rewatched what? What performance? I'm
No,
lost.
no. Great performance.
Well done. Well done.
Okay,
Well
what am
done.
I missing here? What
I
am I
don't know.
missing
I
here?
think that's a great performance. We
Okay,
watched it.
thought
I don't
maybe
know what it is.
I thought maybe I'm being dense because I'm in too much pain. Oh,
Mm.
oh, oh, oh. Kendrick's halftime show. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've watched it multiple times. Yeah, Umbra. It was fantastic. He nailed it. I've been tweeting about it. I'm still tweeting about it like crazy. One of my tweets got like 4,000 views, which was pretty cool because I'm new to tweeting about stuff like this and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a part of hip hop culture. I'm outside of the culture, of course, and
You
I'm
need to
still
be
just
like,
learning about it. Huh?
you need to tweet about something like this and then say, and if you like From, I do a live about it.
Yeah.
You like
Yeah, on that
Severance?
one, on that tweet
Frommy
that got
Frommy's pretty
4,000
big in the
views.
hip hop community, so there's a bit of crossover there.
Yeah, there you go.
What's big in the hip hop community?
From it's quite
Yeah,
popular.
yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Do a little crossover.
Interesting. I've noticed that a lot of there are a bunch of Kendrick Lamar fans in the From community that have said like they've mentioned stuff in the chat and so we've connected over that. Like Fletch, for example, and also Big Heck is another one. And so I'm not surprised actually. And what was I gonna say? It went right out of my head. Oh yeah. The whole reason why Kendrick Lamar got even on my radar was because of Big Heck coming into my chat one night and saying Kendrick just dropped an album in November. He dropped a surprise album no one was expecting. I wasn't even listening to music anymore because I stopped over the last few years. I was too depressed to listen to music anymore. But I saw that and I decided to check it out, and now it's helping me survive. I listen to his music every day, and it's I can't tell you how helpful it is. And I've heard a lot of other people have had that reaction to his music. So it's thanks to the From community that I even got into Kendrick at all. I was only a casual fan who knew a few of his hits. And now I'm a diehard educating myself about hip hop culture, watching a 3-hour video essay on it, on the Kendrick Drake beef and hip hop history. It's really helping. It's helping me get through. So that's another thing I have to thank the From community for. And it's amazing. So yeah, on that tweet that of mine of Kendrick that got like 4,000 views, I could do some
Uh-huh.
promo in the comments. Like,
Yeah.
hey, if you like From, come check out the channel.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could do that. Anyway. Oh my God. Drake dropped a new song in Spanish. He, God, what is he doing? He's so cringe. He want to be Bad Bunny now? God, he's so cringe. Seriously, he's embarrassing himself. He needs to just like, quietly just go away after this. Like he's done. He's cooked. Hey, Michelle Miller. Nice to see you. Okay. All right.
I
We
think
need to
I was gonna
huh?
answer, is it better to feed my alligator one large meal a week or several small meals throughout the week? Probably depends on the time of year, Sam.
What in the world?
In wintertime, you're gonna want to fatten up that tail so you can hibernate, but in summertime,
Yeah, always feed them the
feed them
biggest meal as
feed them small
possible.
meal.
Makes them
Yeah,
more docile.
That is
it
so
depends on the time
random.
of the year. Okay.
That's so
Well, I mean
random. What?
that's crocodiles. Maybe alligators are the same. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's
Oh
an
my God.
alligator. There's an alligator sanctuary near my house, and they like fatten up the alligators for winter, and you can actually go there and help move all the alligators, and then they fatten them up because they live off the meat. They live off the fat in their tails. Fun fact.
Really? That's so weird. What the hell do they eat? I'm afraid to even ask. Small animals?
Alligator stuff.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't even want to know. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
so random.
hibernate and they don't like they just urinate every once in a while. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I want to move the alligators sometime because I like to like pick up half like kind of sleepy alligators and move them into their winter shelters.
Oh my God, I'd be terrified to touch them. Are you serious? Oh,
I love to do
that
it.
sounds
Yeah, they ask for volunteers because it's kind of a time intensive job.
seriously. Oh my God. I could see you doing that. You're the insect lover, so of course you'd love what are they? Are they reptiles? I think it's a
Yes,
reptile, right?
it
Of
is.
course you would love
Yes,
reptiles too.
I
Why am I
love
not
reptiles.
surprised?
I love all of nature's creatures. Oh,
Not surprised.
except for ticks and mosquitoes. I hate them. They can all die.
Yeah, yeah. They can, go,
Yeah.
they can be extinguished from existence and centipedes too. Just go extinct, please. But, why do we need them in existence? I don't know.
Well, insects.
Yeah,
I could go on, but still, we should go.
yeah, yeah. I'd be terrified too, Michelle. That I couldn't handle a gator. But I've heard horror stories about alligators in Florida and how they, attack and kill people. And one of them like killed a child at Disney World a few years back. It's horrifying. Ugh, they're oh my God, I'm so glad I don't live in a place where alligators are native. Like, oh, they're nasty, nasty creatures. Um,
It's okay, buddy.
but
It's
yeah,
okay
I
to like you. I love you.
what?
Alligators. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, they killed every gator in the area. Damn, Samuel. Well, that seems
Jeez.
kind of unfair. I mean, why'd they take it out on all the gators in the area? Just because some idiot parent let their kid get too
Mhm.
close to the area where it said stay away. There's a warning sign
Mhm.
in this area in Disney World saying to stay away because there were alligators. His parent let their kid get too close. The kid died. And then they take it out on the animals, and that kind of thing pisses me off. The animals are just being animals. Like,
They did the
don't
same
make
with
them like
Harambe.
it was the same. I was gonna say that. You read my mind. It was the same with poor Harambe, god damn it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Justice for Harambe, damn it.
Mhm. Yep.
Some idiot parent let their kid get too close, and then Harambe had to pay the
Mhm.
ultimate price with his
Mhm.
life. So fucked up. Ah, like, just let animals be animals. Stay the hell away from them. Watch your kids. I hate when animals have to pay the price for human stupidity. Like, humans will get too close to a wild animal or something, and like stupid shit happens, and then the
Mhm.
animal gets killed. Seriously? Come
Yeah.
on.
Especially
Anyway,
people climbing into animal enclosures. It's like especially if there's a fence and then another fence and then you have to climb over something. I'm like, okay. This is just getting
yeah,
stupid.
Yeah, there's a reason why
right?
the tiger enclosure has 4 fences.
Yeah, exactly. But my kid climbed over all four fences and into the tiger enclosure. It's your
Oh
fault.
my God.
Then they always use
Oh
the
my,
excuse, well, we have to because the animal now is used to being around humans. So we have to
oh,
put
jeez.
them down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's awful.
Good night, everybody.
Um,
And with
yeah,
that,
nice, nice note to close out on there.
I blame Sam. It's all Samuel's fault.
It's all Samuel's fault. Yes.
How dare you?
Anyway, anyway, um, you know what I just realized? I haven't had my banner up for this entire
Oh
stream.
my God, Julie, why?
All right, we're redoing the stream.
No. I always tell you to put the ticker tape up, and I didn't. That's
My
my fault,
banner
Julie.
there. My banner there it's been missing the entire goddamn stream. Oh well. That's okay. Um anyway,
the Discord.
it's there. But it's okay. Dieter tried to tell me, but I didn't see it because I had to get into the episode. I couldn't, as much as I would love to read every chat message, there's just no time to do it all, unfortunately. But thank you all so much for being here. In the description of this video, you'll find links to my deep dives for episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Severance and my Gemma / Lumen Endgame theory. All those links are in the description of this video if you want to check those out. Those are my scripted deep dive videos. Where actually it's basically a video essay with pictures. And then my Discord link is also there in the description, so join that if you want to join our watch parties Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll stream it, and then we'll have a nice conversation. So check that out. Check out our next live for From Wednesday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Probably going to be the season 2 rewatch, but again, you never know when Doug Hughes, the Man in Yellow, could pop up. So just stay tuned. And please keep an eye out for my Severance deep dive on episode 5. I will be putting that out in the next few days. And if you haven't already, check out my deep dive for episode 4. It's not in the description of the video, but I'm going to edit it to put it in there. And I'll stick it in the comment section too. I'd appreciate it if you could give it a view. It's episode 4, not 5, but yeah, if you could give it a view, that would be much appreciated. So anyway, that's it. That's all I've got to
Fletcher's totally
say.
correct. Fletcher's totally correct. Everybody better show up for the next live at Jamie and Scarlet or Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
Good night,
there you go.
everybody.
Yes. Okay. And that too. That
Or
too.
else.
Yeah. Yes. Sunday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on Sci-Fi Vision channel. Jamie and Scarlet will do the Yellow Jacket stream. So, yes. And of course, after our From Wednesday night live, we also have our From Academy Friday night live with Doc. And we got to figure out
Ladies'
what
choice.
topic it's going to be. Yeah.
He said ladies' choice, so I don't know.
We'll figure out a topic and we'll announce that. So stay tuned. And thank you all again. Truly appreciate it. It's been a great turnout. Thank you for that awesome discussion. Everybody in the chat, everybody that's listening, and the awesome panel. Thank you guys. And have a great day or a great night, everybody.
Good night.
You too. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Night.